Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had butterfly effect with James Potter? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. James Potter was aware that, when it came to decision-making, his skills were a bit lacking. It's not that James always made bad choices, quite the opposite really. He was very good at choosing what was right most of the time. But he was too impatient, too impulsive, and he often rushed ahead without thinking first. When he was at Hogwarts, that made for a very good quality. Between childish pranks and harmless mischief, the worst a rushed decision could get you was a bit of detention. Or, in James' case, a number of detentions so high that it must have set a record. How he'd been head boy, he'll never know. When you're a kid, bad choices almost never haunt you. And then you're a teenager, and you're expected to know better. To think about the way you impact those around you, and how your silly mistakes can hurt your loved ones deeper than you thought. So you learn from your mistakes, and you better yourself, until you're no longer the person who made those choices. James learned that the hard way. But James was no longer a teenager. And when you're in the early stages of adulthood, staring right in the face of a war that consumes past, present, and future, making mistakes is no longer an option. Acting first and thinking later could very well mean the death of the person beside you. James had seen it before, in the year he'd been helping the war efforts. Someone rushing ahead, breaking formation, and ignoring the plan. Whenever James asked, they all said the same. In the moment, all you could think about is that if you didn't make it in time, people were going to die. They didn't think about what could go wrong. They didn't think about the people they left behind or the way they rushed after them, trying to protect them. They didn't think until they were staring at the lifeless eyes of those they were supposed to be protecting. Then, the cost of their lack of thinking came rushing down like a tidal wave. War is not time for carelessness. And yet, impulsiveness followed James like a bad habit. But, to be fair, James had no way of knowing that catching up with a friend over a few pints would trigger such a great butterfly effect. "Prongs, over here!" Peter's voice rang, and James turned to look at his friend waving his hand from a secluded table on the side of the pub. James made his way to the table, plastering a smile on his face and greeting him with a slap on the back. "Hey mate, been waiting for long?" he asked, eyeing the half-drunk beer in front of him. Peter waved a hand, easygoing smile on his face. "Just got here, don't worry. I've just desperately needed a drink. You wouldn't believe the day I've had at work." They caught up for some time, Peter regaling him with tales about the rude people who worked at the ministry and their unattainable expectations, and James talking about bizarre cases he'd seen while at his training in St. Mungo's. It was nice hanging out with a friend. Lately, with his healer training and the war efforts, they hadn't had much time for things like this. Absent-mindedly, he wondered if this was what being a normal 20-year-old felt like. So, Peter started a few pints in. "Heard anything from Pads and Mooney? I thought they'd be coming today, too. They couldn't make it. Pads is on stakeout tonight, and the Fulse in a few days, so Mooney is with one of the packs for the order. It's just you and me, I'm afraid," James answered, trying for a nonchalant tone. He wasn't quite sure he succeeded. "Mooney's still being sent with the packs?" Peter asked, eyebrows raised. "I thought they would have stopped by now. It looks a bit hopeless, is all." "Well, at least he's doing something," James shrugged bitterly. See, when James first joined the order, he wanted to help people, save lives. In his teenage mind, being a healer was the best route to achieve that, taking care of the injured and getting them back to top form. At first, it was rewarding. He felt like he was helping, making a difference. He was told time and time again that he was the order's best asset, that without him, many more people would have been lost to the war. He felt like he was on top of the world. But then his friends started going on missions, rescuing people in the throe of the battle. And James, always more of an action kind of man, was ready to join them. Except, apparently, a healer was too precious to throw into battle. What if he went on a mission and he didn't come back? What would the order do down a healer? Objectively, James could admit that there was some truth to that. But sitting there, on his carefully curated bubble of safety, he couldn't help but feel useless. He should be out there, covering his friends' backs, making sure nothing happened to them, making a difference. Peter's eyes softened, and he stretched his hand over the table to take James. "You are doing something, Prongs. Just because you're not out there doesn't mean you're not helping," he said, voice gentle. Peter had always been good at that, at comforting. He'd long learned to read James, and his presence often felt like a safety blanket. For things like these, James trusted him with his life. "I just feel like I should be doing more," he mumbled back. "James, you are doing more. Your job's important too, and best of all, it's safe. No one outside of the order knows you're a member. You don't have a target on your back like the rest of us." "I would do anything to have that kind of safety," Peter said, eyes downcast. James knew he wasn't being fair to him. Peter hadn't wanted to join the order at first. He didn't want the stress that came with actively fighting a war, the danger, the paranoia. In the end, he only did it for his friends, to help keep them safe. And here James was complaining about not being in danger. He felt like an asshole. "I know, Pete. You're right," he exhaled, defeated. Peter studied him for a moment, looking a bit hesitant. "James, how are you?" he asked. James somehow felt a bit like he was going to cry. He let out a light chuckle, trying to seem unconcerned. "As good as anyone can be these times. Pete, you know that," he answered. "No, that's not." Peter paused, trying to gather his thoughts. "I'm in about Lily." James' jaw clenched without his consent, and he quickly averted his eyes. Peter knew far too well how to read into them. He plastered his usual grin in his face before looking back at him. "Oh, that? Yeah, that's in the past now. We just weren't meant to last." Peter looked skeptical at best. "You spent years in love with her, and when you proposed, she broke up with you." "I hardly think 2 months is enough time to get over that," Peter remarked, not unkindly. "Well, it is what it is. No sense in getting caught up in it," he said dismissively. Honestly, he just wanted the topic to be left alone. "Prongs, it's better this way, mate, trust me." She was right either way. "I rushed too much and got ahead of myself. Just because we're in the middle of a war doesn't mean we have to live like we won't make it out of it," he said. "I'll always love Lily, but as of now, it's better that I only love her as a friend." Peter looked sad, but he'd always been good at knowing when not to push. Admittedly, Peter was right in being concerned. When Lily had rejected him, only to promptly break up with him, James had felt lost. He'd spent so much time being in love with her that he forgot who he was without her, without the love he held for her. He drifted aimlessly for the first few weeks, and had it not been for Sirius, he didn't think he would have made it out half as good as he had. He had been there for him, staying at his apartment, in the bed he had shared with Lily countless times, until he felt like he could get back on his own feet. He felt empty, aimless, like he had no reason for going on. Maybe that's why he had agreed so quickly to Dumbledore's offer. When Dumbledore asked to meet him, alone, James hadn't known what to make of it. After all, he was a healer. He didn't go on missions. And a meeting with Albus Dumbledore himself? That spelled mission in all caps. James had been right. Dumbledore had a mission for him. Infiltrating the Death Eater's social circles and gathering all the information he could so that he could give it to the Order. At first, James didn't understand why he was the best option. He had never been friendly with Slytherins, and he was from a prominent blood traitor family. In his opinion, people like Sirius or even Frank Longbottom would have made more sense than him. But, of course, Dumbledore had a rebuttal. James, blood traitor as he may be, was a pure blood from a wealthy, old family. And since he'd never shown his face in the battlefield, no one knew he was a part of the Order. In the eyes of anyone not in the Order, James Potter was neutral in the war. Not in the Order, not a Death Eater. And James was restless, desperate to do something, to have a goal other than marrying Lily. Before that day, his body had been itching to move, to do more. So he accepted. He would find an in on the Death Eater's social circle and gather intel for the Order. Except he had no bloody idea how to get that in. "It's getting late," Peter said, interrupting his internal monologue. "I think I'm going to call it a night. You coming, Prongs?" Just as James was about to answer, a lone figure sitting at the bar caught his attention. A man, or a boy really wearing clothes too expensive for a dingy pub. Dark curls framing aristocratic features, back ramrod straight, and, unbelievably, a beer held between long, nimble fingers. No fucking way. I think I'll stay for a bit. Have another drink. You go, though, James answered, forcing himself to peel his eyes from the person in the bar. You sure? You've had a lot already, Peter said, eyeing the can in James' hands. He had lost count of how many he'd had some time ago. Oh, you of little faith. You know it takes more than this to take me down, Wormy. James winked, and Peter chuckled. If you're sure. See you at the next meeting? Yeah, see you at the meeting. Peter gulped down the rest of his drink, and with a clap on James' shoulder, he was off. James stayed at the table, eyes straying to the man he saw before. By all means, this should just be a trick of the eye. A look-alike, maybe. A Death Eater in a Muggle pub, drinking a Muggle drink? You know, have a day off. That's just impossible. But for the life of him, James couldn't find even the slightest lack of resemblance between that man and the one he thought it was. James might not have ever been close with him, or even had more than a stilted conversation over the years, but he knew the man's brother like the back of his hand, all his features, his moles, his birthmarks. He'd seen him up close, from a distance, and even in his own bed countless times. All platonically, of course. James wouldn't touch whatever the thing going on between Remus and Sirius was with a 10-foot pole. That is to say, he knew those features better than his own, even, and the Black family's members had always been eerily similar, probably a byproduct of all that inbreeding. James would spot a Black in 100 miles radius. So that right there was Regulus fucking Black. In a Muggle pub, talking to the Muggle bartender. Must be a cold day in hell. Later, James would blame this on the alcohol, or his poor decision-making skills, or Lady Magic himself. If he was in the mood, James approached him. He sat on the empty stool next to Regulus, shit-eating grin plastered on his face and body fully turned to him. Well, if it isn't Regulus Black, he exclaimed, the dramatic flair he blames on Sirius coming to light. Regulus looked at him, squinted his eyes, and groaned. This close, James could see a flush on his normally pale cheeks. So he'd been drinking a bit too much, too. What are you doing here, Potter? He asked, apparently exhausted with the conversation already. What am I doing here? James gasped. I think the real question is, what are you doing here? I was looking for some peace and quiet, but someone has decided to ruin that for me, he sneered. James' grin only widened. Peace and quiet in a Muggle pub? It's nice not having everyone falling all over the place to greet the next Lord Black, he answered shortly. All right, I can get behind that. But a Muggle pub? You, James asked, a bit bewildered. What can I say? Muggles are interesting, he said. James raised his eyebrows, prompting him to continue. Regulus sighed and turned on his stool, so he was facing the rest of the pub. See that couple there? He pointed with his chin, and James nodded. He's married. She's his mistress. James gasped, looking between the couple, who were bordering on PDA and Regulus. How the hell do you know that? He asked. Regulus smirked lazily, looking at James from the corner of his eyes. He's wearing a ring, she's not. Besides, see that woman at the other side of the pub? She, unlike the first one, is wearing a ring, one that coincidentally matches his. James squinted, trying to see the rings on both of their fingers. His sight was a bit blurry, so he couldn't be sure, but they did seem very similar. And she's been looking at them the whole evening. She looks about ready to pounce, doesn't she? She did indeed. Her whole body was tightly coiled, like a snake ready to jump on her unsuspecting prey. Actually, Regulus kept going, I'd say she's going to pounce right about. The man snaked an arm around his mistress' waist and leaned in, going for a kiss. The wife stood up forcefully, knocking her chair in the process and advancing towards her oblivious husband. Now, Regulus finished with a self-satisfied smile. James' jaw hit the floor at the exact same time as the wife hauled the husband up and slapped him in the face. The couple started a screaming match in the middle of the pub, and the staff quickly went over to try to either defuse the situation or get them to leave the premises. The woman slapped her husband once more, turned to the mistress to slap her too, threw her wedding ring to her husband's face, and left. James took a moment to gather himself before turning back to Regulus. All right, I give. Muggles are interesting, James said, still bewildered. See? I've never watched the telly, but I bet this is better than any of those soap operas, Regulus said, still watching the scene with avid satisfaction, now between the husband and his mistress. James almost fell from his chair. Is this a prank? I feel like this is a prank. What do you mean the telly? How do you even know what that is? He asked. Regulus rolled his eyes and sneered at him, like the whole idea of pulling a prank was disgusting. James took offense to that. I read, he just said, like that answered anything. James was going to need more than that. About muggles? Really? As I said, they're interesting, he answered. And he was right, muggles were interesting. But he was Regulus Black, pure blood extraordinaire, who was apparently reading about muggles. James was going to need a minute. He stood silent for a few seconds before a new thought bulldozed through his head. All right, you come here to people watch because apparently muggles are interesting, he said slowly, still trying to make sense of it. What you didn't say, though, is what brought you here this time. Regulus looked at him for a long moment, looked back to the bar, and then called the bartender over. He asked, very politely, for a whiskey, straight to the point like he'd done that before. James thought that, all things considered, he probably had. And wasn't that a thought? Absent-mindedly, James asked for the same. My mother's been nagging me about finding a wife, he finally said, once both of them had their drinks in hand. I needed to escape for a bit. Aren't you a bit too young for that? You're what, 16? James asked. Regulus glared at him. I'm 18, he pointedly said, and since father is dead, and I'm technically the next Lord Black, I need to find a wife to carry on with the bloodline. His tone was bored, but James couldn't help but feel like there was a bit of disdain there. If it was for the wife or the title, James didn't know. And, I'm guessing you don't want to marry? James asked. Regulus took a big gulp out of his whiskey. Not right now. Maybe not ever, but duty's duty, so I'll have to someday. If it was up to me, my marriage date would be very far from today, he shrugged. It was a very undignified gesture for someone like Regulus, but James couldn't help but feel like it suited him. He looked very different when he was relaxed. Why the haste then? The family magics. Someone, a previous Lord Black, decided to make a betrothal contract a requisite for claiming the title of head of the family. To ensure the continuation of the line, I think. As it stands, the family magics won't claim me as Lord Black until I have one. He looked pointedly at James. I don't think I have to explain why having a lord only in name is not a good idea, with a family like mine. James shuddered just thinking about the ramifications of that. Yeah, you don't, James said. So, why don't you just get an arranged marriage? I thought that was usual between sacred 28 families. It is, Regulus conceded. Mother has several suitable matches prepared, in case I finally decide to settle down. But as of now, I have other business to attend to, and a fiancé would severely limit my free time. Right? Business. For a second, James forgot who he was talking to. James had been there when Sirius found out about his little brother getting the dark mark. He was there while Sirius cried and cursed his family and swore time and time again to hate his brother too, because he was just like the rest. He was there to pick up the broken pieces and put them back together oh so slowly, though they never got back in quite the same place. Between people watching, muggle talk, and sips of whiskey, James had forgotten who Regulus Black was. A Death Eater, and he shouldn't be talking to him. He really shouldn't be. But a thought in the back of his head, a very dangerous thought, was clawing its way to the front of his mind. Does the contract have to be between a man and a woman? James asked, voice suddenly hushed. Regulus snorted. Do you really think my ancestors even considered the thought that a black could be gay? He said, raising an eyebrow. Of course not. Any betrothal contract will do. That right there, that was his in. So, James started, speaking very carefully. Why don't you just fake one with me? Regulus, who was about to take another sip, paused in his motions and slowly, very slowly, settled his glass on the counter. And why in Merlin's name, do you think that's a good idea? James didn't even think it over before speaking, just making it up on the way. He'd always been better at winging it, anyway. Well, you don't want to sign a contract because it will interfere with your business. But if it was with me, I'd give you ample space to do whatever you want. You won't have to hide whatever you're doing from me. Just say that you need time for yourself, and I'd leave you alone. And that way, you could get the title of Lord Black and stop any madness from your family, he argued. In his alcohol-riddled mind, it sounded like quite a good deal. Potter, Regulus started, looking at him like he had suddenly gained a second head. I'm not sure if you're aware, but you're a blood traitor. That doesn't go well with the circles I'm in. So what? I'm a pure blood. From an old family, I might add. Besides, I'm neutral in the war. It's not like I'm a part of the resistance, am I? See, James was lying through his teeth here. He was not at all neutral in the war, and he was very much part of the resistance. But Regulus had no way of knowing that. Regulus suddenly stood up from his tool, slamming his glass on the table. All right, I need a smoke, he said, promptly walking out of the pub. James followed him, stumbling out of his stool and knocking on a chair in his haste. Outside, Regulus was taking 2 cigarettes out of a pack. He hadn't even looked back to make sure James was following, but he offered one to him before he had even settled beside him. James took it, once again surprised by the fact that Regulus smoked Muggle cigarettes. Regulus lit his cigarette with a lighter and took a deep puff, exhaling it slowly. You can't seriously think that's a good idea. Why not? James asked. Think of it as a transaction. You get what you want, I get what I want. And then, once we're both done, we break the contract and go on with our lives. It's a win-win situation. Regulus looked at him in disbelief. And what about your redhead? James raised his eyebrows. You mean Lily? James asked, to which Regulus nodded. We broke up a couple months ago. I'm a single man now. I can do whatever I want. Regulus took another puff of the cigarette, examining him closely. For a man with such an innocent-looking face, his stare was very intimidating. James felt the urge to shift on his feet like a toddler. What I don't get, he said slowly, is what you get from this. You said it was a transaction, right? I get what I want. You get what you want. And what, pray tell, is it that you want? See, James hadn't thought of that. Of course, he couldn't very well tell the Death Eater that he needed this to get an in on the Death Eater's social circle, so that he could feed the Order information. As cool with Muggle stuff as Regulus seemed to be, James didn't think that would go over well. So, once again, he had to wing it, thank the stars for Minerva McGonagall and the endless excuses he'd had to come up with to get out of detention for a prank. Lily broke up with me, right after I proposed. I spent so much time hung up on her, and it really hurt. My friends are worried about me. He inhaled shakily. He didn't like talking about it. But the best lies are always the half-truths. At first, it was endearing, but it's been months, and my friends never know when to quit pushing. It's getting overwhelming, and I need them to lay off. If I'm engaged, they won't keep asking me about Lily. Regulus visibly hesitated. He was cracking. Either that, or he was a tad too drunk. He had been drinking too much, too. I don't trust you, he stated. How do I know you won't back away? My family can get too much too quick. You'll want out too soon. I won't, James said firmly. And how do I know that? Regulus asks. I'll do whatever you want to prove it. I won't back out too soon. Regulus raised an eyebrow. Whatever I want? James knew he was making a pact with the devil. The whole idea was insane, he was very much aware. But he was drunk, and he was getting desperate. He'd been looking for an in for weeks, but aside from taking the mark himself, which was a limit he wasn't willing to cross, he hadn't found one. And this was the perfect in. With this, he could do something. He could help people, be useful for the first time since he had gotten into the war. He needed this. So he squared his shoulders, looked straight in his steely gray eyes, and said, whatever you want. Regulus threw the butt of his cigarette to the ground, stomped on it, and leaned in with a wide smirk. Would you vow on it then? Chapter and notes. And so it begins. This chapter is by far the shortest of the story BC. Apparently I have no self-control when it comes to word counts, so expect increasingly longer chapters from now on. Fun fact, Regulus' little prediction game was absolutely not planned. Sometimes my characters do things without my consent, and I just have to run with it. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 2. Chapter Summary. The Aftermath of the Vow. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. When James woke up, his first thought was that his head was about to explode. Logically, James knew that he was being dramatic, and it was probably just the hangover from overdrinking the night before. But emotionally? Yeah, he was dying. The pounding in his head was about to kill him. With much more effort than he was willing to admit, he pushed himself up until he was sitting on his bed. He stood there for a few minutes, staring blankly at the wall in front of him and trying to make sense of the fact that he was awake. Once he was a bit more lucid, he decided that the next logical step was to find himself some hangover potion. Moving automatically, he reached for his nightstand and opened the top drawer where he stored the potion just in case things like this happened. He drank it like a man starved to death, already sensing how the headache receded. Feeling much more human again, he reached out his hand to close the drawer. That's when he saw it. Thin, glowing golden lines circling around his wrist. The mark of an unbreakable vow. Fuck. James let out a high, drawn-out whine as memories of the night before swam to his head. The Muggle pub, catching up with Peter, seeing Regulus and, against his better judgment, deciding to approach him. The talk about Muggles and about marriage and about James' proposition. He remembered Regulus asking him if he was willing to vow that he wouldn't back up. And then nothing. Everything else was blank. He didn't remember making the vow or the specific wording of it. He didn't even remember what he agreed to do, for fuck's sake. James never claimed to be the best at making decisions, but this had to be the worst one he'd ever made. Why did he think it was a good idea? For Merlin's sake, how? Would he even pull this off? He would have to lie to everyone. To his friends, to his parents, to Sirius. Fuck. James agreed to fake an engagement with Sirius' Death Eater little brother. The one that Sirius still couldn't handle to even hear about. The one that did nothing while Sirius was just 16 and being tortured to the point of almost dying. The one that, even now, Sirius still loved and felt the need to protect, even if he would deny it to his dying day. Yeah, James was dead. He wasn't expecting to die by Sirius' hand, but honestly, he had brought it on himself. With a deep breath, James tried to rein in the panic bubbling on his chest. He got up, walked to the kitchen of his flat, and made himself a tea. A good, relaxing cup of tea. He could pretend like nothing had happened, just for the time it took him to drink his tea. Just evade it until the issue went away. No unbreakable vow, no best friend's little brother, no inevitable death. Just him and his morning tea. Yeah, he could do this. Apparently, the universe had other plans for him. Just as he was turning off the kettle, a loud, angry banging came from his flat's entrance door. James tensed. He wasn't expecting any visits, and an unexpected visitor in the middle of a war was not usually good news. He approached the entrance hall carefully and slowly. He opened the door. He didn't know what he was expecting, but a boy not much younger than him was not it. He only had time to see a glimpse of blonde hair, round features, and freckles before the stranger pushed him away and walked into his flat without even looking at him. Bewildered, he closed the door and followed the stranger, who was making himself at home on his living room sofa. James stood there helplessly as the stranger looked him up and down. Then, he looked straight at him with steely gray eyes. Oh, he knew those eyes. "Where the fuck is your wand?" the boy said, tone deadpan. James also knew that voice. "Regulus?" James asked. "Who else?" Regulus huffed. "Honestly, Potter, are you daft? We're in the middle of a war. You don't ever open your front door without a wand at the ready in the middle of a war. What if I was a Death Eater?" James blinked. He trailed off. Regulus rolled his eyes. "All right, that was a bad choice of words, but the point still stands," Regulus stated. "Don't ever open your door without your wand. It's basic common sense." "Yeah, that's probably solid advice," James admitted. "But Regulus, what are you doing here?" Regulus gave him a flat stare. "Please don't tell me you don't remember what happened yesterday," he said. "Oh, right. That," James replied. "I guess we do need to talk about that." "You guessed right," Regulus said, slapping a piece of crumpled paper to the table. Throwing all common sense to the wind, James sat down on the other end of the couch, next to Regulus. "Okay, I understand what you're doing here. What I don't understand is why you look like that," he said, motioning to Regulus' unfamiliar features. "I can't very well show up here as myself, can I?" "It would raise suspicions," he replies. "Well, if we're going to do this, and we don't have much of a choice," James waved his right arm, where the physical reminder of the vow still glowed a faint gold, "then it doesn't much matter if they see us together. That's kind of the point, actually. Oh, Regulus said, blinking rapidly. James got the feeling that he hadn't thought of that. With a deep sigh, Regulus took his wand out and undid the glamours. Soon, the familiar features of the Black family were visible again. That settled. James started, I really hope you remember more of yesterday than I do. I just remember agreeing to the vow, but nothing else afterwards. I don't. But luckily, I seem to have more common sense than you do. He gave James' hand, which was still lacking a wand, a pointed look. I wrote the vow down. Regulus motioned towards the crumpled paper on the table, and James took it with a shaky hand. I, James Fleamont Potter, vow to sign a betrothal contract to Regulus Arcturus Black, and carry on with it until it's mutually agreed that the contract will be broken. James read aloud, feeling the knot of tension in Huss' gut unravel slightly. All right, that's not too bad. Regulus gave him an incredulous look. Not too bad? Don't you realize what this means? James shrugged. Well, we already agreed to do it, didn't we? And as far as unbreakable vows go, this one is doable. Regulus huffed out a strained laugh. Doable? He asked, dumbfounded. Potter, don't you get it? This makes no sense. We make no sense. Selling that we decided to get engaged overnight, especially when you just got out of a relationship, will be damn near impossible. And if we get caught, and it reaches the Dark Lord's ears, what do you think will happen? James thought it over, the feeling of panic settling inside his chest once again. Voldemort wasn't known for his kindness. The tales of what he did to defectors, to people who strayed from the path that was expected of them, were downright inhumane. And if Voldemort knew that one of his followers had allied himself to a known blood traitor in a fake engagement, with ulterior motives unknown no less, the both of them would be in grave danger. James tried not to think about the possibility of Voldemort discovering the reason why he, especially, agreed to this arrangement. Okay, I get it. This could be bad. Very bad. James got out, a feeling of helplessness washing over him. But we can't back out either. It's either doing this or breaking the vow. Either doing this or dying. Regulus nodded. A grave expression settled in his face. And doing it well enough that we're not caught. Which means, Potter. Call me James, he interrupted. If we're going to sell this, you can't be calling me by my surname. Which means James, he repeated, stressing the name with clear exasperation, that no one can't know this is not real. I bloody well hope you're one hell of an actor. Oh, I'm a marvelous actor, James defended himself. Regulus raised an eyebrow, clearly doubting him. Hey, I'll have you know I'm a marauder. Lying to get out of a bad situation is second nature at this point. So you think you can lie to everyone then? Even your friends? Your family? Regulus asked, skeptical. It was a fair concern. James might be a pretty good liar, but that didn't mean he enjoyed it. Sure, he was fine with white lies, but hiding something this big from his loved ones? Yeah, he very much didn't like that. He would do it, of course, but that didn't mean he didn't hate it. He would have to lie to his parents and his friends and Sirius. Fuck Sirius. We have to tell Sirius. Immediately, Regulus tensed. No, he firmly said. No one can know. I know you want to tell him, what with your little codependency issue, but that's not the problem, James interrupted. Sure, I don't like lying to him, especially about this, but I would if I thought I could pull it off. The problem is that I can't. Regulus pinched his nose, sighing heavily. What do you mean you can't? I can't lie to him. Like literally, I can't. He knows me too well. If I tried, he'd spot the lie in seconds. Besides, James added, if he knows, he can support our story. The fact that I can't lie to him is common knowledge. If I were dating someone, especially his little brother, and he didn't know about it, no, that would be unbelievable. If he said he was aware, though, Regulus looked at him in silence for a long moment. James felt like he was staring straight into his soul. All right, he finally conceded. We tell Sirius, but no one else. Well, James trailed off. Regulus groaned. What is it now, Potter? James, he corrected. And you know how Sirius is the one person I can't lie to? Regulus nodded. Remus is the one person he can't lie to. We have to tell him, too. Regulus buried his face in his hands and let out a noise that sounded fairly close to a whine. Fine. Fine, we tell them. But only them. Only them, James agreed. All right, then, go get them. We need to start planning, Regulus said. Right now. The sooner we have a plan, the better. So, yes, right now. Drag them here if you need to. James paused, looking at Regulus. He may have a point, but James wasn't prepared for the inevitable clusterfuck of a morning that awaited him. All right, stay here. I'll be back with them. Regulus nodded, already curling himself on James' sofa like a very exhausted cat. This was going to be a very long morning. Remus had been home for an hour. Less than even. The last pack was ruthless, and had Remus not been around the packs for a year now, he might not have survived the trip. The full moon was a couple days ago, but his muscles felt achy, and the flesh enveloping his bones felt weird, unfamiliar, as if it was trying to get used to being human again. To not take the form of a monster. Remus, even after all those years of having his skeleton rearrange itself, despised the very thought of it. He hated being the wolf, losing himself in its madness, in its untamable hunger, having no control over what he did or who he hurt. He used to be sure of himself, of the lack of blood in his hands, back when the full moons were no more than a playground for a wolf, a stag, a dog, and a rat. He may not have known what happened the day after, but he had 3 sets of eyes to make sure the wolf behaved. Now, with the missions, Remus had no one. Just the shine of the moon, the pain of his body, and an ever-changing parade of people just as susceptible to the weight of the moonlight as he was. He was alone, surrounded by strangers in the worst moments of his life. But Remus was fighting a war, and no war was won without sacrifice. So, he was fine with that. He had to be fine with that, even if sometimes some of the werewolves didn't make it back, and he woke up covered in blood. Even if sometimes he wondered if his hands were still clean, still innocent, or if his whole soul was now bathed in crimson. But Remus didn't know, and what he didn't know, he wouldn't think about. So he went home to Sirius, often sleeping on the sofa, waiting for him. Remus covered him with blankets, went to the kitchen to make them a hot cocoa, plain chocolate for him, and little marshmallows for Sirius, and he woke Sirius up to drink them together. Every time, he wondered how such a simple moment of domesticity could warm his aching body so much, how the mere presence of Sirius, so close yet so far from his reach, could feel like a balm to his soul. Every time he reached the same conclusion. That was just the magic of Sirius Black. So, Remus was in the kitchen, ignoring his body's plea of going to bed, while Sirius laid in the sofa, covered by a thick woolen blanket. That is, until he heard the flames of their fireplace roar to life, followed by the steps of a person pacing in their living room. Prongs? What's going on? Sirius' voice was laced with a faint hint of panic. Promptly, Remus turned off the stove and walked to the living room, mind racing with worry. When he got there, James was being coaxed to the couch by a mildly panicked Sirius. James' usually warm skin was unnaturally pale, and Remus, even at a distance, could smell a faint hint of alcohol coming from him. He looked like shit. Prongs, you're worrying me. Is everything okay? Did something happen with Pete yesterday? Sirius asked. James shook his head, glancing dazedly around the room until his eyes met Remus. I'm engaged, James blurted out. Sirius stopped in his tracks, jaw to the floor. Remus, completely on autopilot, sat on the armchair next to the sofa. What do you mean you're engaged? Did Lily change her mind? Sirius asked. James shook his head. No, it's not Lily. It's someone else, James said, avoiding Sirius' eyes. Remus furrowed his brows, confused. Then, Remus asked. James ran a hand through his hair, trying to pull himself together. Do you remember the mission Dumbledore assigned me? He started. Both nodded. Well, I found an inn. And that inn involves getting married to someone? Sirius prompted warily. James shook his head, wide-eyed. No, definitely not getting married. Just engaged, I promise. I think I'm going to need more than that, Prongs, because this is making no sense, Remus remarked. This felt like a headache in the making. James pursed his lips, hesitant to go on, but the words seemed to get out of him without his consent. He had always resorted to rambling when he was nervous. Well, I was with Wormy yesterday to catch up and have a few pints, right? And I was about to head out with him when I noticed something very strange. Or, well, someone, a Death Eater. Both Sirius and Remus tensed, but James didn't seem to notice. And that's weird, you know? What was a Death Eater doing in a muggle pub? And he wasn't even scheming. He was people watching. How weird is that? So I approached him. Sirius hit him with a cushion. You saw a Death Eater, and instead of running out of there, you approached him? James, are you mad? He exclaimed, stressing his words with more hits. James shielded himself with his arms. I was drunk. You know you shouldn't leave me unsupervised when I'm drunk, he retorted. Sirius huffed, pulling the cushion to his chest. Free from the assault, James kept going. And besides, he wasn't hostile. He stopped, a faraway look on his face. He shook his head. Well, he was harmless. We started talking, and one thing led to another, and he was telling me about how he needed to get engaged, but he didn't want to be married. And I was getting desperate, you know, because I wasn't getting anywhere with Dumbledore's mission, and I was starting to think taking the mark was my only chance, so You thought this was a better option, Remus finished. James nodded, looking at the floor. So you offered to get engaged to him? James shook his head frantically. Fake engaged. I offered to get fake engaged. Sign the betrothal contract and break it off once it's not needed anymore, he explained. Does he know about the mission? Sirius asked, skeptical. Of course not. He doesn't even know I'm a part of the Order. Why would I tell a Death Eater that? James cried out. I told him I wanted my friends to get off my back about Lily. All right. And the best option for that is to fake an engagement? Remus raised an eyebrow. Well, he believed it, so it must not be that far off, James huffed. Then he took a deep breath. He accepted. Sirius hugged the cushion tighter, his eyes resolute. Well, you're not doing it. The whole idea would be dangerous as it is, but a Death Eater? James, that's a death sentence. James buried his face in his hands, looking defeated. Whatever that was for, Remus was sure it wasn't any good. I can't, James whispered. What do you mean you can't? Remus prompted. I know it's a bad idea, all right? The worst I've ever had even, but backing out isn't an option either. I made a vow, James said, deflating. Remus' whole brain stopped, and by the looks of it, so did Sirius. A vow, as in an unbreakable vow. Remus asked cautiously. James nodded. Remus thought, there's the headache. That's... James, what were you even thinking? Sirius asked. I wasn't. He asked for it, and we were both drunk, and it was the only chance I could see of getting in the Death Eater's circle. So I took it, he answered lamely. And now you're engaged to a Death Eater, Remus said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Sirius narrowed his eyes, leaning in to search James' face. There's something else? Prongs. What is it you're not telling us? James whined pathetically, looking on the verge of tears. The Death Eater. You're not going to like who he is. James, if you're engaged to Snivellis, I swear to God, Sirius sneered. It's not him. I wasn't that desperate. James interrupted. Then who is it? Because you haven't looked me in the eye for more than a few seconds since you got here, so it must be really bad, Sirius said. James hunched his shoulders, looking pained. He still wasn't looking Sirius in the eye. James began, trying to steel himself. It's Regulus. Remus immediately tensed. He blinked once, twice, 3 times, praying for whatever god that deigned to listen that he hadn't heard that right. Regulus. Sirius' voice was flat, perfectly curated. His face was masked into the emotionless facade that was so typical of the Black family. Like that, he looked every part the heir he was groomed to be. Remus hated it. Regulus, as in my little brother. My Death Eater little brother. James whined, nodding his head. Oh, James, Remus murmured, voice pained. And James hesitated. He's waiting for you. I told him I couldn't lie to you, especially not about this, and he told me to get you. He's waiting for us right now. Sirius' face fell for only a second, but it was gone so quickly that Remus wondered if it was just a trick of the light. Where? He asked, face still eerily blank. What? Where is he, James? He pinned him with a look so intense that Remus had to wonder if he'd have to help Sirius hide a body by the end of the morning. Worst part was, Remus had no idea whose body it would be. In my flat, Sirius, without uttering a word, stood up and walked to the fireplace in long, determined steps. In a flash of green flames, he was gone. James and Remus shared a panicked look and followed him in a hurry. Remus didn't know what he was expecting to find upon arriving at James' flat. Considering the turbulent nature of the brothers' relationship, it very well could have been an outright duel. Maybe even a fight, with the brothers sparring on the floor. All things considered, a staring contest was not the worst outcome, even if the tension in the air could be cut with the edge of a paper. Regulus was sprawled on James' sofa, propped on an elbow but pinned to place by his brother's glare. His face was unreadable, sporting the same blank mask Sirius was wearing like armor. His body, though, was tense, like he was ready to flee at first sign of a threat, which, considering Sirius' current mood, was not an unlikely possibility. The four of them stood there, waiting, and from the corner of his eye he could see James shifting from foot to foot, nervousness pouring off of him in spades. "You're a fucking idiot," Sirius broke the silence. Regulus sighed, throwing himself back to the couch. Despite his nonchalant stance, he still seemed tense. "Trust me, I'm aware," he answered. Sirius threw himself on the armchair next to the couch, and Remus pulled a chair to sit beside him. "No, really, what were you thinking? A fake engagement? To James Potter, no less." Sirius carried on. James sputtered in offense. "Why do you even need an engagement?" Regulus rolled his eyes, pulling himself up to sit on the sofa. James, hesitantly, sat on the other end, a safe distance away from Regulus. Sirius examined them with narrowed eyes. "Father died, and I'm the heir now. I trust you haven't forgotten what the requisite of taking the title of Lord Black is." Regulus drawled. Sirius cursed under his breath. "A betrothal contract," Sirius answered pointedly. "Fine, I get that. But why the fuck would you choose James?" Regulus shrugged. "I don't want to get married. But Mother has been nagging me, and you know very well that a family like ours does not do well without a head of the family." Potter's proposition seemed like a good deal. James corrected under his breath, earning himself a glare from both brothers. In all honesty, Remus pitted him a bit. An angry Sirius was an imposing presence alone, but adding Regulus to the mix? Yeah, he didn't want to be in the receiving end of that. And an unbreakable vow was the best thing you could think of? Sirius sneered. "I admit that was a lapse in judgment. I wasn't exactly sober at the moment," Regulus answered. Sirius buried his face in his hands and groaned. Remus put a hand on his back, rubbing gentle circles. "All right," Sirius said, voice a bit muffled from his hands. He looked at the pair sitting on the couch. "All right, you better have one hell of a plan, because this is the most reckless shit I've ever seen. And believe me, that's a high bar." James and Regulus shared a brief look, and James cleared his throat. "We don't have a plan. That is," he said sheepishly. Sirius groaned once again, stood up, and began pacing, cursing under his breath. "I didn't want to start planning until everyone involved was here. Helps to keep the story straight," Regulus remarked, eyeing his brother warily. Remus furrowed his brow, confused. "Shouldn't Pete be here then?" he asked. Sirius stopped on his tracks, and the three of them turned to look at Remus, bewildered. "Why would he be here?" "It's bad enough that you two know," Regulus asked. "I mean, doesn't he already know?" At the others' blank faces, Remus kept going, a very bad feeling swelling in his gut. "I assumed Peter was the one to perform the vow. You two couldn't very well do it yourselves. You need a third person. And since James was there to meet Peter, I thought." James and Regulus turned to each other, mirroring expressions of growing horror in their faces. "I didn't see him. Pettigrew was there." Regulus choked out. James shook his head, horrified. Remus didn't like where this was going. "No, he left before I approached you. He had an early shift in the morning," James answered slowly. "Then who was the third person?" Remus asked. "I don't know. My memory's blank after we agreed to perform the vow," James stated, eyes wide and still trained on Regulus. "Neither do I," Regulus said simply. Sirius resumed his pacing, cursing included. "Great," Sirius said, sounding like he was on the edge of mental collapse. "Just great. It keeps getting better." A whole person out there who knows your engagement is fake, and you don't even know who it is. Yeah, well, what's done is done. Can we just get on with planning? I have matters to attend to after this. Regulus said, annoyed. How he had the gall to be annoyed in this situation, Remus would never know. Sirius sat on the armchair, conducting some kind of breathing exercises to try to calm himself. Knowing him, he was probably on the edge of hexing his brother. Fine. We need to make one hell of a backstory now. Especially if there's someone out there who knows the truth, Sirius said. A backstory? For what? James asked rather dumbly. Sirius gave him a flat look. I don't know if you've noticed, but you two make no sense, Sirius said. James and Regulus looked at each other awkwardly. And not just as a couple. James, you might be a pure blood, and the Potters are wealthy and well-respected, but there's no way in hell Walburga would consider arranging a marriage with your family. In fact, no traditional pure-blood family would. So the engagement must be because of love, I'm guessing? Not because it was a suitable match. Remus inquired. Sirius turned to him with a broad grin, and Remus' heart skipped a beat. Exactly, Mooney. At least someone here has a brain, he remarked dryly, throwing a pointed glare towards his brother and his best friend. Regulus huffed, looking a bit like a scolded child. So we decided to get engaged because we were in love. James' face turned sour. Then our history can't be recent. I was with Lily until a few months ago, and I refuse to say I cheated on her. I won't do that to her, especially if she can't know it's not true. She can't, Regulus confirmed, crossing his arms over his chest. But if not recent, then when? Maybe you can say you were together for a bit at Hogwarts, Remus offered. Sirius crunched his face. Oh, I hate that. I hate that with a passion. But it's the only thing that makes sense, he said, voice pained. How does that make sense? Regulus asked, raising an eyebrow. I recall Potter. James opened his mouth, presumably to correct him, and Regulus rolled his eyes and resumed, speaking before James could. I recall James very loudly professing his love for Evans at every given moment. It wouldn't make sense that he'd be in a relationship, let alone in love with someone else, if he was doing that. Sirius hummed, thoughtful. Well, there was a time when he stopped doing that and focused on being Lily's friend, wasn't there? James nodded. James nodded, rather proudly. From the start of 6th year until the end of 7th year. Not a single love profession, right? That's when Evans asked you out, wasn't it? Sirius said, snapping his fingers. Regulus' eyebrows raised wildly, and he leaned forward with interest. Evans asked you out? Really, he asked, voice laced with surprise. I find that hard to believe. So did everyone else. A right shock. That was, Sirius said, grinning at James. James flipped him the bird. So we have about 1.5 years of range for another relationship. It could explain why James laid off, too, Remus remarked, trying to bring them back to the topic. But how could we even have started that relationship? We didn't exactly spend much time together. What with being in different houses and different years? Regulus inquired. Well, Remus started, a bit hesitant. Sirius ran away the summer before 6th year. And James has never been good at minding his own business. So maybe he could have approached you to see if you were open to the idea of rekindling your relationship with Sirius. That would make sense for James, Sirius hummed, thoughtful. Regulus rolled his eyes. If he had attempted that, I would have hexed him so badly that he would not have approached me again, Regulus said, rather coldly. So that's out of the question. Sirius rolled his eyes, but Remus could see the comment had irked him. Try as he might, Sirius had never been able to hide from Remus how badly he had wanted his brother back, especially those first few years. So, what do you propose, then? Sirius asked pointedly. What if we started meeting by chance? James chimed in. I could have met him somewhere and stayed to talk to him, and then kept coming back. Regulus hummed. That makes more sense. I was in the astronomy tower after curfew a lot, so if we met then it could explain why no one knew we were meeting. Sirius tensed. You were alone there at night? The astronomy tower is very high. I know, Regulus answered, voice measured. Sirius' eyes widened minutely, and Remus, always attuned to Sirius, could sense the worry buried somewhere in there. What the worry was, though, he didn't know. Subtly, He put his hand on Sirius' shoulder. Sirius inhaled sharply and shook himself out of whatever that was. James, oblivious to the moment between the brothers, hummed. So, the astronomy tower it is. What next? Well, when did you start dating? Remus asked. Maybe after the Christmas holidays? I could have realized I liked him as more than a friend then, because I didn't see him for weeks and still thought of him. James proposed. That would have been a very awkward Christmas then, Sirius commented. James huffed out a laugh. So, you realize you like him. And then what? Kissed him the first time you saw him again? Remus joked. You know what? I think I would do just that, James said. Sometimes Remus wondered how a person like James even existed, because he knew for a fact that James would, indeed, do just that. Remus looked at Sirius from the corner of his eye. If only he had that same confidence. So, what? You went to the tower and just kissed me? Regulus asked, aghast. Yup. And since this is a love story, you kissed me back, James replied with a grin. Regulus closed his eyes and took a deep breath. And then I tell Sirius. Somehow, that didn't surprise Remus at all. The day James Potter kept a secret from Sirius Black, hell would freeze over. You tell me after you kissed my brother? Have you no shame? Sirius asked, horrified. Hey, it was an impulsive decision. I didn't plan it beforehand. James defended. Well, you could have told me when you started liking him. Why did you have to wait until you kissed him to tell me? Sirius cried out, offended. Merlin, would you two calm down? It's not like it's real. Regulus chided. James crossed his arms, and Sirius huffed. All right, you told me after you kissed him. But don't expect me to have reacted well, Sirius said. You most likely ignored me for a few days, James agreed. And I might have tried to punch you, Sirius added. James nodded, like it was the only outcome that made sense. To those two, it probably did. Well, you tell Sirius and you have a brawl. What then? Regulus prompted, exasperated. When do you think you two would have broken up? It has to be after a considerable amount of time, since you're supposedly still hung up on each other, Remus said. It definitely has to be before Lily asked him out. Months before, I would say, or else it would look like she was a rebound, Sirius said thoughtfully. James made a face, clearly not liking the thought either. Regulus was quietly looking at the floor, his naturally pale face looking a bit sickly. Regulus? Remus asked carefully. Right after Christmas of your 7th year, he said quietly. You broke up with me on our anniversary? That's harsh, James joked. Regulus, still looking at the floor, shook his head. No, you broke up with me. That's... Regulus paused, taking a breath. That's when I got the mark. Christmas of my 6th year. The room fell quiet. Regulus, still looking at the floor, didn't see how James' features softened, nor did he see how Sirius gripped tightly the arm of Remus' chair. But Remus did, and, for a second, he wished he hadn't. You were 16? James whispered. Just barely, Regulus said, voice still quiet. My birthday is the 28th of December. I took the mark on the 23rd. It felt unnatural, in a room full of people who were always recklessly outspoken, that no one seemed to have a word to say. Regulus cleared his throat, composing himself. So, you saw the mark and broke up with me. We can say we don't want to talk about that to people who don't know, because it's not like it's general knowledge, but it could work for those who know, Regulus said, clearly trying to change the subject. James nodded dazedly. That would make sense, he said. He let out a long exhale. I was probably devastated. Maybe that's how Mooney found out. He found me crying in the dorm. Sirius waved a hand dismissively. Mooney's too smart for that. He would have figured it out before that. Maybe he saw us on the map? James proposed. Most likely. So, he found you there crying, and he comforted you because he already knew what must have happened, Sirius said. Knowing him, he wouldn't even say he knew. James nodded. Yeah, he most likely wouldn't say anything. So, he knew, but I didn't know he did. Wait, Regulus interjected. The map? What map? The three of them shared a look. That's a marauder's secret, Reg. I'm afraid I can't tell you, James said with a mischievous smile. Regulus rolled his eyes. Fine, keep your secrets, he pointed at James with narrowed eyes. And don't call me Reg. Actually, Remus interjected, It would make more sense for James to call you Reg. You're engaged, after all. Regulus groaned. I'm starting to regret my decisions, he grumbled. You're starting to regret them now? Sirius asked. Regulus' only response was an indignant huff. So, if we broke up because of that, why do we get back together? I just can't think of a reason, James said. Maybe breaking things off with Lily put things into perspective, Remus offered. You realized you missed Regulus, and you were too hasty in breaking up with him, and then you met by chance yesterday and decided not to waste time. We could have decided we wanted to get back together, and once I told you I needed to get betrothed soon, you asked me to marry you, Regulus said thoughtfully. We could say we want a long engagement, to explore our relationship before getting married. That way, we have breathing room to break it off, and we have an excuse for the breakup. Say we were different after growing up, and we don't work anymore. That could work, James said. Sirius nodded in agreement. So, we have a backstory, Remus said. What now? Regulus grimaced. Now I tell Mother. Remus pursed his lips. Will that be a problem? Unpleasant, more like. She definitely won't be pumped, but I know how to handle her. Sirius crossed his arms, ever so defiant. Well, you better not be lying because that's not the only thing you'll be telling her. Oh, Regulus raised an eyebrow. And, pray tell, what else do I need to tell her? That I'm going back to the family, Sirius said. Remus' breath stopped. He hadn't heard that right. He needed to not have heard it right. Sirius had never been one to complain or to speak freely about what happened in Grimmauld Place. But from the tidbits of information he'd collected over the years, Remus knew it was nothing short of a nightmare. The mere thought of Sirius, carefree, rebellious, beautiful Sirius, once again sharing the same space as the monster that was Walburga Black was enough to pull Remus into the depths of a panic. Remus thought, once Sirius ran away, that he was free from the horrors of that house, that family, that he'd have the liberty to grow, to be free, to heal from the heaps of trauma he carried on his shoulders. And now, Sirius was saying he wanted to go back. No, James stated. Resolute, strong, determined. And Remus knew why. If he knew just bits of the story, James knew it all. You're not going back there. I won't let you. You can't stop me, Sirius said, just as determined, matching James' intensity like only he knew how. You made an unbreakable vow. You either do this or you die. But I'm not going to let you do this alone. Sirius, I'm not going to let you go back there. You expect me to just sit there while you go back to an abusive household? Like hell I will, James exclaimed. Well, I'm doing it either way. I know how that family is, James, and I know how it can rot you from the inside. So if you have no choice other than getting tied into it, you're not doing it alone. Not this, James, Sirius stated fiercely. And oh, Remus knew that look. Once Sirius got that look, there was no changing his mind. James knew it too. He had seen it countless times over the years. He knew that, try as he might, he could not stop him. It didn't mean they had to like it, though. Sirius. Regulus' quiet, choked voice felt like a slap on the face. Regulus looked vulnerable, like a child, small and scared, fearing the monsters underneath his bed. One word, one single name, uttered like a plea for mercy. And Remus realized two things at once. The first one was that if Remus knew bits and James knew the story, only Regulus had been there to live through it. He knew everything, not because he was told, but because he'd experienced it in his own flesh. The pain, the punishments, the torture, Regulus had seen it all. Even if they spent their whole lives trying to, neither James nor Remus would ever know as well as Regulus what happened in the privacy of that damned house of horrors. And the second, and perhaps the most heart-shattering, was that this was the first time Regulus had addressed his brother by his name today. Maybe even the first time in years. You can't go back there, Regulus choked out. You left. You got out. You got your freedom. Sirius, you can't. It's too big of a sacrifice, Siri. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I let you. Remus prided himself in being the person who could read Sirius the best. Every mood, every feeling, every thought, Remus picked them apart and absorbed them like a man starved. But for the first time in his life, he couldn't decipher what was going on in Sirius' mind. Something unreadable passed through Sirius' face, perhaps an explosion of emotions. But as quick as it came, it was gone, and Sirius steeled his features into the harshest he'd ever seen on him. "Good thing I'm not doing this for you, then," he spat, words laced with venom. "I'm doing this for my brother." Regulus shrank into himself, recoiling like he'd just been hit. His eyes watered, and he blinked, trying to rein the tears back. In the years that Remus had known him, albeit peripherally, this was the first time Remus had seen Regulus' mask crack. Unwillingly, his heart hurt for him. But Regulus quickly pulled himself together, ice-cold mask sculpting his features until they were made from marble. "All right then," he said, voice hollow, cold. "If you're so desperate to go back to Mother, that's none of my business." Sirius' whole body tensed, probably trying to stop the situation before it escalated further. James jumped in. Would they even let Sirius back? James blurted out. Both brothers turned to him, and he hunched his shoulders under the pressure of their stares. "I mean, you were disinherited. They might not let you back even if you try to." "They will," Regulus said. "Mother burned him off the tapestry, and they transferred the heirship to me. But only Father, as the head of the family, had the power to disinherit him. He never did." "Why?" Sirius asked weakly. "He was waiting for you to come back," Regulus stated, stone cold, as if he hadn't thrown a bomb with his words that was sure to shatter Sirius. See, Sirius' relationship with his mother had always been simple. He hated her and all that she did. But his father was more complicated. While he was neglectful and pushed far too high expectations on his shoulders, he had never taken part on Walburga's abuse. Sirius had confessed one sleepless night in hushed whispers that sometimes Sirius felt like deep down his father cared. "It will not be easy to convince Mother, but it is doable," Regulus kept going, ignoring the clear signs of distress his brother was displaying. "But we can't state your intent to rejoin the family until I'm officially Lord Black." Sirius huffed. "Why, scared that I will take the title away from you. If I'm not lord of the family, I could do nothing to protect you from Mother," Regulus said emotionlessly, like he was stating facts. "I don't need anything from you, much less your protection," Sirius retorted coldly. "I know. Consider this my way of repaying you for our childhood. I don't like to owe people things." Sirius stood still, looking at Regulus like he was a stranger. Regulus stood up, spine straight, and pose regal. "I'm leaving. I'll reach out to you once things with Mother are settled. Until then, don't try to get in contact with me." Without more ado, Regulus walked out of the living room, the sound of the front door closing reverberating through the quiet space. After a moment of pause, Sirius stood up too, the flash of green flames the only sign that he was leaving. James and Remus looked at each other. "Fuck," James said. "Fuck indeed," Remus replied. Chapter and notes. Well, that was rough. Not Regulus going off on James for opening the door without his wand skull. If only someone told Canon James that. James stressing that his engagement is fake like 1,000 times was so funny to me. That man was absolutely terrified of Sirius' reaction. Also, Sibling-Angst? I love sibling angst. I'm doing this for my brother? Sirius, sir, that was ruthless. Anyways, hope you enjoyed. Chapter 3. Chapter Summary. A talk with Walburga and some one-on-one time with Regulus and James. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Regulus Black was living on borrowed time. He was well aware of it. He knew he should have died that day in the cave, under the wounding caress of cold, bony fingers that pulled him relentlessly under the water. He knew he would die from the moment he decided to go there. He was so sure of it, in fact, that he wanted it. The relief of facing death face to face, by his own choosing no less, had been the most promising option to him. Death, instead of a lifetime of rules leashing him by the neck. Death, instead of a servitude that was forced upon him. Death, instead of the endless yearning of a better life that, for someone like him, was never in the cards. A good life was something only good people deserved. People like Sirius, brave and bold, and so kind under all that reckless bravado. Or Andromeda, fierce, sweet Andromeda, who didn't fear losing all she had if it meant finding something more, something better. People like Pandora. But on those days, it was better not to think of Pandora. Safer, if for him or for her, Regulus didn't know. Regulus was not meant to live a good, long life. And then he was pulled out of the water, gasping, half delirious, and covered in deep wounds. Regulus survived. He got a second chance in life, a borrowed one, and like a man who lived under death's watchful eyes, Regulus decided to use it, which led to that little wooden box. Heavily warded, ever closed, a simple wooden box laid in the floor of Regulus' childhood bedroom. Inside, almost inconspicuous under all that protection, was Slytherin's locket. In the months since he got it, looking at the box had become one of Regulus' most common habits. He had been in this very same position, sitting on the floor of his bedroom a safe distance away from the box, many times since. Body still as a statue, thinking and overthinking about endless matters. Today, Regulus' mind was on James Potter. Regulus was no fool. He was born from liars and raised through lies, so he could spot one from miles away. And James, though well-intended, was an obvious one. Not a member of the Order of the Phoenix's Ars. Noble, chivalrous James Potter, always ready for action, always looking for his next adventure. Loyal James Potter, whose friends were all members of the Order. If the offer had been there, which Regulus didn't doubt it had, he would have jumped on the chance to join. A world in which James Potter was not fighting for what he believed in was nothing more than a falsity. But Regulus could use it to his advantage. As unexpected as the deal with him had been, a link with the Order was nothing he could pass on. Not now, not while he worked for his self-appointed mission. He was done being inactive. Now, on borrowed time, Regulus Black wanted to fight, and his first battle was with his mother. Regulus took the box with careful hands and laid it neatly in its usual hiding spot beneath the floorboards. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and went to search for his mother. He found her in the drawing room, with an overly ornate teacup in her hand. "Mother," he greeted, voice calm and silky, every part the perfect air she wished for. Walburga offered him a slight smile. "Regulus," she said, voice kind, "come to join me?" Regulus smiled back, taking a seat in front of her. "I have a matter I wish to discuss, if you have the time," he said. Walburga raised an eyebrow, interested. "Of course. Could this be about your marriage prospects?" "It is," Regulus said. Walburga nodded for him to continue. "I have been rejecting every suitable match you've presented. I want to tell you why." Walburga leaned in, curiosity piqued. Regulus offered her a sheepish look. "I confess, Mother, that I have been rejecting them because none of them was the person I wanted." Walburga blinked, clearly surprised. "The person you wanted?" "I fell in love back at Hogwarts. We were together for a year before we parted." He averted his eyes, as if embarrassed. "I tried to fight my affections for this person, unwilling to fall for someone of whom you hadn't approved as of yet, but my heart was quickly stolen. Though we broke up, I have never stopped hoping that this person would come back." Walburga took a measured sip of her tea, scanning Regulus with her eyes. His skin felt itchy, and there was an ever-present sense of wrong that didn't ever go to rest until she was no longer near him. Still, he kept himself controlled, looking at her with tender, yet determined eyes. "Why is this the first time I'm hearing of this, Regulus?" "Because even if I hoped, I thought it pointless," he sighed. Then he forced his eyes to shine with the smallest spark of childish glee. "But it is no more. We met by chance a few days ago, and we've decided that we would like to get back together. We want to get betrothed, Mother, but I can't do it unless I know we would have your support." Regulus knew what to say to make his mother tick. Dealing with Walburga Black was not an easy feat, but if he knew what to say, then it was child's play. Walburga, behind all the layers of stone, feared being alone. The thought of being abandoned in that cold, hostile house, with only generations of their ancestors' portraits for company, was the thing that scared her the most. She needed to know she would not be left behind. Regulus Guide to Dealing with Walburga Black. Step 1. Make her think she's indispensable. Walburga's features softened slightly. "I have always trusted your judgment, Regulus. Why would you think I would not support your union?" Regulus took a deep breath. "It is a man, Mother," Walburga hummed, not looking too bothered. Regulus expected that it wasn't this part that would be troublesome. It is not uncommon nowadays for two wizards to wed. Magical surrogacy is very evolved, Would this man you speak of be fine with a child that came from your blood and not his?" Regulus nodded eagerly. "He knows how important our family is to me. He would never oppose the continuation of the Black Line. Then why would I not give my support? It might not be common, but it's not scandalous. As long as he's a pure blood, it would not be a disgrace to the family," she said. As a thought struck her mind, her features hardened. "He is a pure blood, right?" "Of course he is a pure blood," he said, faking offense. Regulus didn't much care about someone's blood status, thought it a bother to even learn it, but he had to play the part. He looked down at the floor, hesitating. "But I fear you would not support our union if you knew who he is." Walburga narrowed her eyes. "And who would this man be?" Regulus opened his mouth, then closed it, lowered his eyes to his hands, allowed his interwoven fingers to twitch nervously. Then, as if deeply ashamed, he said, "James Potter." Walburga put the teacup down with measured movements, most likely to hold herself back from throwing it at the wall. Her whole face was painted with disgust, and when she spoke again, her tone threatened danger. "James Potter is a known blood traitor." Regulus closed his eyes, as if ashamed. "I know. I was reluctant to engage with him at Hogwarts, and once again when we met a few days ago. You know I would never associate with the likes of him." His voice lowered to barely above a whisper. He may himself sound vulnerable, but just slightly so. A tone only appropriate for a confession between close family, but still strong enough not to portray weakness. "But he loves me, Mother. He loves me more than he loves his ideas. He's willing to join the family and all it stands for, as long as I'm by his side." Walburga regarded him with skepticism. "And you're sure this is not a trick?" "I am," Regulus answered without hesitation. "He's an honest man, and he can't lie even at one point. If he says he's willing to renounce his blood traitor ways, I believe him in a heartbeat." Walburga remained doubtful, but Regulus could see the cracks in her resolve, and he knew just what to do to crack her completely. Walburga needed to have control over the people near her. To her, a person under her control was one that would never leave her. A puppet never leaves its master. After all, Sirius had rebelled against her control, fought with claws and teeth until he was bleeding in the ground. Relentless, brave, he had refused to be a puppet for their mother. But Walburga was not one to sit idly while she saw someone leave. When her control was refused, Walburga needed to assert dominance. So, she punished. She punished and pushed the limits so far that they snapped and became unrecognizable. When Sirius fought, she fought harder. Regulus now knew that when one of the fighters was a child, it was not a fight. It was abuse. Regulus wasn't like Sirius. He wasn't brave, nor reckless, but he was observant. He discovered young that if he didn't fight, if he gave what was asked of him willingly, Walburga would give too. So, he took advantage of it. He learned how to give her what she wanted without being asked, just so he could take what he wanted from her. If his mother ever taught him something, it was manipulation. Sometimes he wondered if he was as bad as her. Sometimes he wondered if he was worse. He shut down that trail of thought very quickly. Step 2. Give her control. "Mother," Regulus enveloped her hands with his own tenderly. "I will not go through with this if you don't support it. Your opinion matters the most to me. You know that. I will learn to live with a broken heart if that's what you wish, even if it takes my whole life to do it." When Walburga's eyes shined with fond indulgence, Regulus knew he had cracked her completely. She squeezed Regulus' hands with a softness that was almost uncharacteristic of her. "You have done a lot for this family, never asking for much in return. If this is the one thing you wish to have for yourself, I cannot deny you of it." Regulus squeezed her hands back, smiling gratefully at her. "Thank you, Mother." She broke the contact, her stern demeanor back in place. "I will need to meet him before signing the contract. Tell him I will be expecting him this Saturday. He has to prove he's worthy to take the name of Black." "Of course, Mother. I would expect nothing else," Regulus replied. Walburga took the teacup once again, sipping it with a thoughtful look. "James Potter," she said slowly, as if testing how the name rolled off her tongue. "He's the one your disgrace of a brother ran off to, is he not?" Regulus tensed. "He is. I wonder if he'll wish to come back, now that the Potter boy is tying himself to our family," she said, though she sounded off. Had Regulus not known better, he would have thought there was tentative hope hidden behind her words. He might, Regulus answered. Those two are joined at the hip. Where James goes, Sirius follows. Besides, he always hated the role of the heir. Now that I'm taking the title of Lord, he would be free from the responsibility. You know, he never did well with it. Walburga hummed. We'll see. That boy has a lot to make up for if he wishes to return to the family. His actions are not easily forgiven. Regulus felt his whole body go cold. He knew from the moment Sirius stated that he was coming back that their mother would want to punish him. That was why he couldn't let Sirius anywhere near her until he became head of the family. He couldn't let his brother be hurt, not again. Regulus might not be Sirius' brother anymore, but Sirius would always be Regulus. It is not yet set in stone. He might not want to return, even if James is here, he said. The lie felt like ash in his mouth. His mother's hum was his only answer. Regulus was coming. Admittedly, James hadn't meant for that to sound so foreboding. In fact, considering their current situation, it was almost a given that he would show up to James' flat sooner or later. At least this time, he'd warned him of his arrival, and he had said that he'd get in contact once he settled things with his mother. It was just that, as expected as his presence was, James didn't know what to make of it. He'd always been far better at reading people than he was given credit for. Sure, he could be oblivious at times, and with the way his mind sped up way ahead of him, it was not uncommon for him to miss some things. But people, their emotions in particular, had always been James' forte. Reading people was an ability he had honed over the years. What with being surrounded by friends as unstable as his could get. He read moods like he scored goals in Quidditch, which, not to brag, was no small thing. He was good with people. He knew that. Everyone knew that. But Regulus Black evaded him. Not that he had much experience with him, mind, but he usually had someone pegged in a single conversation. Regulus seemed to be the exception. With him, James never quite knew what to expect. Every time he thought he'd started to figure him out, he would change so abruptly that he was left wondering if what he thought he knew had been an illusion. He had masks, perfectly curated and ready to be switched at a moment's notice. That if nothing else, James was sure of. And the expertise with which he changed them, switching between one and another in the span of seconds, scared James. Because to mold a mask, you had to suppress the parts of yourself that don't fit with it. Bury them deep, deep down, and never allow them to come out unless you wanted the mask to crack. But what was repressed needed a way to come out, or else it would come bursting out like water from a punctured dam. Regulus masks were a ticking bomb. James feared that, in unmasking him, all that was hidden underneath would come out with an explosion. And if they wanted this to work, to be believable, James had to know what was under the mask. So foreboding undertones included Regulus was coming. Any minute now, in fact. Needless to say, James was a bit stressed, pacing around the room to burn off the excess energy, mind overactive with possibilities, so deep in his own head that when the door finally came, he almost collided with the table. He paused to compose himself, straightening his jumper and running a hand through his ever-messy hair in a futile attempt to tame it down. After taking a deep, steadying breath, he opened the door. "Hey, you came." Regulus eyed him up and down with an unimpressed expression. "I told you I would, right?" James scratched his neck, uncomfortable. With the craziness of the last few days, James hadn't had an opportunity to take Regulus in. Look at him, sure, but he'd been so distracted by everything going on that he'd barely registered more than the gray eyes and dark, curly hair. Now, with Regulus just a few feet away and no glamours hiding his features, James was having a hard time not staring at him. Frankly, Regulus was gorgeous. James had known that, of course, since there hardly was a black that didn't make you want to whine to whichever higher power was willing to listen about the sheer unfairness that was their genetics. Even Sirius himself, with his long, wavy hair and his angled aristocratic features, looked like he had stepped out of a runway on any given moment. But to James, that had never been more than a passing thought. An established reality, so normal to him that it barely even registered. Until now, that is. And oh, that was dangerous. Because for all that Regulus was sharp, jagged edges that aimed to cut more often than not, he looked so soft. His family's features, pointed and refined, seemed to have almost skipped him. His face was rounder, like it had been crafted with tenderness in contrast to his relative's harshness. His skin was pale, smooth, and for the first time, James noticed that the bridge of his nose was splattered with light freckles that expanded to his cheeks. Idly, James wondered if that was the only place they resided in. From up close, Regulus looked cherubic, innocent, naive even, a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Are you going to let me in any time soon?" James snapped out of it, immediately walking back to allow him access. What the fuck was wrong with him? "So, everything all right with Wahlberga?" James said as he walked back to the room and settled in on the couch, plastering an easygoing smile on his face. Regulus sat beside him, and James wondered if that was his life now. Sitting on the couch with Regulus Black. All things considered, it might be. Regulus hummed, as well as can be expected. She wasn't too happy with the news, but I managed to convince her. "She's expecting you to come by tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" James spluttered. "She doesn't like wasting time," Regulus answered noncommittally. "Right? Right, tomorrow. I'm guessing I need to wear dress robes?" "Nothing too fancy, but yes. Though that is the least of our concerns," he pinned James with an intense gaze. "You need to be prepared." Wasn't that a comforting thing to say? "How so?" "We need her to like you. Having her support is crucial for things to run smoothly, and with you being—" He gestured broadly to James. "Well, let's just say there's a lot to work on." James took offense to that. "I'll let you know I'm very likable. Old ladies love me." "We're talking about Wahlberga Black here, Potter," Regulus drawled. "Okay, he had a point. So, what do I do to make her like me?" Regulus regarded him for a moment. "Is hoping you're well-versed in social etiquette too much to ask for?" James huffed out a laugh. "I was raised by Euphemia Potter. I have been drilled on etiquette since I was a child." Regulus raised a very judgmental eyebrow, to which James rolled his eyes. "Just because I don't use it doesn't mean I don't know it." Regulus pinched the bridge of his nose, right over his freckles. "All right, I'll take your word for it. Don't make me regret it, or else—" Yeah, I get it. "So, what else?" Regulus posed. "What do you know of Wahlberga Black?" "Huh, tough question." Somehow, James doubted that she's the devil incarnate and eats children for breakfast counted as an answer. Neither did the much tamer she deserves to get thrown in Azkaban and never see the light of day again. "She's traditional, very strict," he said instead. Regulus nodded. "That she is, but that's not what you need to know about her. What's relevant is the fact that she's a control freak." James reeled back in shock. From what Sirius had told him, James had already gathered that. But to hear it from Wahlberga's golden boy, she needs to have everyone under her thumb. She'll try to manipulate you, get you under her control. Regulus pushed on, looking at him intently. "And you have to let her." James' brain stopped working. "Let her manipulate me?" "Yes. Or at the very least, let her think so. If she believes she has control over you, she'll approve of you." Regulus sighs. "I know it sounds bad, but it's the only way to get to her." James nervously ran a hand through his hair. "All right, how do I do that?" "First, she'll try to get a reaction. You can, by no means, do that. Especially if it's about Sirius." James tried to object, but Regulus carried on with a pointed look. "You have to agree with her. If she insults you, take it with grace. If she insults Sirius, shut the fuck up and let me handle it. This is non-negotiable." "You expect me to say nothing if she insults Sirius?" James asked heatedly. "Yes. You need to make her believe Sirius is not as important to you as her approval. Don't ever rise to the bait," Regulus stressed. At James' palpable protest, he added, "Need I remind you what's at stake?" James buried a groan in his hands. "Fine. Fine, I'll try. But I don't see how this relates to the whole manipulation thing." Regulus smirked. "Because if you let her win, she'll think you're doing it for me." "Still not getting it. Think of it like this. If your puppet has a puppet, then so do you. If she thinks I control you, then so does she." "But you don't control me," James retorted, once again lost. Regulus rolled his eyes. "Clearly not, or else this would be far easier. But we need to make her think I do, which means that you have to act like you're absolutely besotted with me. So much so that you do anything, give up on anything, as long as it makes me happy. Then, you'll have her. Sometimes over the years, James had wondered how Regulus had managed to survive in the same house that almost killed Sirius. Through late-night conversations buried in blankets, Sirius had told him it was because his brother was just like them. Just as cold, just as rotten, that he was nothing more than their mother's chess piece, unable to form a single thought that wasn't approved by her first. He was starting to think Sirius was wrong. So we need to act like we're disgustingly in love, James concluded. Astute observation. How much brain power did that take you? Regulus drawled. James chuckled. A lot, thanks for asking. But if we're meant to be in love, there's some things we must take into consideration. Like what? Regulus asked, voice careful like he was already regretting the question. Well, lovers know each other. The big things, the small things. Especially if we've been together for a year before. That seems plausible. Regulus sounded pained, like admitting James was right was hurting him. How do you propose we do that? Well, usually these things are learned through spending time together. But since we don't exactly have much of that, we need to fast-track it, James grinned. So, we play 20 questions. Regulus' eyes were so judgmental that James would have felt more at ease in front of a whole Wisengamot jury. What are we? Third years. Come on, it will be fun, he smiled encouragingly. I'll even let you do the honors. Ask me a question, set the tone. Regulus looked skeptical. I don't even know what I should ask. James wiggled his eyebrows. There must be something you want to know about me. Regulus pretended to think about it. Not really, no. Must you always be so mean? James whined. Yes. There you go. First question answered. James gasped. That's not fair. Even if that was a question, you didn't even answer properly. Shame. You know what? I'm banning yes or no answers. Detailed answers only, James said, pointing a finger to Regulus like a scolding mother. Regulus crossed his arms. All right, give me an example. Fine. What's your favorite book? Just as Regulus opened his mouth, James added, and be honest. Regulus hesitated. You wouldn't know it. James raised an eyebrow. Test me. Blood Weddings by Federico Garcia Lorca, he said, toned slightly like he already knew James was going to fail the test. Fine, you're right. I don't know it, James conceded. Sounds like a book about pure blood genealogy, though. The side of Regulus' mouth curled slightly. You couldn't be more wrong. Oh, what is it then? It's a Muggle play. That James definitely wasn't expecting. A Muggle play? How did you even get that? It was in a bookstore in Nocturne Alley, Regulus shrugged. My best guess is they saw the title, assumed the same as you, and didn't ever read it. They would have burned it if they did, I think. Why? It's set in a small Muggle village in Spain during the first half of the century. The characters are not even nobility. It's not exactly the kind of things that appeal to purebloods. Why do you like it then? James asked. Regulus looked away. I didn't at first. The writing is beautiful, but it's full of symbols, and the context was so unfamiliar to me that it was almost like reading fantasy. It was confusing. I don't like not understanding things, though, so I read it again, and again, and again until I did. He pursed his lips, deep in thought. Once you understand something, truly understand it, it's difficult not to see yourself in it. What did you relate to? James asked, voice soft. Regulus immediately tensed, the walls that had been slowly lowering back up in a second. I think it's my turn to ask a question, he remarked dryly. James, as much as he wanted to, decided not to push it. Sure, ask away. Regulus bit his lip while he considered what to say. It was a bit distracting. What's your favorite color? James whistled, reclining into the couch with a big grin. Pulling out the big guns, are we? Just answer, Regulus said dryly. He also took a conveniently close cushion and hit James with it for good measure. James shielded himself from the onslaught, letting out a chuckle. It's yellow. Ah. Regulus pulled the cushion weapon to himself, hugging it to his chest. I half thought it was going to be red. Is it at least a golden kind of yellow? I get that a lot if you'll believe it, James joked. Regulus fixed him with a flat look. James laughed. But no, it's not. It's a warmer kind of yellow, like a sunflower. Regulus tilted his head, considering both him and his answer. It fits you. How so? It's flashy. A happy color. Makes me want to gouge out my eyes whenever I see it. Just like you. Oh, am I too much for your delicate Slytherin sensibilities? Regulus lifted the cushion, threatening another attack. James raised his hands in a motion of surrender. It is a happy color. You're right about that. And it's very comforting. I'll have you know. Not for me. What's your favorite color then? Since you're so keen on judging mine, I'm expecting it to be better. It is better. Regulus tilted up his chin, like the pretentious arshole he was. It's dark purple. James grinned. So our colors are complementary. I didn't peg you for the kind of guy who knows what complementary colors are. James crossed his arms, huffing out a laugh. Mary's doing. You spend enough time with her, and you'll be an expert on color theory. Mary, Regulus prompted, tilting his head. Mary McDonald. She was a Gryffindor in my year. A fond smile overtook his face. She was amazing with fashion, easily the best dressed everywhere she went. She had all these magazines that she used to take everywhere, and Sirius and I took to reading them whenever we were bored in class. He chuckled lightly, eyes lost somewhere on the wall behind. Regulus' head. We got them confiscated a lot. She hit us with whatever was near and made us promise to buy her another one. We never did, but I wish we had. Regulus pursed his lips, mouth downturned. When he spoke, he did so with a voice so soft, so careful, that James almost didn't believe it came from him. Was past tense. Is she? No. James hurried out. Well, I hope not, at least. We haven't seen her in a while. Doubt we ever will again. Oh, Regulus looked down, gathering himself. He was clearly battling between curiosity and tact, and after a few moments, curiosity seemed to win. What happened? James didn't know whether to answer. It was difficult, even now, to think of Mary, but every word spoken about her was always worth it. The memory of her, always would be. Despite the ache of a lost friend, he knew she was out there, safer than any of them, and that was enough to put him at ease most of the time. But he didn't know if Regulus would understand. Regulus Black, raised in privilege just like James was, but never taught how to break it little by little until he could say he at least knew it was a problem. Him, who was a part of the very same group that broke Mary until she couldn't handle it anymore. A Death Eater. But Regulus went to Muggle pubs. He read Muggle literature, and then he read it again until he understood it. He related to it. It was probably just wishful thinking, but maybe he might not understand it because no one really did until they lived it in their own skin, but maybe he would try to. And James, he wanted to talk about her. He had, in the past, with Lily and Marlene and Sirius. But Lily and Marlene were her best friends, and Sirius had always been far closer to her than any of the guys were. James wanted to talk about her, just this once, without worrying about how it would affect the person he was talking to. Without having to bury his grief, the mourning of a friend not dead but lost, in order to comfort. So recklessly, stupidly, he did. She was a Muggle-born, always bold, unashamed of it. Her bravery was inspirational. It truly was, but it gathered attention. James took a shaky breath. She had it rough. Rougher than any of us, even Lily. Nobody messed with Lily because they feared her retaliation. And Mary was exceptional, but she didn't command respect the way Lily does. They took advantage of that, and she couldn't handle it anymore. She obliviated herself and disappeared into the Muggle world. He hunched in on himself, a sad smile spread on his lips. She's safe, at least, away from the war. James expected to get mocked, laughed at. This was a level of vulnerability that he had never, ever shown Regulus before, and Regulus was always mean about everything. But Regulus didn't do any of that. He hugged the cushion tighter, like a barrier, a means of protection, and he closed his eyes. I lost a friend, too. His voice was small, careful, like it was trying to hide as much as he himself was. Not dead, either. Just lost. It's not the same, because I could talk to her, send her a letter if I wanted to. I could reach her, but it's safer for her if I don't, too. So I get it. James wondered who it was. He knew Regulus had been friends with Dorcas back in Hogwarts, but as far as he knew, they had never been that close. They just ran in the same circle, got along with the same people. Besides, he wouldn't keep Dorcas safe by not talking to her. Dorcas was fighting a war, and no one was ever safe in a war. So, it most likely wasn't Dorcas. He wanted to know, if not Dorcas, who his friend was. He clearly cherished her, if he wanted her safe badly enough to never speak to her, and that fit with the rest of what James knew of Regulus like a puzzle piece in the wrong shape. But Regulus didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it, already pulling up his walls again. So James didn't ask. Well, this just got depressing. How about we move to happier topics? What about me suggests I like happiness? It wasn't a joke, not yet, but at least it was coated in his usual degree of snark, so James counted it as a win. Fair point. You look like you write sad boy poetry. Excuse me? What's wrong with sad boy poetry? Regulus gaped, visibly offended. It was a bit adorable, actually like an outraged little kitten. Regulus' innocent-looking face clearly didn't do his intimidation tactics any justice. Nothing, James answered, a tad too quick, and Regulus narrowed his eyes. He still looked like a kitten. Whose turn was it again? Regulus looked at him for a moment, still affronted, before relenting. Mine! The floor is yours. What do you do in your free time? Do you want the real answer? Or the one I tell everyone? The real one. We have to be honest, remember? Regulus teased, and James should have been more bothered by the mocking tone he used to say that. But at this point, he was just rolling with the punches. I knit. Regulus leaned in, suppressing what James, in all his wisdom, knew to be a laugh. You knit? Like a grandma? With 4 kids and lots of grandchildren. That's so embarrassing. It's relaxing. James defended. You should try it, actually. You're really tense. I'll stick with sad boy poetry, thank you, Regulus huffed. How is that any less embarrassing? As Regulus sat up and started a rant on why poetry was clearly superior to knitting as a hobby, James thought that maybe, just maybe, this arrangement might not be that bad. Regulus was slumped comfortably on James' couch, still hugging the cushion, even if his hands were now occupied by a cup of tea that had cooled down to the point that it was barely drinkable. James sat right beside him, had gravitated to sitting sideways, completely facing Regulus. His own cup of tea laid forgotten on the table, mainly to protect them both from being drenched in tea because of James' far too wide hand gestures. They'd had a couple close calls already. Somehow they'd been talking for hours. Not about the deep stuff, thanks Salazar, or else Regulus might have bolted right out of there. Enough emotions for a day. Thank you very much. Instead, they talked about the little things. Regulus' favorite food, stories from their Hogwarts years, James' childhood memories. It was nice, relaxing even. Regulus was used to curating every little gesture, every last word he said. His every move was like a choreography, planned to the last detail and rehearsed until it felt natural. His actions held too many stakes not to. With his mother, with his relatives, with the Death Eaters, the wrong move could have disastrous consequences. Gossip spread like a virus, so quick that even the slightest failure would be known to everyone in their circle. And if him, the next head of the Black family, talked about things like his love of Muggle literature, yeah, Regulus was done for. But James, in his Gryffindor righteousness, was a low-risk person. He wasn't a part of his circle, nor did he have contacts that could spread the information like wildfire. What with him being surrounded mostly by people who would rather take their nails out one by one than go babbling to either his mother or Voldemort. Besides, Regulus didn't care about his opinion. Not that he cared about anyone else's, per se, but there was something to be gained by portraying himself in a manner that fit others' expectations. Not James, though. There was no benefit in hiding himself from him, if only for the fact that he held so little sway in the foundations of his life that it was pointless to act like he did. Regulus didn't need to censor himself around James. He could lay down the masks, not completely, not ever, but enough to at least fucking breathe. There were things Regulus would never tell him, of course, and he still held himself at a distance behind his castle of walls, but at this point that was his default. Trust no one, and you'll never be betrayed or left behind. So, to a degree, he was honest, or at least he didn't outwardly lie. If James noticed, though Regulus doubted he had enough intelligence to do so, he didn't say. So, Regulus relaxed. He hadn't done that in a long time. All right. James clapped his hands, and the motion was so sudden that Regulus startled a bit. I think we got the whole knowing each other thing done. On to the next step. Regulus eyed him carefully, setting the lukewarm tea on the table. The next step? Well, we can't convince anyone that we're in love just by knowing each other, can we? At Regulus' deadpan look, James continued. Couples need more than that. Anyone can know a lot about someone, but that doesn't have to mean they're dating, does it? They could just be friends. I guess so, Regulus conceded. He didn't have much experience with actual, serious relationships, so he wouldn't know. So what makes the difference? Kissing? Because if that's it, we're not kissing right now. James chuckled. Close, but no. Couples kiss, yeah, but so do friends sometimes. You've kissed your friends? You haven't. Flashes of Barty's face came to his mind, looking like a dumbass with his eyes half closed as he approached for a kiss. And no, he was not telling James about that. Actually, he would rather not even think of that. I kissed Pandora in third year, when we were trying to figure out our dualities. Does that count? Ooh, Pandora? Should I be worried as your fake boyfriend? James smirked teasingly. As much as I should worry about Sirius. A pause. Should I be concerned about Sirius? James laughed. Merlin, no. Strictly platonic, him and I. Remus, on the other hand. Regulus gave him a flat stare. Please don't tell me you have the hots for Sirius' boyfriend. Well, he is hot. I don't have a crush on him or anything, but I do have eyes, James shrugged. Besides, he's not serious anything. Not until they get their shit together. At least. Unlikely. Oh, I know. James groaned. I've been waiting for ages. But they're a good example. Actually, so at least they have that going on. Why did you think they were dating? Regulus hummed, considering the question. Because of how they act. They look at each other like they wouldn't want to look at anything else. They're always in each other's orbit, too. Like Earth's gravity is nothing compared to them. Exactly. James snapped his fingers, grinning wildly. It's all in how they act. They have intimacy. Physical touch is important too, but it's all about being used to each other's presence. We need to work in being comfortable with sharing the same space. I'm guessing we'll fast-track this too? Do we have another option? No, they didn't. So, how are we going to do it? I hardly think this will be easy. Well, physical touch is a good first step. Regulus narrowed his eyes. You're not kissing me. James opened his mouth, ready to fall back on their usual banter. But then a thought crossed his eyes, and he furrowed his brow. Is that a boundary? Regulus blinked, surprised by the question. He hadn't thought James would be so considerate. He'd assumed this would be like any of his other acts, pushing over his own discomfort in order to get a result. He'd never allowed himself to have boundaries because they got in the way more often than not. James had, though, and not even for himself, but for Regulus. He didn't know what to do with that. No, it's not. Hey, James met his gaze, brown eyes so kind. We're not doing it if you're not comfortable. I hardly think we'll need to kiss in polite company. Regulus chuckled. Oh, how naive he was. Trust me, we will. Social events can get quite wild sometimes. I don't mind having to kiss. Just not today. James nodded, skepticism still painting his face. All right, that wasn't what I had in mind, either way. What then? James, so very carefully, took Regulus' hands between his own. They were warm, like a fire mid-December. Rough from all his years of playing chaser and throwing quaffles around. Yet strangely they were soft too, in their touch. Tender, like he was handling a very delicate object, fearing that if he put too much pressure, it would break. Is this okay? He asked, voice low and as soft as his touch. Regulus nodded, fearing what his voice would do if it came out. James, with the very same care he used before, started tracing lines over his skin, following the shape of his knuckles, the extent of his fingers. He touched his rings, ever present on Regulus' fingers, and fiddled with them with delicate fingertips. The contrast of their skin, warm brown against deadly pale, seemed to follow the same pattern as everything did with them. Opposites, unable to meet in the middle, yet somehow contrasting like one would not exist without the presence of the other. Like James Soft was born from Regulus Rough, and Regulus Sharp met its end in James Tender. James' right hand skated upwards, towards Regulus' arm. It paused to trace his wrist, lightly patting his pulse point, and Regulus held his breath as his fingertips met the cuff of his shirt and kept going. Tell me if you want me to stop. Regulus didn't answer because, stupidly, he didn't. It was nice. It was too much. It was too little. He didn't remember the last time he was touched like this. Not to own, not to mark, not to use. Just a touch. A gentle caress, like he was precious. James' hand reached his shoulder, stopping in its tracks. Hesitant, Regulus didn't dare move. Finally, the hand raised to cup his cheek. James' thumb caressed his cheekbone, tracing his freckles like he was painting constellations out of them. His eyes, previously focused on the place where their hands met, snapped up. And fuck, James was close. Eyes focused on the movements of his thumb, the press of his palm against Regulus' skin, the light brush of his fingertips on the roots of his hair. Then James' eyes met his. Regulus was used to eye contact. He'd made an art of it over the years. He could masquerade every emotion under the sun, make it so believable that he knew no one could ever doubt it wasn't genuine. He could hold someone's gaze for minutes, in complete silence, until the other person snapped. For him, eye contact was a means to an end, a way of getting a result. It had a purpose, it had a goal. It wasn't looking for the sake of looking. Maybe that was why James' gaze was so intense. Because it had no purpose other than to look. And oh, what a sight it was. What was previously plain, unremarkable brown, now had flecks of green, like they were painted with a careful hand instead of just created. But what got Regulus, what really threw him off his game, was how open his eyes were. The eyes are the window to the soul. Regulus had heard that before, read it a million times over the years, but he had never quite believed it. He grew up surrounded by people who held their cards close to their chest, only showing what they wanted the rest to see. Walls so tightly built around their hearts that the only thing you could see with clarity was the coldness of their stare. Their eyes didn't reflect their souls, they hid it. Now, being the sole focus of James' eyes, Regulus understood what the quote meant. James' eyes didn't hide his soul. No, they projected it, laid him bare for everyone to see. They talked, loud and bold and perpetually unashamed, with no fear of the consequences that what they portray could have. Regulus was frozen, locked into place, not even breathing, unaware of the pass of time. There, lost in the moment and the intensity of James' gaze, he felt like a child again. Like somewhere inside him, 5-year-old Regulus was screaming. He had been like that too, once upon a time. Open, vivid in his expression, emotions so big that they burst out of him. Kind, compassionate, handling everything like it was fragile, like it was precious. Then, the world set its weight on him, and soft, gentle Regulus morphed into this, a mess of a man, held together by anger and spite. Sharp edges under malleable silk, a Frankenstein's monstrosity disguised as a human. Regulus didn't want to keep up the eye contact anymore. Somehow, inexplicably, James knew. He traced his thumb just under Regulus' eyebrows and leaned in to press their foreheads together. "Close your eyes," he whispered, his breath fanning over Regulus' face as he closed his own. Regulus should feel uncomfortable being this close to James. He should want to step back and run out of James' flat, flee the scene and escape whatever this was. He should shut himself down, reel every single feeling down, and lock it so deep inside himself that he'd doubt it was even there in the first place. He didn't. He closed his eyes, and he focused on the warmth of James' palm against his cheek, the grip his hand still had on his own, and the faint, earthy scent that radiated off him. James' thumb was still tracing his features, in a manner so soothing that Regulus feared James knew how close Regulus was to snapping. It couldn't be, though. No one had ever read him that easily, and he doubted James Potter of all people would be the first to do so. "Stop overthinking," James said, and in that bubble of tranquility, it almost startled Regulus. "I'm not," he quickly denied. James chuckled, tapping his temple once. "I can hear it with our foreheads so close. Your brain is almost talking to mine." "That makes no sense, doesn't it?" "I think it does, actually." "No, it doesn't, James." Even with his eyes closed, Regulus knew James was smiling. "You call me James. I've done that before." "Yeah, after I corrected you. This time, you did it on your own." Regulus scrunched up his nose. "You're insufferable. I prefer charming. Delusion will get you nowhere." It's worked for me before, James snorted. Fake it till you make it, as they say. So it's all an act then? That confidence of yours? Silence. Then, oh so quietly sometimes, the knowledge that James, always so sure of himself, had to fake his confidence sometimes, was strangely reassuring. It made him more human, more real. Is that what happened with Evans? Regulus asked, because he had never been good at holding himself when it came to gossip. You faked too much? In a way, James answered. I proposed. I was so sure she'd say yes, because it was going so well, you know. I wanted to spend my life with her, and I thought she did too. I'm guessing she didn't? James sighed. No, she didn't. It was too much, too soon. She didn't want to hurry up her life just because we were fighting a war, and I get that, you know. We're not even 20 yet. We have a lot of life ahead of us, and we have to live it while we can. It doesn't feel like that sometimes, Regulus confessed in a quiet murmur. No, it doesn't, James conceded. His hand lowered to Regulus' neck, thumb right over his pulse point. But she's always been the best of us. So realistic, yet somehow always remaining positive. She sees the best in people, in life, even if she's not blind to the worst. She wants to live life before settling down, loathes the thought of getting married so young. We couldn't come back from that. So you broke up. We did. Amicably, as a mutual decision. We talked a lot about where we wanted to go from there. We didn't break up because of a lack of love. We did because we wanted different things in life. So, we're friends now. That must be hard. A bit. I love her, you know. I always have, and I think I always will. I can't imagine my life without Lily Evans in it. I just need to figure out how to love her without being in love with her. Regulus hummed as an answer, and the conversation lulled. He didn't know what to say to that. He'd messed around a bit, but he'd never gone further than a crush, and most of the relationships around him were either destined to succeed or so fake they didn't even have the chance to fail. He didn't know anything about heartbreak, so he just existed there, in that little universe that had been created in the mix of their breaths, matching the rhythmic raise and fall of his chest to James until they combined into one. The conflict between desire and duty, Regulus whispered, some time after. Huh. Regulus felt James' eyebrows raise. To be fair, that had come out of nowhere. You asked me what I related to before. In Blood Weddings. Oh. The main character is a bride, and she has to choose between her safe, plain groom or the man she desires the most. It's covered as a love story, but the real choice is between going after what you want despite it being risky and doing what you have to because it's safer, even if it's a life you loathe. Desire against duty. Passion against security. That's what I relate to. Which one won? It was such a simple-minded question, so childish in its nature, that Regulus had to hold himself from laughing. If a little smile sneaked out of his control, well, there was nothing Regulus could do. It's not like James could see it either way. I bet you're rooting for passion. Of course I am, he exclaimed, voice slightly louder due to his determination. What good is a long life if you don't get to enjoy it? What good is a passionate life if you don't get to live it? Regulus retorted, better to die young and happy than old and depressed. A life without passion is an empty one. Some of us don't get to choose, Regulus whispered. James' forehead reeled back, and in its place, he felt his hand cup his face once again. He opened his eyes, unsettled by the sudden change, and was met by sheer determination in James' eyes. Hot enough to melt iron. A fire spreading through a forest. We do, he said, so sure in his stance that any other option seemed laughable. Regulus, we do. He wanted to believe him. Merlin, did he want to? But in the story, passion had burnt so bright that everything in its wake had caught in flames. And it was just a story, he knew. It could be wrong. He wasn't naive enough to believe that. A letter, freshly delivered by her aunt's owl, sat neatly in Narcissa Malfoy's hands. In prim, curly writing, taught by the best tutors Britain had to offer, was a bit of news that had probably been copied and sent to every alive and connected member of the Black family. The imminent engagement of Regulus Arcturus Black, soon to be Lord Black, to one James Potter. Narcissa felt her husband's presence before she felt his hands on her shoulders, rubbing the tension away with loving hands. Is everything all right, dear? Narcissa folded the letter in a meticulous motion, putting it back in the envelope it came in. I believe things are about to shift. Chapter and notes. Hi. We unlocked Regulus POV, and we've found out he's already gone to the cave. I wonder how he survived that thinking face. Regulus manipulating Walburga? I love him, Your Honor. He's the literal definition of gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss, and there will be more of that later on. Unfortunately, we will also see more of Walburga as soon as next chapter. Speaking of Walburga, remember when I said my characters will do and say problematic things? Yeah, her little surrogacy comment is very much one of those. Let it be known that surrogacy is not in the cards for Regulus and James, much less with surrogate Lily. She's doing her own thing in this story, and we'll also be seeing her next chapter. I'm so excited. I have to admit, Blood Weddings being Regulus' favorite book is absolutely self-indulgent on my part. I'm a big fan of Lorca's work, and the conflict of the play worked far too well as a parallel to Regulus not to add it. Also, Mary's been mentioned. Now, you might be wondering why the FIC is tagged as Mary Lily if Mary's both MIA and obliviated. I will just say that we will be seeing a lot of her later on. Lastly, that ending scene with Narcissa and Lucius. I wonder what that's about. Anyways, that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Chapter 4. Chapter Summary. The signing of a betrothal contract and the reactions to it. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. When is that boy of yours coming? Regulus? Walburga asked, deceiving cordiality marking her tone. She knew. Regulus was well aware what the agreed-upon hour of James' arrival was. But it was almost 4, and the chimney still hadn't flashed green. He should be here any minute now. He hoped so. At least, there was a fine line between being punctual and being late, and with someone like his mother, that was one very generous minute of breathing time. James was cutting it close. So close, actually, that Regulus' mind was beginning to sink firmly into despair. He was 40 seconds away from pulling his own hair out. 30 now. Then, at exactly 4 o'clock, the chimney roared to life, and a person appeared in their line of sight. For a second, Regulus thought that James was, indeed, late, and someone else decided on a spontaneous visit to the dark and dreary Grimmauld place. Except, it was James Potter. He just didn't look like himself at all. Firstly, he didn't stumble out of the flue, like Regulus was sure he would. No, he walked out, spine straight, and head held high enough to command respect, but not to portray haughtiness. He was dressed in burgundy robes, well-pressed and high quality, probably made expressly to fit his form. A statement clearly, an acknowledgement of his status as a Gryffindor, a blood traitor, framed in the shape of a proper pureblood. An olive branch, portraying the willingness to meet in the middle. Even his hair, always in a state of disarray, was tamed. Regulus didn't even know that was possible. James' eyes roamed the room, attaching themselves quickly to Regulus' form, and he smiled broadly before walking towards him. He took his hand and brought it to his mouth, pressing a delicate kiss over his knuckles. "Hello, love," he said, the lines of his lips still softly pressed to Regulus' skin. He didn't let go of him when he lowered his hand. Instead, he locked his eyes onto Regulus, smiling so wide that his eyes crinkled. Beside them, Walburga cleared her throat pointedly. James let go of Regulus in a deliberately slow pace and turned to her, focusing his wide smile on her. Walburga, never one to fall prey to happiness in any form, surveyed James from head to toe with clear judgment. She was imposing. Regulus had seen many men wither under the weight of her stare, but James' composure didn't fall. Not even a fucking crack. "My apologies, Lady Black." He inclined his head in a show of respect. "My eyes tend to look for your son first in every room I walk into. It is a pleasure to meet you." Oh, he was good. He didn't miss the way he phrased his words, subtle yet purposeful. He might be laying it a bit thick with the whole in love thing, but he was establishing priorities. Her son, like Regulus, was hers, before he was his. Small as it was, Regulus didn't miss the subtle flash of interest in Walburga's eyes. He owed Euphemia Potter an apology for ever doubting her. She clearly had done a damn good job with James. "No harm done, Mr. Potter." Such is the way of young love, she said politely. Regulus doubted she knew anything about romantic love. Call me James, please, he answered in a tone that was so amicable it made Regulus start to wonder if he was dreaming. I'm to be your son-in-law, if all goes well. I hardly think you should be bothered with such unfamiliarity. Very well, James. Walburga agreed with a nod of her head, pointedly not returning the favor. Shall we take this to the drawing room? Of course, lead the way. Without further ado, Walburga turned on her heels and left the room. Regulus offered his arm to James, who took it without hesitation. Not bad, huh? James whispered against his ear. Regulus repressed a shiver. The jury's still out. They made their way to the drawing room, sitting quietly while Walburga poured them the tea already on the table, kept warm by a stasis charm. It wasn't until the cups were settled before them and Walburga had filled her role as hostess that the silence was broken. I must admit the news took me by surprise. You two are quite the unlikely match. James chuckled lightly, turning his head to look softly at Regulus. I think it took everyone by surprise. Even us. We might be different, Regulus and I, but I believe nothing ever fits better than two opposites. Walburga raised an eyebrow, looking pointedly at Regulus. Everyone? I was under the impression that the relationship was a secret. Sirius knew of us back in Hogwarts, Mother, Regulus interjected. These were very turbulent waters. Walburga narrowed her eyes. You were in contact with him? It was my fault, James was quick to add, accurately assessing the danger threaded in her voice. I'm a very honest person, and keeping a secret like that to my own best friend is not in my nature. Regulus had no contact with him. Does anyone else know? I think one of my friends suspected it, but he never brought it up. Aside from them, I don't think anyone else does. Walburga regarded him silently. Not even that lover of yours? Excuse me? James furrowed his brow. While he was not impolite, his voice wasn't as smooth as before. That little mudblood girl you were dating, Walburga clarified. Regulus tensed at the casual use of a slur, and by the set of James' jaw, so did he. Mother. Regulus tried to reprimand, but James, taking his hand and squeezing lightly, rendered him mute. It's all right, love. As your mother, she has a right to know if I'm deceiving you. He turned to Walburga, but his hand remained in place. I never told her. I was too distraught after our parting. Regulus left a great mark on me, big enough that I couldn't bring myself to mention his name. Besides, I could hardly tell her about him when I still missed him dearly. Walburga nodded slowly. Are you still in contact with her? Not unless in the presence of mutual friends, no, he admitted. But I would cut all contact with her if Regulus ever told me. He is between them my priority. Had Regulus not known James was acting, he would have believed that too. But Walburga, always on the brink of paranoia in the face of the unknown, still looked skeptical. She fixed Regulus with a loaded stare and asked, It doesn't bother you? He's already moved on. I hardly think I have to stress over his previous tryst. He was towing the line between confident and prejudiced, dismissing Evans like that, and by the warning pressure of James' hand, James didn't like it. But his mother did, and right now, that was all that mattered. Very well, she acquiesced. You mentioned Sirius knows. How has he taken the news? Regulus tensed immediately, like ice had been thrown between his robe and his back. James, however, remained calm. It has been a difficult revelation, if I'm honest. I think the news gave him much to reflect on. Oh. Walburga leaned in, an eagle getting a view of her prey. Has he reached a conclusion? He has, James stated. To his credit, there was only the smallest of pauses before he continued. He wants to be reinstated in the family. Unfortunately, Walburga caught the hesitation like a seeker would a snitch. She surveyed James, looking for any sign of disagreement, as she said, And what do you think of that? I think it's a good idea. James outright lied. So convincingly, too. Regulus would have been impressed if he wasn't so sure that the line was rehearsed endlessly. Blood is important. I know he believes it too, as much as he's denied it. It was especially hard on him, being away from his brother. A pang of aged ache ran through Regulus' chest. James was an amazing liar, but just this instance, Regulus wished he wasn't. I'm doing this for my brother. Regulus couldn't bring himself to hope. Wise words, James, Walburga complimented. Regulus was almost startled by the unfamiliarity of that. Walburga did not give compliments freely. Tell him to send a letter with a date of his convenience to meet up with us. He has much to make up for, after the disgrace he's brought onto the family. James' hand tightened against Regulus, but his face remained perfectly pleasant. Regulus needed to get rid of the topic now. I believe that's a matter for another time, he interjected cautiously. We are not here to discuss serious. Of course, Walburga agreed. Calm and collected, like she hadn't just threatened harm for the actions of a son she herself pushed too far. Tell me, have you signed the betrothal yet? We hope to sign it today. I didn't want to sign it without having your blessing first, James admitted, tilting his head down in a sign of respect. It would mean the world if you approved of me. He had her. Fucking hell, he had her. James and Regulus were both over 17. Legal adults. They could have signed the contract by themselves. Their parents had no say in the decision anymore. James, with such simple words, was giving her the power to decide. He was staring at her, determined yet subservient, and waiting for her answer. Given her control, Regulus had severely underestimated him. A smile, so unfamiliar in her stern features, perched itself on Walburga's lips. Have you drafted the contract? Regulus nodded, almost in a daze, and conjured a contract he had carefully drafted out. If James was surprised by this, he didn't show it. Sign it, she ordered. I'll make sure the news of your betrothal are printed in tomorrow's paper. We shall organize a ball to announce your engagement soon too, as is customary. Regulus turned to look at James, disbelieving, just in time to see James take Walburga's hand and bring it to hover just a breath away from his lips. Thank you. Walburga tooted, taking away her hand. Still, she was obviously pleased by his actions. None of that. You have a contract to sign. James smiled brightly at her before conjuring a quill and ink and signing the contract. Regulus could see the signs of relief in him, and almost unconsciously, James touched his own wrist, where the golden lines of an unbreakable vow stood only visible for the two of them. Your turn, love, James said softly, handing him the quill. Under the unthinkable support of his mother, Regulus signed the contract. Only one more step, and the contract would be finalized. Walburga conjured a dagger, ornate and ostentatious as everything in the House of Black was, and handed it to him. Regulus took James' hand, piercing the tip of his index finger until a drop of blood came out, and did the same to himself. They joined their fingers under Walburga's attentive gaze, mixing their blood together, and pressed their fingers over their signatures. Immediately, Regulus felt generations of family magic wash over him, settle around him. The contract was finalized. The conditions were met. The family magics recognized him as head of the House of Black. Perhaps for the first time in his life, his mother looked proud. Her favorite son, the one she forged with manipulation until he was shaped in the mold of her choosing, had finally fulfilled his role as the heir. All because of her. Her little Regulus, perfectly under her control. Regulus felt dazed, rocked between waves moving him towards land. She was wrong. She was so fucking wrong. She sat there, content in her beliefs, while the last remnants of the control she had over him slipped through her fingers like sand. She was no longer the regent of the House of Black. The family magics, the only thing she had left to hold over his head, were now on his side, ready to do what he pleased. He was Lord Black, and he was finally free of his mother's claws. When Lily opened the door, James was not ready to see her, which was stupid, honestly, because James came to her flat out of his own volition, explicitly to see her. He shouldn't have been thrown off by her, by the full force of her green eyes, pinned on him and him alone. Maybe it was a bad idea, coming here straight out of Grimmauld Place. Maybe the whole interaction with Walburga had fucked with his head. Her aggression, her cordiality, the mind games he was forced to play, so unlike him that he couldn't help but feel dirty. Had it been anyone other than Walburga Black on the other end of the board, James wouldn't have been able to pull it off. He didn't like manipulation. He hated acting like nothing was amiss, like he hadn't held her own son while he cried and screamed and dealt with a trauma that no person should carry on their shoulders, let alone a child. He hated the very foundation of her existence, and he knew that, no matter how many times he interacted with her, the boil of rage in his guts would never go away. That's why he could do it. Because Walburga, through the harm she inflicted on Sirius, taught him what hatred was. Not petty, childish hatred, like the one he had been so full of when he was younger. Real, ice-cold hatred. One where any means of retribution, heartless and twisted and all shades of wrong, were not above him. Any slight he could inflict upon her, he would take with grateful hands. Even if it meant manipulating her and lying about anything under the sun. That didn't make him feel less unstable, though. There was a reckless sort of energy coursing through him that resented being locked away. And this being here was the price he had to pay to deal with it. Standing in front of Lily Evans' flat. It was stupid, dangerous, even if it got out. But when Walburga said that the engagement would be printed on the paper, James knew he would end up here. As much as James had fought against his nature today, this was a line he was not willing to cross. Because he couldn't do this to her. Not to Lily. James? Lily said, the furrow of her brow marking her worry. James knew he must look bad. Wrong-footed, frantic even. And she had always been too good at reading him. Hi. Hello. James scratched the back of his neck, feeling awkward. Now that he was here, he didn't know how to do it. Can I come in? I need to talk to you. Lily stepped back to let him in and led him to her kitchen. They sat in front of each other, and the hesitant space where before had been comfortable contact sent a dull ache to James' chest. Is everyone all right? Did something happen? No. James rushed out. I mean, yes, everyone is all right. That's not what I'm here about. The exhale of relief coming out of Lily's lips was unmistakable. What is it then? James opened his mouth, only to close it again when no sound came out. How did he deal with this? Was there a good way to tell her the news? Or was it one of those things that would never be easy to hear? James was lost. Still, he owed it to her. I'm engaged. James hurried out, the words rushing out of him almost in a daze. I wanted you to hear it from me, not from the papers, or from mutual friends or acquaintances, or any person that could get a hold of the news, which honestly could be anyone in England by tomorrow. Lily was completely neutral. Beside a slight widening of her eyes, she had no reaction. So, James pushed on. I know how it looks like. Me, getting engaged a few months after we broke up. But it's not. And that doesn't sound reassuring, I know, but it's the truth. I didn't want you to jump to conclusions when you heard it, because I would hate to harm you like that. And for no reason, too. Because there was no cheating, all right? James, the timelines by no means mix up. When I was with you, no one else. I promise you. And I would have told you. Not about the cheating, because I wouldn't do that, but about the relationship. We might not be together, but you have a right to know, don't you? That I'm moving on. Because I am. I am moving on. James, it happened so quickly, you know? It was hard to follow if you were living it, so it would have been a right madness if you weren't. That's why I didn't tell you. Well, until now, is that okay? Should I have told you sooner? Oh, Merlin, is this too soon? We're not together anymore, but it's not been long, so is this still cheating? Am I cheating? James. Lily took his hands, which were motioning wildly along with his rant, and forcefully put them back on the table. James shut the fuck up and inhaled deeply. Did he forget to breathe again? He did, didn't he? Godric, he was a mess. Lily squeezed his hands softly. I know you wouldn't cheat, James. It wouldn't have crossed my mind. It wouldn't. James asked dumbly, and Lily chuckled. Of course it wouldn't. That's so unlike you that it's laughable, honestly. So, you're not mad? Lily laughed, pulling her hands away from his. James already missed the contact. If I were, you'd know it. James smiled weakly. You'd already be hexing me. And don't you forget it, she winked. So, you're engaged? I am, he stated simply. Lily only smiled at him. I'm glad. You deserve to be happy. James didn't know why that hurt so much. The simple acceptance, the genuine way in which she said it. Oh, how something so very kind could choke his heart so heavily. So, she said, a smirk blossoming on her beautiful face. Who's your fiancé? Must be pretty important if the announcement is on the papers. He could do this. Could he? Yes, he could. Stop being stupid, James. It's Regulus. Regulus Black. That got a reaction. Lily gaped like a fish, eyebrows raising to her hairline. Oh, James. Does Sirius know? Of course, that would be the first thing she thought of. For someone so deeply affected by prejudice, Lily didn't have much of it herself. He does. I can't imagine he reacted well, she said solemnly. He was livid, James agreed. I thought he was going to murder me. Yeah, I could see why. If Marlene started dating Petunia. Lily wrinkled her nose. James chuckled. Marlene would never date Petunia. She's too gone for Dorcas, for one, and that's ignoring the fact Petunia's taste is shit. Have you seen the walrus she's dating? Oh, have I? James laughed. That man was a right arse. Family dinners were so awkward. Well, it would have helped if you stopped pranking him. Lily glared half-heartedly at him. Try as she might. James knew she enjoyed the pranks as much as he did. Can't blame a man for having his fun, he grinned. Oh, shush. Lily swatted his arm, not even trying to hide her matching grin. So, you and Regulus Black, huh? Can't say I was expecting that. He's so cold, like an iceberg, she agreed. You know, that's actually a very fair comparison, James said thoughtfully. There's a lot of him hidden underwater. He's cold, and he's downright mean most of the time, but he's really witty. So funny, too. And it's even better because he doesn't even try to be. You always did like them mean, she teased. She had a point there. What can I say? I like them fierce. He winked at her. But there's more to him. Like his favorite book. Do you know Blood Weddings? Lily's eyebrows raised. By Lorca? The Spanish Muggle author? Leave it to her to know the most niche of books. To be fair, Remus probably knew of it too. They were swats, the both of them. Exactly. Can you believe it? Regulus Black. Reading Muggle literature? I can't actually, she said thoughtfully. It was James' turn to be surprised. Really? We had prefect rounds together sometimes. And Lily trailed off, lost in thought. Whatever it was she was remembering, it sobered her face and gave her a look of distant grief. She shook her head and didn't elaborate. James desperately wanted her to elaborate. Let's just say he's not as bad as people make him out to be. James was rendered speechless. Besides her mistake with Snape, led by years of friendship and bias, Lily was an amazing judge of character. Far better than James and everyone else he knew. For her to say something like that, it was no small thing. What James was just starting to get, she already knew. Lily Evans, everyone. Always 5 steps ahead. I think it'll be good for you, Lily softly said. For what it's worth, I'm happy for you. It was right then that James realized something. He thought he was moving on, he really did. He knew, up to a certain level, that he was still in love with her. But he believed he was on his way to getting over her and seeing her just as a friend. He wasn't. In a hidden corner of his heart, locked away so strongly that not even he was aware of it, he still had hope. Hope that this was just a pause, an intermission on James and Lily. That maybe, after the war, when they were older and wiser and more experienced, she'd come back and they'd get their happy ever after. That this wasn't over, just waiting for a better moment. But it wasn't true. Achingly, agonizingly, it wasn't true. There was no James and Lily anymore. Not now, not ever. That secret hope, rooted so deeply in James' psyche, was futile, useless, because under Lily's warm, genuine gaze, James knew she had moved on. That for Lily, the chance for anything but friendship had long passed. And James, by wishing they could be more, would only hurt her, lose her. He didn't want to lose Lily. He couldn't. The easy conversations, the comfort of her presence, the way she had of humbling him when he got way over his head, that was something James knew he couldn't live without. As a lover or a friend, James couldn't imagine a life where Lily wasn't in it. He loved her, he always would, but he needed to learn to love her as just a friend. With world-ending clarity, James knew he was yet to move on. But for her, he had to. You little bastard. A voice, accompanied by the sound of the door to Regulus' room slamming open, ringed through his ears. He could already feel a headache forming. What the fuck are you doing here, Barty? Regulus said, turning to look at him from his place in his desk. And Evan pointed out while throwing himself like a death weight in Regulus' bed, messing the covers in the process. Great. Now he'd have to make his bed. Again. Of course, Regulus drawled. You should have expected it. Actually, Barty and Evan were a package deal. Buy one, get one for free. On the most basic of foundations, they were a cute couple. Regulus couldn't even remember a time where they were a separate entity instead of a joint one. They knew each other since they were children, the three of them, because adults always thought that throwing their children together in pure blood gatherings would make them instant friends and rid themselves of their presence. It mostly didn't work, and Regulus still remembered the outright war Sirius had going on with the kids his own age. Which was fair, because the likes of Mulciber and Avery were insufferable at best, and they liked pushing Sirius buttons until he snapped. But for some reason, it worked for Barty, Evan, Regulus, and Pandora. The day Evan and Barty got together would forever be burned in Regulus' mind. They were 8, let loose on the gardens of one of the sacred 28's ancestral manors. Barty brought Evan a pretty rock. Evan thought it was the nicest thing to ever exist, and Regulus was immediately filled with existential dread. They started dating right then, and everyone thought it was one of those things children did where they started dating, only to break up in a couple of weeks. Except they never broke up. They kept dating when they got to Hogwarts. They kept dating through the nasty business that was being a teenager. And to this day, even the thought of them breaking up was unimaginable. Their parents, never ones to deny a political alliance when they saw one, even signed a betrothal contract when they realized Barty and Evan were not going to fade away anytime soon. That, by itself, was cute. Childhood sweethearts, still as into each other as the day they started dating, growing up together, evolving together. Or at least, it would have been if the two of them were not bats hit crazy. The most chaotic relationship he'd ever seen, and considering he was a black, that was saying something. They were mad on their own, with Barty exuding manic energy on the best of days, and Evan having that lazy, calculated way of his that could break down any lesser man. But together, they were impossible to handle. They fueled each other's fire, grinning maniacally all the way like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen. They could get nasty, Regulus knew. They were unstable, extremely fucking codependent, yet still the most solid couple he'd ever seen. He didn't know how they pulled it off, and honestly, he was too scared to ask. So, Barty said teasingly, plopping himself right on top of Evan. Evan took it without batting an eye, smirking at Regulus like the cat that got the canary. I heard through the grapevine you have some exciting news. Was it Narcissa? Regulus asked flatly. Having a cousin that was both a gossip and cousins with one of his friends had many, many disadvantages. It was Narcissa, Evan confirmed. Regulus groaned. James Potter, huh? Barty asked, eyes full of mischief. Shouldn't you two be at Hogwarts? Regulus asked, praying to anything that would listen that it would work to deflect the conversation. This was a matter of great importance, Reg. And since you weren't there for us to pester, we sneaked out. Barty finished Evan's sentence, looking extremely proud of himself. Missed me already? Regulus deadpanned. See, Regulus should be at Hogwarts right now, finishing his 7th year and stressing over his NEWTS like any normal person. He had been there until you'll break. But then his father had died, and Regulus was already 18 and had more important duties to attend to. In the words of his mother, why would the next head of the Black family need a Hogwarts degree when he had several Gringotts vaults and more power to his name than any lowlife would ever hope to accomplish? So Barty and Evan had gone back, and he hadn't. Not that it stopped them much from sneaking out to visit him, as was evident. If only Regulus had such luck. With a dorm entirely for ourselves? Fat chance, Barty laughed. I do miss his potions notes, though. I don't know how I'm going to get my NEWTS without them, Evan commented. Regulus raised his eyebrows. Barty is a certified genius, which was annoying at best and extremely baffling at worst. How such an idiot could be so academically gifted, he would never know. Have you seen his handwriting? It's horrifying, Evan pointed out. Barty gasped, sitting up and snapping his head towards Evan so fast that it was truly a miracle his neck didn't snap. Hey, fair enough, Regulus nodded, ignoring Barty's dramatics. All right, bullying Barty time is over. My boyfriend and my best friend. Honestly, I can't believe it, Barty exclaimed, pouting like they had stolen his candy. Evan chuckled. putting a hand on top of Barty's head to guide him back to his place on top of him. Nuzzling Evan like a kitten, Barty pointed at Regulus with narrowed eyes. "And you, I know what you're doing." "I'm not doing anything," Regulus denied, fully aware of what he was doing. "You're deflecting," Barty pointed out with outrage. Honestly, like he didn't know him already. "How the fuck did you pull off getting engaged to James Potter?" "What? Like it's hard," Regulus said. "You've had a crush on him since first year," Evan said, the traitor he was. Barty nodded eagerly. "That's a lie." "The fuck it is," Barty said, entirely too why for Regulus' liking. "You think we didn't notice all that staring?" "I didn't stare." "He did." "You did." "I didn't have a crush on him until 5th year, when we got together," Regulus clarified. It was, too, an outright lie, but he had to stick to the story. Evan sat up with wide eyes, pulling Barty with him. "Wait, you what?" "We dated for a year," Regulus stated simply. "Oh, you little shit," Barty screamed, jumping to his feet to pace the room. "That's where you sneaked off to." Actually, he sneaked out to write poetry and read Muggle literature in the astronomy tower, but that was none of their business. Besides, they wouldn't let him live it down if they knew. "Why didn't you tell us?" Evan asked. Barty laughed dryly. "When does he tell us anything?" Evan hummed in agreement. "I bet Dora knew." "There's no way he told Pandora." "Dora knows everything." 20 galleons? Barty stretched his hand towards Evan, and Evan shook it. 20 galleons. "Are you betting on my love life?" Regulus asked incredulously. "We're betting on whether Pandora knew." "Duh," Barty said matter-of-factly. "What did you expect?" Evan added. "We didn't even know you had one." "Which, ouch." "True, but still. Pandora doesn't know." Regulus paused. "I don't think so, at least." As Evan said, Pandora had a way of knowing things she shouldn't. If she didn't know the truth just by looking at the news, she probably suspected. James wasn't the only one who had someone they couldn't lie to, after all. "We need to confer with Pandora," Evan stated, far too seriously for the topic at hand. Barty clapped his hands, grinning widely. "Oh, I love gossip time with Pandora." So did Regulus, honestly. It was one of the things he missed the most about her. Barty walked towards Regulus, pressing a hip against his desk and peering at the books on top of it. "Regulus, you swat? Were you studying?" Evan got up from the bench to look at the book over Regulus' shoulder. "Soul magic. Necromancy, specifically," Barty pointed out, giggling delightedly. "That's dark, Reggie." "Wait. What does necromancy have to do with soul magic?" "Necromancy is a branch of soul magic, Ev." "Since when? Since always?" "I don't know." Regulus snapped the book shut, glowering at them. "All right, playtime's over. Get out, the both of you." "But Reggie," Barty whined. Evan patted him on the shoulder. "He's right, Pumpkin." Evan cooed, his voice saccharine sweet. "Those fucking pet names." Regulus gagged every time they used it. Probably the reason they did, actually. Regulus needs his beauty sleep. "Have you seen those eye bags?" Evan pinched Regulus' cheek. Regulus swatted his hand away, quite aggressively. "Out!" Barty raised his hands as a sign of peace, and they walked to Regulus' door. Evan hesitated for a second. "Hey, Reg." Regulus hummed in answer, already turning his back to them. I know you like Potter, but this..." The Dark Lord doesn't take kindly to any hint of disobedience, and when this gets to him, he trailed off, unsure of what to say. "Just be careful, okay?" Regulus tensed. Out of the three of them, Evan was the only one besides Regulus who had the mark. He got it soon after his 17th birthday, not long ago. Barty, for all he'd heard about it, had never interacted with Voldemort. Evan had. He'd seen him, seen how vicious, how paranoid he was. He'd seen his retribution. It was never good. "I always am." As the door shut quietly behind him, Regulus knew there was truth to what Evan said. He had a Horcrux beneath his floorboards and a fake engagement with a member of the Order, secret as he was. This was a very dangerous game he was playing. Regulus had to start planning. Black Air finally engaged. Power couple or scandal in the making. By Rita Skeeter. The engagement of Regulus Black, deemed Bachelor of the Year by yours truly, has been long awaited for many. Young, rich, powerful, and handsome, Regulus Black has many suitors fawning over him, waiting to be the next Lady Black. But, despite the many Wixen interested, he had yet to put a ring on it. Until now, that is... And oh, how juicy his choice is. His engagement has been confirmed with one James Fleamont Potter, Gryffindor Quidditch captain, head boy, and heartthrob extraordinaire. My sources, anonymous but trusted as always, say the two have history together. Buckle up, dear readers, because we're about to unpack it. Peter closed the newspaper with measured hands. He didn't usually have time for reading gossip, busy as he was with his job in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes and his role in the Order, but today was his day off, and with the radio silence from his friends, he needed a way to de-stress. His job, menial as it was as a mere intern, kept him running around bringing beverages to more important people and sorting the myriad of paperwork no one else wanted to touch. He was sore, exhausted, and in need of a good bit of gossip. Merlin, how he missed Mary. He expected to find rumors about people he didn't either know or care about. Something to keep him entertained. He hadn't expected to be faced with a familiar name. Or two, rather. James Potter and Regulus Black, who apparently had history together. The thing is, he hadn't known. He'd seen James about a week ago, and he hadn't known. There Peter was, asking about how James was doing, worried out of his mind, because he knew James kept his pain locked and hidden from anyone's view, and James was hiding a whole fucking relationship. They were best mates, childhood friends. They grew up together, playing Quidditch even though Peter feared heights, and running around James' house with Effie following after them to make sure they didn't break anything. Peter thought that the four of them, the Marauders, didn't keep secrets from each other. Especially James, always so honest and straight to the point. Clearly he was wrong. And then there was the silence. He understood why Sirius and Remus hadn't come last week. He really did. They were doing their best to fight a war. It happened sometimes in Sirius, and Remus tended to get so caught up in each other that they forgot there was a whole world around them. Peter didn't fault them for that, but it hurt. They always had time for James. They would change their schedules to fit his, pop their bubble to include him, be with him, because James was so good that there wasn't a world he wasn't allowed in. They would do anything for him. Not for Peter, though. Never for Peter. He was always the odd one out. Not as energetic, not as smart, not as handsome. Awkward, chubby, and hidden in the back. Peter was used to being left out. He didn't stand out. He'd accepted it a long time ago because even if he was always in the background, he had his friends. He had Remus, kind, witty Remus, who spent hours explaining things he didn't understand with a patience even monks admired. Brave, bold Sirius, who would hex anyone who badmouthed him in a heartbeat and who, despite being far more handsome than Peter, had never made him feel anything less than. And strong, reliable James, who always made sure he was comfortable and included, a part of the group instead of an outsider. He didn't need anything else. Not the popularity, not the people crushing on him, not the merits of being a genius. He had his friends, and that was all that mattered. Then they graduated, got their own places, their own lives, and Peter found himself on the outside again. He thought their bonds were strong because how couldn't they, after everything? But Sirius and James had always been soulmates, on a frequency of their own, unreachable. And Sirius and Remus were so attuned to each other, so pulled by the other's presence. Hell, even Remus and James, far more subtle in their bond than the ones they shared with Sirius, had always been something special. So they started their adult lives, and Peter, unremarkable Peter, fell to the background. As always. Except, now he didn't think it started then. Because there was no way Sirius hadn't known about this, about his little brother and his best friend. And what Sirius knew, Remus did too. So he was the only one who hadn't known. He wasn't important enough to be told. Peter had followed his friends to a war he didn't want to fight, put his trust on them, and risked his life, only for them not to trust him back. He thought he meant something to them, a friend, a marauder, but in the end, he was just Peter. Plain, unremarkable Peter. Just like always. Gah, you won't believe this shit. Dorcas set the shirt she was folding down when she heard Marlene's yell. She was a loud one, Marlene, and Dorcas hadn't expected to like it. But, oh, how she did. So she did what she always did, and followed her girlfriend's siren call. She found her sitting on the couch, legs spread wide, and a newspaper on her hands. And Mop was propped precariously against the arm of the couch, most likely abandoned for a more fun activity. Sundays were cleaning days, and Marlene always found a distraction. This one seemed to be good. At least, James is engaged, Marlene announced, flinging the newspaper wildly. A copy of the Prophet, or which weekly, maybe. Dorcas had never been one for reading the papers. Lily took him back, as if. Marlene barked out a laugh. Get this, he's engaged to someone else. Huh. The boy sure moves quickly. Oh, and what a move. A downgrade, if you ask me. Marlene handed her the paper, still open to an article from Rita Skeeter. Which weekly, then? Dorcas read the first line, and the whole world seemed to stop. Regulus Black. James' fiancée was Regulus Black. The paper fell to the ground. Dorcas? Marlene asked tentatively, worry etched in her tone. Are you all right? Yeah. She bent down to pick up the paper. Wasn't expecting that, is all. Marlene bit her lip, unsure. It didn't fit her. She was a hurricane of a woman, so unashamedly herself. Dorcas hated that she couldn't reassure her. Were you too close? Thing is, Marlene knew some things. So did everyone else in their friend group. They knew Dorcas was a Slytherin, and that she used to be friends with Regulus, Barty, Evan, and Pandora. But they didn't know how close they were. They met her after the fallout in her 7th year, after their friendship broke apart. Dorcas never talked about them. It hurt too much. Not really, no. We just hang around the same people. That was only half a lie. Regulus and Dorcas never hang out alone, only with either another of their friends or with the whole group. They never spent time alone unless they were studying, never shared bits and pieces of their personal lives or chatted about the weather or the people or the 1,000 things that happened in Hogwarts in any normal week. By normal standards, they weren't even close friends. That was Pandora. For him, his best friend. Dorcas didn't believe in soulmates, but Regulus and Pandora made her doubt her belief. They had a friendship so pure, so unique, that she was sure a lifetime could come and go, and she would never see anything like that again. Barty, on the other hand, was friends with everyone. He didn't believe in the whole friendship hierarchy. To him, you either were one of his people, or you weren't. They were all his best friends, and at the same time, none of them were. For her, though, it was Evan, her best friend, her brother in all but blood, the person she trusted the most, who knew her better than everyone. Every thought, every moment of her life, every mannerism, Evan knew. She did too, from him. It was dazzling to think about how someone who knew her so much, someone she loved like he was the very breath in her lungs, could be so far away from her. How easy it was for them to fall apart. Dorcas was loyal to a fault, but even she had some lines she refused to cross. Being friends with them after seeing the mark in Regulus' arm, after knowing Evan was soon to follow and Barty wouldn't be far behind, was one of them. She remembered the pain, the betrayal, like it was yesterday. She remembered wanting to rewind time, stop the curse of fate. She remembered hoping it was a dream, that their friends, the ones who stood by her when everyone else turned on her for being a half-blood from a no-name family, hadn't sealed their futures by joining a psychopath hell-bent on exterminating everyone who was like her. She remembered when reality crushed against her, unavoidable, ugly, and jagged, and so twisted. Because she knew they weren't like that. She'd been their friend for years, and she'd seen how they didn't care about blood status, how they were neutral at most. And for them to join that madman, for Regulus to be the first, because Dorcas, by normal standards, was not close with Regulus. But when had they ever cared about standards? Their friendship, their bond, was theirs, no one else's. They might not have had many casual conversations outside of group ones, but when it really mattered, they were there. They didn't talk about their crushes or share their hobbies, but they were there. When Regulus cried about his brother and his family and the pressure, Dorcas was there to hold him while he sobbed and gasped and lost himself. When Dorcas was so angry at the world that she felt her whole skin crawl, Regulus was there to lead her to an unused classroom, locked in silence to the outside world, and let her rage until she was a mess of a woman weeping on the floor. They might not have shared the small things, but for the big things, the ones that mattered, they were always each other's first choice. She would have trusted him with her life. No hesitation, no questions asked. Until the mark. How did this even happen? Marlene asked, looking at the article like it held all the answers. They don't make sense. Well, Dorcas trailed off. She'd never shared this before, but now that they were engaged, she guessed it didn't matter. Regulus always had a bit of a crush on James. Marlene's eyes widened so much that Dorcas feared they would pop out. "You're taking the piss. Regulus? The fucking Ice Prince?" No way he had crush on James. That nickname. Regulus' pride and joy back then, the bastard. "Well, the evidence is there, isn't it?" Dorcas pointed to the paper. "I doubt the engagement was arranged." "Oh, I'm so gonna hit James when I see him." Marlene swatted the air with the paper, likely imagining James' face in the empty space. "I bet Sirius beat you to the punch." Marlene jumped to her feet, covering her mouth with her hands. "Oh shit, Sirius? Oh, he's so dead." She started pacing. "Do we need to plan a funeral? Maybe we should wait until he's dead." "Do we need to wait until he's dead?" Dorcas caught Marlene by her waist, stopping her in her tracks. She looked at Dorcas with big, beautiful eyes, the blur of motion that was her body suddenly going slack. "Let Sirius handle the funeral. His kill, his responsibility." Marlene chuckled lightly, raising her hand to cup Dorcas' cheek. "Hey, Cass," she said softly. "Are you really okay?" "Why wouldn't I be? Your hands are shaking." "Oh." The thing about being there for the big things, Dorcas found, was that you got to know each other on a level very few people did. She was one of the only people who had seen Regulus without his masks, without his iron and force barriers. She'd seen him in every state of disarray possible. And she'd seen him scheme. If she could trust anything, it was that she would know one of Regulus' schemes when she saw one. And this screamed of it. She didn't know how it happened. She didn't know what it was. She only knew it was dangerous, and if he didn't tread carefully, she might really be attending a funeral. Whether Regulus or James, she didn't know, and the doubt didn't make it easier. Dorcas smiled at Marlene, wide and so fake it hurt. She stepped back, and Marlene's hand fell to her side, hanging. "I'm okay, really," she could have told Marlene. She trusted her, she really did. For Salazar's sake, she loved her. Her every heartbeat was hers. But Marlene couldn't find out about this. Not the rotten parts of herself that died with her friendships. Not about Evan, not about Barty, not about Regulus. They held too much of her. When Dorcas saw the mark, she lost the parts of herself that she gave them. She wasn't herself anymore. Marlene only knew her after. She fell in love with a Dorcas that was incomplete, watered down. Dorcas, in the aftermath, molded herself to the kind of person who could fit with Marlene's friends. Less Slytherin, less cutthroat, less her. Dorcas feared that Marlene wouldn't love her if she knew who she was. So she turned her back on her and went back to folding laundry. She didn't see how Marlene sat back on the couch and buried her head in her hands, defeated, but she didn't have to. She already knew. Chapter and notes. We see Wally again. Unfortunately, it's not the last time. Don't worry, the characters are just as displeased with this as you are. I can confirm that James was not only lying out of his ass with her, but repressing the constant urge to throttle her. Lily, Lily, Lily. I love her, Your Honor. There's a lot of foreshadowing going on in her scene. And in the whole chapter, TBH, and James makes a very important realization. In his defense, I too would find it hard to get over Lily Evans. Barty and Evan are so fun to write. Honestly, if you were wondering why Regulus remembered kissing Barty last chapter, when Evan and Barty definitely were already together, it will be explained later on. Just know there was no cheating involved. Peter, double frowny face. He's going through it. Unfortunately, he will keep going through it for the foreseeable future. Now, Dorcas and Marlene are here, and they're very much struggling. They have a lot of unresolved issues, and it will definitely get worse before it gets better. Anyways, hope you enjoyed. See you next week. Chapter 5. Chapter Summary. Wolfstar, family reunions in it, not really unexpected meeting. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Where is my black ribbon? Sirius yelled from somewhere in the flat. He must have been in Remus' room, but why he would be searching there evaded him. Sirius had been in quite the state ever since the exchange of letters that agreed on a time for his visit happened. It's Tuesday now, and the first letter was sent on Sunday. Sirius said it was a test, to reply promptly, because that was the kind of mind games his mother liked to play. Remus didn't understand how sending a letter could be a test, but considering he had no idea about pureblood etiquette, he didn't feel like he had the right to point out the stupidity of the interaction. Ever since then, Sirius had been exuding boundless amounts of restless energy. Pacing the flat, stress cleaning, ranting about anything under the sun. Sirius hadn't stopped moving for days. It was a distraction, Remus knew, a means to stop thinking about the impending doom of this meeting. Remus had been trying to help him, but aside from making obscene amounts of chamomile and wrapping him in his trademark blanket burrito at night, there wasn't much he could do. Why do you even need a black ribbon? Remus yelled back. There was a crush, most likely from Sirius colliding with some furniture in his rush, and Sirius' head popped out from Remus' room, almost bouncing in place. For my hair, obviously. Did your jumpers eat that brain of yours? If you think that badly about my jumpers, why don't you stop stealing them? Never! Sirius exclaimed, going back into Remus' room. Remus sighed, taking a quill that had been abandoned in the living room's table and transfiguring it into a black ribbon. Transfiguration was not the most reliable option, considering the spell inevitably reverted the object back into its original form. But for this, it would make do. He followed Sirius into the room. He was dressed already, and the sight of him was so alien that Remus had to do a double take. Gone were his leather jacket and ripped jeans, or the t-shirts with the logos of every rock band he could get his hands on. Instead, he wore formal black robes, expensive and well-tailored, and so unlike him that Remus couldn't shake off the feeling of wrong. They looked beautiful on him, of course, the darkness of the fabric, contrasting nicely against his pale skin, and the delicate silver stitching brought out the gray of his eyes. He always looked beautiful, though straight out of the cover of a magazine, and Remus suspected he could make even a trash bag look fashionable. Maybe he was just biased, though. Here, Remus offered Sirius the ribbon. Sirius gasped in delight, running towards him. "Oh, you lifesaver! Where did you find it?" he said, turning his back to Remus and pushing all his hair back. "Help me?" "Of course." Remus gulped quietly and combed through Sirius' silky hair, gathering it back neatly. "I transfigured it. The spell should last until tonight, at the very least." "So smart, my Mooney." Sirius' smile bled into his tone. Remus' hands stilled, if only for a second. "Are you going to a funeral?" Remus asked, absolutely ignoring the way his heart pumped madly. Basically, he chuckled. "Black is the family's color." "Original, right?" he said sarcastically. "I figured since I'm supposedly trying to make amends, I should look the part. So, black it is." Remus tied the ribbon with a long bow, like he always did to Lily when her hair bothered her while on study sessions. Sirius smiled at him in thanks and strutted out of Remus' room and into his own, Remus trailing behind him. He stopped in front of his full-body mirror and pulling the front strands of his hair out of the updo, framing his face. "Are you sure you want to do this, Pads?" He wished the answer was no, because Remus didn't want him to. He really didn't want him to. Sirius' hands stopped their motion, and he turned his back to him to open the top drawer of his bureau. "I have to. I can't leave Prongs alone. Not there." "He's not alone," Remus pointed out carefully. Sirius, still not facing him, pulled out a few rings and started putting them on his fingers. "Regulus is in on this too." "And what good is that, Remus? We can't trust him. We don't even know why he's doing this. For Godric's sake." "Sirius, it's not his life that's at stake. He's not the one who will die if they don't fulfill the vow. James is." A chill run through Remus' spine. He hadn't let himself think about the implications of the vow, not strong enough to face it. But Sirius had. Of course Sirius had. If anything goes to shit, he's not the one affected. "I have to be there to make sure it doesn't because Regulus won't help." "I know he won't." His voice got quiet. "He never does." Sirius' shoulders trembled, and Remus rushed to sneak his arms around his waist from behind, embracing him. Sirius melted into him, so small for someone who was always greater than life. "He always sides with her," he whispered, aged oxidized. "Always did, always will. I can't trust him, not now. Not with James. I couldn't handle it if she hurt him, like she did to me." He didn't say. Remus heard it clearly. A spike of anger coursed through Remus, so ugly and so fucking strong that not even a full moon could hold a candle. "Don't go there," he thought. "I can't handle it either." "Not you. Please, not you." But there was no changing Sirius Black's mind once it was made up. Remus turned Sirius around, heart shattering at the sight of watery gray eyes. He pushed their foreheads together, closing his eyes. I wish you didn't have to. So do I. They stood there silently for minutes that felt like hours, basking in the warmth of the other. This is what Remus wanted. Sirius, safe in his arms, away from all the pain and the danger of the outside world. Just the two of them, in their bubble, no one else needed. Remus and Sirius. Moony and Padfoot. The moon and the stars. Remus opened his eyes, only to be met by Stormy, silver eyes already looking back. He didn't know gray could be such a warm color before meeting him. The whole world stood still, at an impasse, as gray and brown met in the middle like a clash, a sheer shock of energy. For a second, Remus thought this was it. The moment it happened, all that waiting, that yearning, culminating in a gentle collision of lips and bodies and souls. Then Sirius pulled back like he always did. I have to go. That was them, at their core. A cat and a mouse, trapped in an eternal chase, getting so close they could taste it, and then breaking apart. Almost there, almost having the world in the palm of their hands. Almost kissing, almost loving, almost being, almost. Never quite there. Sirius stood, for the first time in years, in front of the steps of Grimmauld Place. He must look dumb to the muggles passing by, looking at the intersection of two houses like there was more than just a brick wall. They couldn't see the front door, gloomy and foreboding, or the house of horrors hidden in plain sight. Sirius didn't think he'd be back. He wished, prayed, and begged not to be. And here he was, out of his own volition, dressed in clothes so stiff his skin was itching. About to see Walburga, because she wasn't his mother. That role was Effie's, so kind, so all-encompassing in her love that she filled holes Sirius didn't even know he had. She was the one to raise him, to cherish him, to make him into the man he was today. He was Effie's son, not Walburga's. Now he was Effie's son, acting the role of his lifetime. Sirius should knock, make his presence known. Being late today was not a good move, and he was already cutting it close. But he couldn't move. He felt like a statue, carved into place to remain still forever, bare under the stare of the public. He had been a blur of motion for days, a never-ending show of energy, and now he couldn't even move one foot ahead of the other. He was scared. No, scratch that, he was terrified. He was older, stronger, more mature. He could probably overpower Walburga now, battle-hardened as he was. But one look at the door of Grimmauld Place, and he was a child again. Tiny, defenseless, at the mercy of a woman who loved to punish more than she loved him. Why did he think he could do this? He couldn't. The front door opened. Are you coming in any day soon? Regulus drawled, standing ahead of him with crossed arms, and an expression so sour that Sirius wondered if he'd ever known joy in his life. He probably hadn't, all things considered. How did you know I was here? Sirius asked dumbly. The wards. Ah, shit. The wards. The sheer embarrassment of his little brother knowing he stood there for Merlin knew how long sparked Sirius into motion. He climbed up the stairs with renewed energy, only to be stopped in his tracks by a hand in his shoulder. Mother wants to honor father's dying wish, so you have good odds. But she wants retribution first. Regulus' dead eyes looked at him intently. Be careful, Sirius scoffed, pushing Regulus' hand away. Yeah, as if that ever helps. Regulus said nothing, letting Sirius in. The door closing behind him felt like a death omen. Regulus started walking without a word, trusting that Sirius would follow. They were headed towards the drawing room. Walburga always did love that place, the boring bitch. Seeing her again was a slap to the face. Her features were still stern and hostile, her pose straight as a rod, and her hair was in that complicated, rigid updo she spent 30 minutes doing every morning. The mere image of her filled him with dread. Ah, the prodigal son, she remarked bitingly. What brings you here? After all this time, Regulus took his place beside her, sitting neatly like a copy of her. A united front. Sirius sat in front of them, and it felt a bit like the oddest job interview ever. You already know. Walburga smiled coldly. I want to hear you say it. That fucking bitch. I want to return to the family. And why, pray tell, would you want to do that? She said, And though it was posed as a question, there was a touch of gloating to her tone that screamed she already knew the answer. Clearly, she didn't. You've been very adamant in denying your heritage. Sirius held back a sneer. I've had a lot to think about lately. Is this perhaps about my new son-in-law? Not yours, Sirius thought heatedly. Mine. James is mine. In part, Sirius conceded. I admit James' choice in partner has influenced my decision. But it's not just because of him. Oh. Wahlberga leaned in. The current climate has put things into perspective. Life is short, shorter than I thought, and I don't want to go all on bad terms with my family. And why is that? She pushed. If the war has shown me anything, it's that family is important. The Potters have done a great job at including me, but I do not carry their name. I'm not a Potter. I am a Black. And if he had a choice, he would take the Potter name in a heartbeat. Wahlberga hummed. Without straying her eyes from her eldest son, she asked, What do you think, Regulus? Sirius had almost forgotten his brother was there. He was silent, unimposing, like a puppet with his strings cut. It's what Father wished. If Sirius wants to come back, I say we let him. It will be good to show a united front. Wahlberga finally turned to her youngest to cup Regulus' cheek, condescending like she would a child and not a legal adult. My Regulus, always so good. She turned back to Sirius, hand detaching from her son's face. But I'm not as naive as your father was. I'm going to need more proof than just your word. She pulled out her wand, raising it toward Sirius. Hell, that wasn't good. He knew what she was going to do. And while Sirius Acclemency was one of the best amongst the order, Wahlberga was a master legilimens. A downright monster. She could run laps around Dumbledore any given day. Sirius didn't know if his walls could hold up against her. And if they didn't, they were all fucked. Mother, Regulus interjected in a soft voice. Sirius' head snapped to him. Sirius is no longer a child. Let him prove his words with his actions, like a proper man. Oh, that little shit. So he didn't mind going against Wahlberga if it saved his own skin, didn't he? Wahlberga lowered her arm, but her wand remained in her hold. Very well. He shall show us his honesty on his own. Her eyes hardened, and Sirius, who had seen that expression countless times before, stiffened immediately. For James, he reminded himself. Endure it for James. But your actions have brought much shame to this family. I can't let that go unpunished. There was the unavoidable. Would it be a crucio this time? Or would she try something new, specially prepared for this occasion? Wahlberga began to stand, and Sirius braced himself. Regulus, in a motion as quick as catching a snitch, got a hold of her arm. Despite the speed of his action, the hold on her was gentle, calming. At the same time, a warm energy coated Sirius like one of Remus' fuzzy blankets. Family magics. Protective, a shield against Wahlberga's rage. A failsafe. Regulus was Lord Black now. Sirius remembered dazedly. The family magics answered to him. The betrothal ball is this weekend, Regulus said in a placating manner. Now that Sirius is back in the family, he'll be expected to attend. He can't be indisposed if we want to avoid a scandal. Regulus, Wahlberga warned, voice cold and threatening and all shades of wrong when directed at her youngest son. Sirius didn't remember that tone used on anyone else than him. But now that he had, the big brother instincts he thought long lost flared to life. Please, man, Regulus said softly. He's my brother. Now that he's regained his senses and come back to us, I want him there. I know James does too. Sirius blinked. Then blinked again. Did he? No, he couldn't have. Not Wahlberga's perfect heir. He always sided with her. Even if Sirius laid, broken in the ground, a child marked by blood, trembling from the after effects of torture. Except, Sirius was no longer a child, and he'd been out of that house for years. He was no longer drowning in a puddle of blood, too busy choking his lungs out and praying for death to come and take him to pay attention to anything besides his suffering. He wasn't living in that hell house, breaking under the expectations, the punishment, the control. He might be in Grimmauld Place again, but this time he was just a visitor. He had distance now. Wahlberga sat, the severe set of her eyebrows softening slightly. She backed down. The woman who Sirius had come to know as an unstoppable force, a tornado, destroying everything in her wake with no chance for stopping, backed down. Then, impossibly, she said, "All right, but don't you think this is over?" The magic around Sirius tightened minutely before disappearing. With distance, Sirius realized came clarity. Things that were hidden in plain sight became obvious, and facts that used to be murky and blurred until they were unrecognizable laid bare for his eyes to see. With the spell broken, something so impossible that he wouldn't have believed it had he not seen it happen before his eyes became unmistakable. Regulus was playing Walburga, like a fucking fiddle. "Regulus," Sirius choked out. "I need to talk to you. Alone." "What was that?" Walburga inquired threateningly. In the wake of these new revelations, Sirius didn't have it in him to pay attention to her. "It's fine, Mother. I should deal with the legalities of his reinstatement as soon as possible either way," Regulus pacified. "We'll be in Father's study if you need us." With that, Regulus stood up and stepped out of the room. What was with this kid and making Sirius follow after him like a goddamn dog? Wait, did he know about? No, he couldn't. Could he? When they got to the study, Regulus was quick to lock the door and cast a muffliato. Before he could even finish, Sirius spoke. "You're manipulating her." "I don't know what you're talking about," Regulus stated plainly. "Oh, come on. Don't lie to me." "It's not a lie," he shrugged, then put his wand back in its holster. "Whatever you thought you saw, I assure you it's not true." "You want to play this game?" "Really?" Sirius asked incredulously. "All right, I could do that too." With deliberate movements, Sirius walked to the door and plopped down just in front of it. He crossed his legs, looking at his brother daringly. Regulus pinched the bridge of his nose. "Sirius, what are you doing?" he asked, exhausted. He looked utterly done with him, tired to the bone and on the brink of death. "Isn't it obvious?" "I'm blocking the exit," Sirius said with a cheeky grin. "Why?" "Because you're being stubborn." "Well, newsflash. I can be stubborn too." He tilted his chin up, defiance marking his every word. "I'm not moving until you admit you were manipulating Walburga. And since I'm blocking your only escape route," Sirius motioned to the door behind his back, "neither are you." "You're insufferable," Regulus groaned. "And you were manipulating her," Sirius countered without missing a beat. Regulus threw his hands in the air, as if praying to an unknown deity. Which was stupid, because Sirius knew for a fact he wasn't a spiritual person. Fine, I was manipulating her. Happy now?" Sirius hummed, ignoring the death glare he was receiving. "Not really, but it's a start." "Since when have you been doing that?" Regulus' jaw locked. "Since you left for your first year." Sirius' brows raised to his hairline. That was not the answer he was expecting. "That long?" "Yes," Regulus spat out, as if at the fact that he had to clarify annoyed him. "Regulus, you were 10. So what?" Regulus asked nonchalantly. "It's not like it's that difficult a task. You just have to give her what she wants." "Child abuse," Sirius commented in a mocking tone. Regulus threw him a flat stare, but he didn't deny it. Somehow, Sirius was expecting him to. It made sense, though, that he didn't. They were both raised under the wounding caress of the same claws. "Control," he rebutted dryly. "You make her think you're under her thumb. She leaves you alone. She only retaliates if she thinks you're slipping away." "Oh, that's why you told me to stop acting out." "I told you to stop acting out because you were annoying," Regulus denied. Sirius knew that was a lie. It was in the hint of panic in his eyes, in the minute way his body became rigid. Like Sirius was getting too close to a truth he didn't want him to know. Sirius' head filled with questions. Why? Why was he denying it? Such a simple thing, almost kind of him. Uncharacteristic, some would say, but Sirius knew better. Regulus didn't care about him, didn't worry enough to help him prevent Walburga's wrath. The Regulus in front of him, prim and poised and so very distant, was not a person capable of empathy. Understanding, perhaps, an innate intuition, or maybe one forged with age, of the inner workings of the people he encountered. But understanding was not empathy, not without care for what one understood. To this Regulus, comprehension was a means of manipulation. His actions were not rooted on sympathy, but on the knowledge that goodwill could earn favor. That was the way of Regulus Arcturus Black, scion of the House of Black. But there was a time, now a lifetime ago, where Regulus was not the person he became. Once upon a time, Regulus Arcturus Black used to be Reggie, his little brother, soft and gentle, pure enough to be touched by the horrors of that family and still keep his kindness close to his heart. His little brother, his Reggie, who would cry for stepping on an ant. What if it had a family, Siri? Unconsolable and so very guilty, because empathy and care were rooted in his nature. Sirius thought he had lost him, that child with big eyes filled with wonder, who gave and gave and gave because he didn't know that in this world it was either taking or getting stolen from. He had mourned him, that little brother of his, because how could he still be alive? How could his light survive in a house so full of darkness that even the smallest hint of goodness was smothered without remorse? It faded out, that light of his. Slowly, painstakingly, Sirius watched as it withered and lessened until it stopped shining. It was harrowing, watching his Reggie grow into someone else, someone who sided with their mother, who told him time and time again to behave. The perfect child of Walburga Black, molded in her image. Little by little, the parts of him that made him his little brother were ripped and discarded, never to be seen again. Sirius could only watch, helpless, as his little brother, his Reggie, faded into nothingness. From the ashes of his Reggie, Regulus Black was born. Because Regulus Black wasn't Reggie. Regulus Black was ruthless, uncaring. The perfect son, the perfect heir, the perfect student. Perfection, Sirius had realized, was hollow, empty. Beauty was only to be found in imperfection, because flaws were what made people human. Perfection was but a fallacy, an utopian delusion only seeked by those who were unwilling to see that sometimes emotions led to mistakes. And what was life without emotions? People were made to love until it ached, to experience friendship and yearning and live life in the company of alike individuals. Humans weren't made to be perfect. Regulus Black was impeccable, and that, in the end, made him lifeless. Sirius couldn't look him in the eyes, so like his own, and recognize any part of his little brother in that mannequin of a person. How could his Reggie, so full of life, become this? The change was unnatural, tainted, like someone had taken his body and, in the place of his little brother, they'd put an imposter. When Sirius ran away from Grimmauld Place, he did so believing that what he left behind was a mere stranger. But was he? Was there any chance that Reggie was still there, hiding behind the facade of perfect Regulus Black? Sirius couldn't remember much of his childhood. Most of it was blurred flashes and images instead of a full picture. A coping mechanism, Effie told him, a way his brain had of helping him deal with his trauma. His memories of Grimmauld Place, warped as they were, could be unreliable. Maybe Sirius was wrong. Maybe his brother was still there, and Sirius just couldn't see him. His mind clashed and fought against itself. Pieces of his life painted in a new light. Was Regulus manipulating Walburga instead of siding with her? Was he trying to help Sirius when he told him to obey? Had he never protected him, or was he just quiet in his efforts? He had today protected him. Was that because of convenience, or was the action out of care? If so, had he done it before, and Sirius didn't know? You helped me, Sirius stated quietly, voice raspy and unstable. Regulus furrowed his brow, confused by the sudden change of topic. With Walburga, she tried to punish me, and you stopped her. Why? There was again that flash of panic, and then it was gone. Regulus looked away, face carved in stone. Does it matter? It does to me, because his little brother could still be there, alive, trapped in a cage of ice and ache, and Sirius couldn't ignore it. Sirius missed him. He had a family, now one of his own choosing, Effie and Monty, who showed him there was far more love available for him than he thought could ever exist. James, his brother in all but blood, a bond forged so fiercely that Sirius knew he'd lose himself if he ever lost him. Even his friends, Peter, Marlene, Lily, and Mary, had shown him what it meant to be a family. And Remus, well, Remus had always been something special. He loved them. He really did. They were the blood in his veins and the breath in his lungs, ingrained in the core of his soul. But there was a hole in his heart in the shape of his brother, raw and bloody even after all those years. He tried with valiant effort to close it, to stitch it together until the flesh could heal, because he thought he had long lost the chance to fill it. He'd failed. The hole was ever present, ever growing, and refused to go away without a fight. Maybe he could have closed it if he fought back. He'd never been strong enough to even try. He thought he had his brother figured out. Like a puzzle, every piece settled in place with careful efficiency. Then Regulus protected him, the ghost of his little brother haunting the action. And the puzzle smashed to the ground and broke into a million parts. And there, in the middle of the destruction, a single puzzle piece. The wrong color, the wrong shape, like it belonged to an entirely different puzzle. Sirius feared it did, because this piece, it didn't belong to Regulus Black. It belonged to his little brother. It could be a fluke, of course, a trick of the light. Nothing was clear under the dreary ambience of Grimmauld Place. This house felt like a cemetery, built on the remains of his little brother. It could be the morning, still unfinished, that made the puzzle piece look wrong. But if it wasn't, Sirius needed to know. It won't change anything, Sirius. It can't, Regulus whispered. There was defeat under that wall of indifference of his. It made him look smaller, younger. Sirius wanted to shout. It can. It can. It changes everything. What if it does? He asked instead. Regulus laughed humorlessly. What is there to change? Us. It can change us. You left, I stayed, and when this whole thing is over, that will stay the same. You'll walk away. Go live that life you so loudly defend. Leave this house behind. Leave me behind. Again, it went unsaid, but the silent words still echoed through the air between them. Is that what you think? Sirius asked, breathless. It's what I know, Regulus stated. Quiet, subtle in its strength, yet still firm. Unmovable. Like there was no world out there where Sirius didn't leave in the end. And that's what you want? Sirius asked, jumping to his feet. He couldn't deal with the heat running in his veins while sitting down. To play pretend, the Black brothers reunited, and then walk away like nothing happened? Like we're in a fucking dollhouse instead of the real world. Isn't that all this ever was? Regulus said, motioning around him like an actor, putting on the greatest performance of his career. A dollhouse. A mix of rotten flesh, playing the part of a happy family. He smirked dangerously. It feels like going back in time, doesn't it, brother? Regulus was deflecting. He knew he was, but there was a fire raging inside him with the strength of 1,000 suns. He said brother like it was dirty. And how dared he? How dared he imply they were never anything more than an act, when the shape of their brotherhood was still forged in Sirius being? Oh, spare me your bullshit, Regulus, Sirius yelled. You think I don't know what you're doing? Regulus smiled, mocking canines in full display. What I'm doing? What about what you're doing? Well, enlighten me, brother, he mocked. What am I doing? You're digging a graveyard. Regulus spat out, venomous. The thing you're looking for? It's long dead. Ah, there he was. Regulus Black, everyone. Ever so poisonous. Squashing with the sole of his foot whatever hope could remain. The fire lit inside. Sirius roared brighter, fiercer. Fueled by the notion that this was all foolish. That Sirius was a naive little lamb following after a revelation that could sooner reward devastation than it could relief. That the only thing he could ever find here was the corpse of his little brother, now reduced to broken bones and putrefaction. Regulus' words were a cautionary tale, a warning that he better stop now, lest he finds something he will never unsee. But Regulus was wrong. Sure, Sirius didn't want to see the body, but maybe he needed to. He had to see that corpse, to know for certain that his little brother was dead. That there was no way that this person in front of him could ever be something other than the imposter. He needed to know that the person he left behind wasn't his Reggie, his little brother, because if it was, Sirius needed that closure. And he would do anything in order to get it. Always so smart, aren't you, brother? Sirius spat out. He didn't miss the way Regulus flinched. He enjoyed it. In fact, let it spread glee all over his resentment. Well, it's my turn now. Regulus waved his hand in disinterest. By all means, go ahead. Sirius strode forward, coming face to face with his brother. Close, dangerously so. You're hiding something. It was a shot in the dark. Call it intuition. Call it delusion. But Sirius hadn't spent the last 8 years harboring secrets not to recognize when someone kept one. His suspicions proved correct when Regulus' eyes widened minutely. Blink, and you'll miss it. Sirius didn't dare blink. And I'm going to find out what. So try not to make it too easy, will you? It's no fun that way. With that, Sirius turned his back on Regulus and left, breaking through the spells, locking the room in record time. It wasn't the first time he left his little brother behind. This time, though, Sirius knew he'd come back. James was never an evasive person. If he had a problem with someone, he'd let them know. If he screwed up, he'd apologize. He didn't procrastinate when something had a deadline. People expected him to, because he was never the best at being organized, but James used to do his homework the same day it was assigned. He was very well aware that procrastination and evasion only worked to drag things out. And until they were inevitably resolved, James was left with a never-ending stream of guilt and anxiety that teamed up only to torture him from the background of his mind. That's why he made an effort to face things straight on. For the most part, he'd succeeded. He still struggled when dealing with things that had neither urgency nor a deadline, like organizing the pile of clothes sitting on the floor of his closet. Not because he was lazy, no, but simply because he forgot. Out of sight, out of mind. James would see the pile and think, oh, I should deal with that. And then he wouldn't remember it until he saw the pile again, or run out of clean clothes and had to either deal with it or walk around in a dirty shirt. But when it came to pressing matters, ones he knew he had to do before the time was up and he was left to deal with the consequences, he never let them drag on. It was bad for his mental health, which was why he was vibrating with anxiety while stepping into his parents' house. James hadn't told his parents about Regulus. He figured they knew, since it was all over the papers, but the news hadn't come from James. Usually, his parents would be the first to know about every development in James' life, even the menial ones. This time, though, James had ignored it until he had no choice but to talk to them. It's not that he feared their reaction, because his parents were the most understanding people on earth, and there was very little James could do to make them angry. Disappointed, maybe, but never angry. His parents hadn't raised him by punishment, and James could barely remember a time either of them had even screamed at him, let alone put a hand on him. Instead, they sat him down and talked to him about the issue, making sure to both listen to James' explanation and voice their own concerns in a way so gentle that it cracked him every single time. They believed in communication, and not once had they lied to him or shied away from one of his questions. That's why it was so hard for James to tell them about this. His parents had offered nothing but honesty, and here he was about to lie to them. If he pulled it off, that is, Monty might be a bit gullible at times, always seeing the best in people, but Effie was another matter entirely. She was a Slytherin raised in a pure-blood household, so she'd been around lies and deceit for as long as she remembered. Euphemia Potter was the human embodiment of Veritaserum, and James was very much not immune to it. The way James saw it, there were two possible outcomes for this conversation. Either they believed him, and James was stuck having to lie to his parents, or Effie caught him, and then she'd know a secret that could put her in far more danger than James would ever want for her. A no-win situation. If he could, he wouldn't do this. But the engagement ball was that Saturday, and James had 2 invitations for them in his pocket. So he was left with no other option than to enter his childhood home and brace himself for the worst. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," James called out, shrugging off his shoes and leaving them in the entryway. He spotted his slippers in the shoe rack, still there even though he hadn't been living here in a year, and made quick work of putting them on. His mother appeared in the hallway, larger than life even if she barely reached James' shoulders anymore. She tootayed, hands on her hips and eyes narrowed. "Well, look what the cat dragged in. Tired of ignoring your poor, old parents yet, Mom?" James whined, a bit childish. "I wasn't ignoring you. There's just been a lot going on lately." "Oh, there sure has, if the prophet is to be trusted," Effie huffed. "But not even a letter, James? I raised you better than that." "You did," James agreed, enveloping her in a tight hug. Despite her obvious disagreement, Effie hugged him back just as tightly, if not more. James was sure he would never get tired of his mom's hugs, not even when he was old and wrinkly. A child never outgrows a mother's love. "I missed you." "So did I," Effie replied, just as soft as James' voice had been. She disentangled from him, a hand still on his arm, and promptly led him into the house. Now let's go get that father of yours. He's been locked in his lab all morning, and I'm sure he'll appreciate an explanation as much as I will. His mother eyed him sharply, and James gulped. His father was, as expected, in his potions lab. He often got carried away with his work, too focused on whatever he was developing, but as soon as he saw James's face lit up and he put his cauldron under a stasis charm. He hugged James joyfully. His whole attention now turned to him. James remembered Walburga's cold distance, the shine of possessiveness in her eyes instead of love when she looked at Regulus. And he couldn't help but feel like he'd been blessed by having Effie and Monty as his parents. It made him feel worse. Well, look at that. A lot of exciting news lately, aren't there? Monty said as he pulled back. James chuckled, ignoring the tightness of his throat. Yeah, you could say that, and with Sirius' little brother, no less. How did that happen? Monty pushed on. It was all very quick, James shrugged. But hey, he's finally a part of the family now. He's always been a part of the family, Effie commented. The only difference is that now he knows it. It was true. When they'd taken Sirius in, Effie had prepared 2 bedrooms instead of one. One for Sirius, right besides James, and one just in case Regulus needed a place to go one day. The room was unused, but James knew Effie still kept it in shape in case it was ever needed. Monty, once he heard from Sirius that Regulus was a potions prodigy, had set up a place for him in his lab, fully equipped with materials of as high a quality as the ones he used. Also unused, also carefully maintained. Regulus had always had a place with the Potters. Even now, as his fiancée, James doubted he'd ever take it. Did Sirius find out through the prophet too? Monty joked. His voice was light, not a trace of resentment there, but James knew it must have hurt to find out that way. No, Regulus and I told him personally. I can't imagine he took it well, Effie said thoughtfully. The corner of her eye tightened, betraying her worry. Is that why he's not with you? I haven't seen that boy in ages. No, he took it far better than you'd expect it, and we're still good, him and I. He's not here because, James gulped. He's in Grimmauld. The reaction was immediate. Both of his parents whitened, Effie clutching Monty's arm. Monty held Effie's hand, squeezing in support. The 3 of them had seen Sirius come through the flu in the summer before his 6th year, but Effie was the one to heal him. She was the one Sirius confided in the most out of the 2 of them, too, starved of a mother's love as he was. Effie knew best what Grimmauld and the monsters that haunted it had done to Sirius. He suspected she knew more than even James himself, and by her reaction alone, he knew he was right. What? Euphemia choked out. Monty didn't seem to have words yet. He's rejoining the family, James stated weakly, every bit as scared as his parents of what that meant for his best friend. No, Effie gasped, eyes watering. Monty put his arm around her shoulders. I tried to stop him. James rushed out. But you know how stubborn he is. Once something gets in his head, there's no way to take it out. I tried to go today, but he wouldn't let me. It's a family matter, he says. James was worried out of his mind. Maybe that's why he chose today of all days to visit his parents. He needed a distraction. If that poor excuse of a human being does something to him, I swear, Effie hissed. Monty, who would usually chastise her when she badmouthed anyone, stayed silent. He's not alone with her. Regulus is there too, James reassured her. But was it reassuring though? Could James trust him with serious safety? Regulus had said he'd protect him, not long ago, but James had seen him with Walburga. It was hard to reconcile the image of Regulus slumped in his couch, ranting passionately just to prove James wrong with the stone-cold, statuesque person he'd seen in Grimmauld Place. They might have spent hours getting to know each other, but James didn't know him. He couldn't trust him with something as monumental as this. His parents caught his unease, because of course they would. James, Monty started, but James didn't let him finish. He searched through his pockets, taking 2 envelopes and handing them to his parents. There's an engagement ball this Saturday. Sirius will be there. Monty opened the envelope with careful hands. This is very fancy. Are you sure it's yours? He commented, trying to break a bit of the tension. By the way his voice trembled, he wasn't succeeding. It says my name, doesn't it? James tried to joke. He wasn't succeeding either. James, Effie interrupted. She was looking at the envelope with an odd expression. She hadn't opened it. What are you doing? James freezed. What? This isn't you. This isn't serious. And from what he has told me, this isn't Regulus either. I didn't want to bring it up because your choices are yours to handle. But this… What are you doing, James? She looked at him now, the full intensity of her brown eyes, the ones he got from her, pinned on James. Monty pursed his lips but didn't comment. For all he tried not to meddle, James knew he was thinking the same. I can't tell you, Mom. I'm sorry, James whispered, feeling like a child again. They'd caught him, just as James feared they would, but he couldn't let them bear the weight of this secret. He couldn't put them in danger. Effie nodded tersely, stepping forward to cup his cheek in her hand. If you don't want to tell me, I won't pry. But please be safe. The three of you. James blinked away the mist in his eyes. We will, he promised. Unyielding, determined. Every part his mother's son. Even if he had to ensure it himself. Face every danger with his bare hands. He would not break his word. Effie pulled back, satisfied. Monty took her place, putting a hand on James' shoulders. His eyes held an uncharacteristic solemnity, so unfamiliar in his ever-jovial features. You're strong, James, stronger than you give yourself credit for. Whatever this is, I know you can take it. But please, don't put the weight of the world on your shoulders. It will crush you. This time, James didn't answer. You'd think a Death Eater meeting would be interesting. Full of big personalities and powerful people, it was bound to have a clash at some point. So prideful. Every one of them, always ready to throw a snide comment here or there. Surely someone would cause a scene, humiliate themselves in their righteous fury, give the miserable sods that occupied the chair something to talk about. They didn't. Death Eater meetings were an hour straight of Voldemort monologuing. There was some interjection, sure, but only when Voldemort gave someone a chance to regale the room with tales of their missions. Even that was dull, though. Everyone was far too scared of Voldemort's ire to step a toe out of line. It was boring. This one, admittedly, was a bit more interesting. With the news of his engagement presented in the papers, everyone and their mothers knew of it. No one dared bring it up. What with the evil Dark Lord eagerly waiting for someone to make a mistake, just so he could practice, say, Crucio or two. That didn't stop them from staring, of course. They were all doing a damn good job at burning holes in Regulus' skull by the force of their eyes alone. In the last few meetings, ever since Evan took the mark, Regulus entertained himself by having silent conversations with him. A back-and-forth use of legilimency. Prodigious, Slughorn would say, for people of such a young age to make that advanced in use of an already complicated piece of magic. Regulus didn't agree, though. He knew far too well the things a teenager could achieve out of sheer boredom. Evan wasn't in this meeting. For someone so keen on sneaking out of Hogwarts just to pester Regulus, he sure used the I can't leave Hogwarts card a lot when it came to meetings. Probably because Barty couldn't attend those. This left Regulus with no way of passing the time. He'd been to meetings without Evan before, since he was marked long before his friend was. So Regulus had no choice but to do the same thing he always did back then, dissociating. It wasn't like he missed much. For all that his family liked to brag about him being the youngest Death Eater to ever be marked, Regulus had quite a menial role. He went out on a mission or two, sure, but the rest of the time he was a potioneer. He didn't go out much, just went to the potions lab in Malfoy Manor, kindly offered to Voldemort by Abraxas Malfoy, and stirred cauldrons for hours with the occasional company of Severus Snape and a few people much older than him. God, was that dull? So Regulus put on a carefully constructed facade of attention and slipped back into his mind. Not a good place either, but definitely better than the meeting. He usually snapped back to the real world when the meeting was over, because the air would shift with the dismissal, and everyone would trip over their feet to leave the room before they annoyed their lord. Ah, the power of fear. On occasion, his name would be called, and Regulus would snap to attention in the blink of an eye. That didn't happen very often. Regulus, Voldemort's voice, slow and very pointedly neutral, broke Trophy's trance like a dagger against flesh. Would you mind staying back to have a chat, except when it did? Of course, my lord. Regulus tilted his head in acknowledgement, returning the same neutrality as he was addressed with. As kind as Voldemort's words seemed to be, Regulus knew to take them for what they were, a threat. The meeting was almost over, which was good for Regulus' already frayed nerves. Not more than a few minutes later, Voldemort bid his farewell, and the room emptied with practiced efficiency. Voldemort stood up from his place at the head of the table and looked at Regulus with blood-red eyes. "Follow me." They were in less strange manner. Regulus, who had been here countless times to visit his madwoman of a cousin, knew the place like the back of his hand. He knew every room, every hidden corner, the names of each and every one of the small army of house elves that took care of it. He knew where he was being led to, too. A former drawing room, repurposed and gifted to Voldemort due to Bellatrix's eagerness to please her lord, that worked as the man's personal office. It didn't look like an office, though. The room was bare, stripped of furniture except for a single throne-like chair placed against the wall opposite to the entrance, right in the middle. Despite its naked state, the room exuded the generations of wealth that were found in every place in the manor. Green, ornate walls, a pillar or two engraved with sinister drawings. The room was foreboding, very dramatic, a bit overdone, in Regulus' not-so-humble opinion. Voldemort sat in the chair, legs crossed and an elbow propped in the armrest, his head tilted into his loosely fisted hand. Regal like every part of him, he held himself confidently, yet carefully, a constructed form of elegance. Dark brown hair styled neatly, black dress robes ironed to perfection, matching shoes polished and shiny. The image of power. He was handsome, or he could have been. Smooth, pale skin sculpted around pointed features. Perfect eyes, perfect nose, perfect cheekbones. So perfect, in fact, that it was eerie. His features, separately, were beautiful to the eye, but together they felt unnatural. Like he was an eldritch monster masquerading as a human being, choosing his appearance straight out of the standards of beauty, but not quite understanding what made up the foundations of a person. Regulus kneeled in front of him, head slightly tilted down. Not subservient, no. Respectful. Voldemort didn't want mindless sheep. He wanted soldiers. "You are betrothed," Voldemort stated, voice deceitfully charming. "I believe congratulations are in order." "Thank you, my lord. It has caused quite the uproar, too." "What was your fiancé's name again?" "James Potter." "Ah, the Potter heir," Voldemort exclaimed joyfully. Too joyfully, in fact. Such a controversial choice. "I can only hope your colleagues retained today's information," busy as they were staring at you. "I apologize, my lord. It was not my intention to impose on the meeting." Voldemort waved a hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Their gossip is no one's fault but their own." He paused for effect, staring Regulus down. "Though I must admit I share their curiosity. It was a very unexpected union indeed. Almost suspiciously so. The engagement was not arranged, I assume? There was the reason for the meeting. A paranoid bastard. That one. Always expecting a betrayal. Always ready to take action. Just as Evan had warned him, Voldemort was suspicious, untrusting. Thankfully, Regulus had come prepared. Time to set the bait. "You are correct, my lord. The betrothal was born out of love." Voldemort scoffed. "Stand, Lord Black. Let's have a conversation between equals." Regulus stood as ordered, weight perfectly balanced in the balls of his feet, and hands linked behind his back. For the first time since entering the room, Regulus looked Voldemort in the eye. Almost immediately, he felt a light brush of legitimacy against his mental barriers. Small, almost imperceptible, yet strong enough to break well-crafted acclimacy. Not Regulus, though. Being raised by Walburga Black had its perks, after all. After failing to enter Regulus' mind, Voldemort's face contorted into a wolfish grin, teeth in full display. Gone was his facade of effortless charm. He looked dangerous now, ready to strike. "You're such an interesting character, Regulus," Voldemort started. This time his joy was not faked. "Everyone thinks you naive. Harmless. A mere puppet for your mother to move. But I believe you already knew that." The mask Regulus used around high society was a simple yet effective one. Bright, but not too bright. Perceptive, but not too perceptive. Dangerous, since he was a black, but not too dangerous. Perfectly average. Unassuming. someone to know, but not to consider above a passing thought. He despised his face sometimes because his soft features made him look far too innocent, but it fit greatly with this mask. It made him look like a pretty little lamb, painfully unaware of its imminent slaughter. It helped him remain underestimated. Regulus smiled lightly, pushing that mask to the forefront. "And what do you think, my lord?" Voldemort saw through the mask, of course. Regulus didn't expect him to fall for it, because as crazy as the fucker was, he was also very intelligent. He wasn't using the mask as a way to fool him. No, he was putting on a show. By the brief flash of delight in Voldemort's eyes, he knew it too. "I think they're all fools." Regulus' smile widened. "Is that so, my lord?" "Of course," Voldemort agreed easily. "I must admit your facade is very well crafted, but I knew as soon as I saw you that there was more to it than met the eye. Am I wrong, Regulus?" Regulus let his mask slip away into something more real. His smile turned cold, sarcastic, matching Voldemort's in every way. Shark-like, out for blood. Another mask, of course, but this time it was made explicitly for the man he was talking to. It was easy to make someone believe you if you gave them what they wanted. Regulus was very good at giving them what they wanted. Was I so obvious? Not to the average person. But I'm not ordinary, am I? The inness of his smirk was accompanied by a slight narrowing of his eyes, like he was daring him to oppose the statement. "That's the reason I marked you so young. Only 16, yet smart enough to put my oldest Death Eaters to shame. A level of excellence I couldn't miss out on." Regulus tilted his head down in acknowledgement. "That," Voldemort's tone lowered to a dangerous thrum, "is why I don't believe your union was born out of love. Will you tell me the truth, or will I have to take it from you?" This was the point where anyone would freak out. He was onto him, ready to pry the truth out of him through any means necessary. But Regulus had come prepared. He knew Voldemort wouldn't buy the whole love thing. In the 2 years he'd been a Death Eater, Regulus hadn't once seen him express anything close to love. Obsession, infatuation maybe, but not love. It was a concept so foreign to him that the mere idea of it felt unbelievable. Everyone else could buy the story they made, the 4 of them, if they sold it well enough. Not Voldemort, though. Voldemort didn't understand love, but he understood revenge. Regulus looked away, gaze setting in the wall to his right. "I don't doubt James' reasons were, indeed, love, but I must admit mine were a little more selfish." "Oh," Voldemort inquired, leaning in slightly. A spark of amused curiosity lit up his face. "James is easy on the eyes, and I'm not blind to it. But that's not why I got with him." He looked back at Voldemort, meeting his eye defiantly. "My brother abandoned me, left me for James, called him his brother, while I was left behind as nothing but a mere memory. I wanted to get back at him." "You wanted revenge," Voldemort commented, hints of curiosity growing to full-blown interest. "If he was going to leave me for James, why not make James leave him for me?" Regulus conceded. "James is a gullible person. So honest, so easy to read. Making myself into something he would love was child's play." "You don't love him," a statement, not a question. "I love what I can take from him," Regulus answered. Voldemort smiled once again, cruel and ruthless, and Regulus knew he bought it. Voldemort uncrossed his legs, straightening his spine to look more alert, more present. His air of carelessness was gone in a second. "I have underestimated you." Regulus blinked. "Pardon?" "I knew of your excellence, Regulus, but this," he motioned to Regulus' frame. "You have hunger, resentment. There's so much anger inside you that it's about to explode." A pause. "I used to be like that too." That was not how Regulus expected this conversation to go. He hadn't planned for this. He waited silently for Voldemort to continue, feeling slightly wrong-footed. "I was angry at the world, at the cards it lent me. Unbridled fury, scalding everything in its wake. So lost in it, until I found a way to channel it. I will tell you a secret." He leaned forwards. "I don't care about pure-blood supremacy." That was not exactly unexpected. There were only so many purebloods one could torture and murder before his ideals became suspicious. But for him to admit it so openly, what was he trying to do? What game was he playing? The eradication of Muggleborns, the fight for Dark Wizards' freedom. They're only a means to an end. He pushed on, uncaring for whatever whiplash he was giving Regulus. This war is my revenge. The world wanted to destroy me, so why not destroy it back? Regulus understood that, in a way, the need for retribution. There was a moment when you were beaten to the ground, where the possibility of giving back what was given to you seemed alluring, addictive even. I see that in you too. You yearn for revenge, don't you? All that abuse, all that neglect, all that betrayal. Don't you want to do something with it? Make your suffering worthwhile. Regulus saw it now, the game he was playing. Voldemort was intelligent, scarily so. He had to be, to get where he was. He knew where to push and where to pull, what words to say to get to someone. He had read Regulus like a book. It was a terrifying realization, the fact that it would have worked. If Voldemort had told him those exact same words a year ago, it would have worked. He had no objective, nothing to channel his ire into. He was so desperate. He could have lost himself into Voldemort's ploy, sharpening his edges for him until he became his most treasured weapon. Voldemort was right. Yes, Regulus whispered. Voldemort smiled sharply. Keep your petty revenge, Regulus. You deserve it, he said, voice smooth as silk. But you are meant for far greater things. Once a week, come to me. I'll give you private lessons, teach you everything you need to know to hone your skills. If your potential is as vast as I believe it to be, in due time you'll become my equal. You'll share my revenge. What do you say, Regulus? Regulus was dizzy. His equal. Voldemort didn't do equals. Not even Bellatrix, who bent herself in every way as long as it meant impressing her master, was anything more than his right hand. Important, yes, but still a follower. No one had ever been given this chance. And if they hadn't succeeded. Why him, though? What was so special about him? He was inexperienced, barely some months older than 18. Oh, the perfect age for grooming. Regulus bowed down, keeping his face controlled. I'd be honored, my lord. I won't disappoint you. I look forward to it. His dark smile fell back into his signature neutrality. Now leave. I have taken enough of your time today. I'll contact you when it's time for our first lesson. Regulus nodded his head and went out of the room on autopilot. This was big, the dream of every Death Eater. He could even see himself, age 16, falling prey to the glamour of the title. Regulus had never met anyone as good as himself when it came to manipulation, but Voldemort? He was on a whole other level. He would have ensured his loyalty had Regulus been 16. If he was still lost, still yearning for more, and unable to do anything about it, Voldemort would have him wrapped around his fingers in just one conversation. But he wasn't. Regulus was 18, and he had found a purpose. He wasn't helpless anymore, and he sure as hell wouldn't go down without a fight. He had already wasted one life. There was no way he would waste another one. Voldemort was too late. He already had a revenge plan, a way to channel his rage. A sharp, ugly smile took hold of Regulus' face. Oh, how naive Voldemort was. Regulus was not a child anymore, helpless and lost. He was a predator, biding his time, scheming behind closed doors. Eyes on his prey, he would hunt him one soul piece at a time. And now, Voldemort had let him close. Chapter and notes. Well, this one was intense. Every time I write Wolfstar in this story, I have the urge to push their heads together and force them to kiss. It would save us all a lot of trouble. Alas, it's not meant to be yet. Now, Walburga and Sirius. Those two are a very complicated duo, and I'm afraid they'll only get more complicated over time. Talking about complicated, Sirius and Regulus finally talk alone. Predictably, it goes horribly. I wrote this scene like 3 times, I think, because I just couldn't get the tone right, but I'm quite happy with how it turned out. Effie and Monty, they're here, and they're absolutely wholesome. Remember the sentence, a child never outgrows a mother's love, because it can and will come back to hurt you red heart. Also, we meet Voldemort. That man has ulterior motives hidden behind ulterior motives. He's an absolutely horrible human being, if we can call him that, but he's such an interesting character. He literally saw a Regulus little manipulation game and said, "Watch and learn, you amateur." And that's it. See you soon, everyone. Chapter 6. Chapter Summary. The Engagement Ball, Part 1. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Regulus, Sirius yelled as soon as he stepped out of the flue. Get down here. It's time to confer. It was the day of the engagement ball. The three of them had agreed to meet beforehand in order to debate battle plans, because neither were too keen on facing pandemonium straight on. Why Sirius and Regulus called it that instead of the much more truthful prevent James from fucking up and falling to his own demise. James didn't know, but he appreciated it nonetheless. The ball, as was tradition, would be held in the family's ancestral home, which, to James' surprise, wasn't Grimmauld Place. When they were getting dressed for the day at James' flat, Sirius had explained the property issue. Black Manor, their ancestral home, was reserved for Lord Black to live in. Orion had grown up there, but since Arcturus was stubborn and refused to die, he had been forced to live in the townhouse instead of the manor. By the time Arcturus kicked the bucket, the family was too rooted in the townhouse to move to Black Manor, so the house was left abandoned. Or it would be, if it wasn't for the army of house elves keeping it in shape. Right now, Walburga was commanding said army to prepare the manor for the event, probably with military precision unfit for the task at hand. With Grimmauld rid of her presence, Regulus had commanded them to come meet him there for their planning. And so Sirius and James had come to him. Regulus came to his brother's call with an exhausted expression, already done with Sirius' particular brand of bullshit before even seeing him. Must you always be so loud? Must you always be so boring? Sirius retorted. Regulus rolled his eyes. Let's get on with it. James, sit. James was mildly offended by Regulus ordering him around like he was a dog when Sirius was literally right there. But he knew when to choose his battles, so he complied. All right, let's begin. Sirius clapped his hands, turning to look at James with a mildly manic gleam in his eyes. The first part of the event will be for Black family members only, so you'll be alone in the snake pit for a bit before the rest of the guests come. Which means he did jazz hands. How to win the Black family. A crash course. You better pay attention, prongs, because when I say crash, I mean it literally. Regulus sighed. I hate to say it, but he's not wrong there, Sirius beamed. Regulus ignored him. The family is not what you would call mentally stable. Sirius nodded emphatically. Which means we have to prepare you, or you might be going to St. Mungo's instead of home tonight. That's an exaggeration, Regulus remarked. Behind his back, Sirius mouthed, it isn't. James gulped. So, Reggie, who will be here tonight? Regulus narrowed his eyes at the name, but let it slide to focus on more important matters. First off, there's Mother, which you've already met. I feel like I have a good idea how to handle her, James commented. You don't, Sirius stated firmly. No, actually he does, Regulus said. Sirius snapped his head towards him, mouth agape. The first meeting went surprisingly well. She didn't insult him once. Wait, really? How? Regulus prepared me, James replied. It was very thorough. Sirius narrowed his eyes at Regulus, but Regulus didn't look at him. Moving on, Cygnus and Druella, our uncle and aunt. Andy's parents, Sirius clarified. James had met Andromeda and her family a few times. Little Nymphadora was a blast. They're power-hungry, Regulus said. Cygnus is the next in line after me for Lord Black, and he was trying to get the title under the claim that we needed a head of the family until I managed to get engaged. In his eyes, you're the reason he didn't. Oh, he must be mad, Sirius said cheerfully. Regulus nodded. He is. Aunt Druella too. They'll probably be gunning for you, James, so be ready. Show some spine, Sirius added. If they want to mess with you, don't let them. And if you want to insult them, go for them personally. Do not, by any means, insult the family. Oh yeah, don't do that, Sirius agreed. Aunt Druella has a terrible sense of fashion. If you want to insult her, use that instead. Cygnus has a drinking problem. That could work too, Regulus pointed out. Sirius looked delighted by the comment, and he opened his mouth to say something James didn't doubt. Would be teasing. Regulus apparently knew it too, because he pressed on before Sirius could speak. Next, there's Lucretia and Ignatius. Lucretia is Orion's older sister. The Pruitt twins are her nephews, Sirius said. James blinked. Didn't you make out with Fabian once? James, we're purebloods. If we don't share blood, it's not incest, Sirius commented dryly. I don't think that's how it works, James remarked wearily, to which Sirius flipped him off. Anyways, Regulus pushed on. Lucretia and Ignatius probably won't talk to you. Or to anyone really. Their niece married a Weasley, so she's been banned from pure blood events. The whole family is on strike. The twins refuse to come out of solidarity, and even if Lucretia and Ignatius show up, they never interact. Wait, James sat up taller. You're saying that the twins could have been there? But they're blood traitors. They're still from a sacred 28 family. Not all families uphold pure blood supremacy, Regulus said. I thought the Weasleys were sacred 28, James mused. For the sacred 28, tradition is everything, Regulus explained. Pure blood supremacy is an ideology. As long as you respect tradition, ideology doesn't matter. The Weasleys are not banned because of their ideologies. They're banned because they reject tradition. Huh, James murmured. So families allied with the light will be there, despite their ideologies? That looks like a train wreck waiting to happen. Social events are neutral grounds, Sirius said. Talks about the war are strictly forbidden. People from opposing sides usually just ignore each other. You, on the other hand, won't be that lucky. Which brings us to the next point, Regulus said, back on track. Bellatrix and Rodolphus. That bitch is insane, Sirius stated solemnly. Like certifiably mad. Honestly, I have no idea how you can win her over. With her, you just wish for the best, Regulus sighed. If you say the wrong thing, she won't hesitate to hex you. Don't bring up the war, though, unless you want a crucio instead of a hex. That's not very reassuring, James gulped. It's not meant to be, Regulus replied dryly. The next one at least is easier. Narcissa and Lucius. If I'm Andy's favorite, Regulus is Narcissa's, Sirius said. With her, it's not just respect you're trying to get. It's her seal of approval. You'll need that. Trust me. She runs the high society gossip mill. All right, James said hesitantly. And how do I do that? It's not that difficult, honestly, Regulus said dismissively. You just have to treat me right. If she thinks you're good for me, she'll welcome you with open arms. You've got that covered, Sirius grinned. You're the human embodiment of a golden retriever. Just be yourself. Regulus nodded. In any case, that's not the issue. It's not? James asked. Narcissa's perceptive, scarily so. Out of everyone tonight, she's the most likely to catch us. We should make sure she's convinced. Won't that be fun to watch? Sirius remarked dryly. Regulus rolled his eyes. Finally, there's Aunt Cassiopeia. Sirius gasped, delighted. Aunt Cassie's gonna be there? The sight was bizarre. James hadn't expected Sirius to have any kind of positive reaction to a family member. Sirius, Regulus said, looking pointedly at James. Sirius' face fell immediately. Oh shit, Aunt Cassie's gonna be there. James sat up, worried about the sudden change in tune. What was that? Why did you look at me? Well, Sirius trailed off, trying to come up with a way of answering. Aunt Cassie's insane. Not like Bellatrix, thankfully. She's not in a blood purity. Not against it, exactly, she just doesn't care. That's her take on most things, actually. She's really cool. James frowned. Then what's the problem? She's gonna eat you alive, Regulus stated plainly. She's absolutely unhinged, no filter whatsoever. She's a batty old woman, but she acts like she's still in her 20s. She wears smaller clothes every year, and she's always parading around men that are around a quarter of her age. You know, I think you're her type, Sirius mused, eyeing James with a thoughtful look. Oh, definitely, Regulus agreed. She's gonna flirt with you on sight. Please don't flirt back. But I'm your fiancé, James said weakly. All the more reason to flirt with you, Sirius answered. It's a test. She hates men who aren't loyal. A man cheated on her once, and they still haven't found his head. James reeled back in shock. She murdered him? Yup. Shouldn't she be in Azkaban? Regulus huffed out a laugh. Like they could get her there. The Aura department is terrified. Of her. James gulped, feeling slightly dizzy. I think I get why. Sirius patted him on the head. Just be yourself, Prongs. Your family now. She won't harm you. I think. Regulus looked at the clock to his right and straightened. It's almost time. James, up. We need to go. James, still a bit dizzy by the onslaught of information and the lingering horror of Aunt Cassiopeia, could do nothing but follow Regulus' orders. Sirius sat in the place he vacated. You're not coming? James asked. Not right now. You two need to go together, but it would be weird if I'm with you. I'll go in a few minutes. James hesitated, not wanting to leave him alone in Grimmauld Place. But there was a spark of mischief in Sirius' eyes he couldn't say no to. Sirius was planning something, and James knew he'd tell him as soon as they were alone. "One last thing before we go," Regulus said. His eyes grew cold, his voice lowering to a threatening murmur. "If at any point today you think I'm acting weird and you want to bring it up, don't." James and Sirius nodded dumbly, thrown off by the sudden change in topic. Regulus turned on his heels, leaving without a word. James hurried to follow him, waving at Sirius in the way. "We're not using the flow?" James asked when he caught up with Regulus. "We're operating. Black Manor doesn't have flow access," Regulus answered. "It doesn't?" James asked, surprised. "Us blacks are paranoid, and the flu doesn't allow as much protection as we'd like, since it's controlled by the Ministry. Too easy to break in," Regulus explained. "If you want to visit Black Manor, you have to apparate. It's better for protection, since it's warded to hell and back. Unless you have the express approval of Lord Black, you can't get inside the wards. Not even if you're a family member. Isn't that a bit much?" "It is." Regulus opened the front door of the house, letting James go first. Once they were outside, he offered James his arm. "Ready?" "Not at all," James answered, taking Regulus' arm. Regulus smirked. "Too bad." Without a warning, he apparatted them. They landed on the outskirts of Black Manor, just a few steps away from the wards. The Potters, though well established in Britain, were not an ancient family and therefore didn't have an ancestral home, so it was his first time seeing one. James vaguely recalled that there was an ancestral home in their name, coming from the Peveril line, but his parents preferred a smaller house because it was less impersonal, more familiar. He had wondered what they meant by that, considering his own house was by no means small, but standing in front of Black Manor, he understood. Black Manor was grand, opulent, more akin to a castle than a house. It was dark, like every other black property he'd seen, but it wasn't gloomy. Just from the outside, James could see big, Gothic windows constructed of pieces of glass to paint a mosaic, letting in the sunlight into the premises. The edges of the ceilings, high above the ground, were decorated with sculptures, but James could barely make them out with the distance. The manor was surrounded by a large expanse of garden, with a large fountain and a gazebo, full of neatly trimmed bushes and a myriad of flowers, all of them dark in color. From just a glance, James thought the most prominent were black roses, but he could see too a number of magical flowers. There was, however, a certain sense of grief filling the place. Subtle, not taking away from the beauty of it, but present. Strangely, James thought the manor was mourning someone. "Wow!" When James turned to look at Regulus, he found him staring at the view with a soft, wistful smile. "I know," he said quietly. "It used to be livelier when I was a child. We used to run around the gardens causing all sort of trouble, the five of us. Mother and Aunt Druella didn't like it much, but Grandmother Melania loved indulging us. The kindest black there ever was, and the best owner of Black Manor, too. The house shined under her care." His smile dimmed. "We stopped coming when she died. It's never been the same." James pursed his lips, squeezing Regulus' arm lightly. "The manor is yours now, isn't it? I bet you could make it shine again." Regulus smiled indulgently at him, like there was a fatal flaw in his reasoning, but he didn't want to bring it up. He turned to James, his back to the manor. "It's the first time we're actually pretending to be a couple." "It is," James nodded. They had done it before, when James met Walburga, but that was different. More formal, supported by words, not by actions. This time, they didn't have such luck. "How big should we go?" "Big, but not too big," Regulus replied. "We should be affectionate, but not immodest." "Which means?" "Hand-holding, light touches, maybe an embrace or two. Everything above the waist. We're not in one of your Gryffindor parties," Regulus said pointedly. "Wouldn't that be a sight?" James teased. "A poor little snake in a lion den. You wouldn't handle it, I bet." Regulus snorted. "You've clearly never been to a Slytherin party. All of us are wildly repressed, James. Where do you think we let it all out?" James gaped. "Wait, what? What exactly happens in Slytherin parties?" Regulus smirked at him, a flash of mischief in his eyes. "Wouldn't you like to know?" A shiver ran through James' body. Weird, because it was May, and the weather was not cold enough to get him to shiver. "I would actually—" "Shame," Regulus said, turning his back to start walking towards the manor. Without thinking, James caught Regulus' wrist with his hand. Wait, Regulus arched an eyebrow. What is it now? James didn't know. Actually, his body and mouth had acted without his consent. But now that it was done, James had no option but to keep going. Let's practice, he rushed out. Get used to each other. It would be unnatural if one of us was tense, raise suspicions. What is this, a romance novel? James let out a startled laugh. You read romance novels? Regulus narrowed his eyes. No one would ever believe you. I'm very convincing, James smirked. And very dead if you tell anyone, Regulus threatened. Anyways, back to practice. What do you have in mind? Because I'm not making out with you in front of Black Manor. Oh, so you would if we were somewhere else? James! All right. No, it's not making out, James chuckled. It's more along the lines of this. James tugged Regulus in by his hand on his wrist, pulling him in until they were barely inches away from each other. So very slowly, he raised his hand and put it in Regulus' nape, his gray eyes fixed to his with rapt attention. Then he pulled his head forwards, until it was nestled in the joint between James' shoulder and neck, and he circled his other arm around Regulus' shoulders. Oh, Regulus whispered, muffled against James' clothes. James felt the puff of air the word exhaled through the fabric of his robes, against his skin. Regulus' arms snaked timidly against his waist, barely a touch. James had touched him before, back in James' flat, but it was the first time Regulus touched him back. It surprised James how gentle he was, like he was handling a very precious, very fragile object. He touched everything like that, James realized, with care, with caution, like whatever he was holding would poof out of existence if he was even a smidge rougher. Like he approached everything with the fear that he'd lose it. It was heartbreaking, but it made James feel so cherished. He hadn't felt like that in quite some time. James buried his face in Regulus' hair, and he found himself once again in his flat, their foreheads pressed against each other, breathing the same air. It felt like a liminal space, a place so far removed from the outside world that only the two of them existed. It was easy getting there. Getting out, James had realized, was not. He felt Regulus' tension bleed out of his body between his arms. It was startling because James didn't know it was there. Regulus carried himself with so much confidence, so much security, that the idea of him being nervous slipped through James' mind. He should have known better. We should go, Regulus whispered. He didn't move. He pressed a kiss to Regulus' temple, then stepped back. Yeah, we should. There was something there in the look they shared before making their way to Black Manor. What it was, James didn't know. The interior of the manor was just as opulent as the exterior. The room Regulus led him to was smaller than James expected, so he figured out it wasn't the room they ball would be held in. When they entered, an assortment of people turned to look at them. The Black family. Honestly, they were quite the intimidating group. Walburga wasted no time in striding towards them, her severe features schooled to neutrality. Regulus James. You're right on time. Awfully aware of the weight of the stairs focused on his person, James plastered on a charming smile and bowed down his head. Lady Black, a pleasure to see you again. A low murmur broke through the room. James wondered if that meant bad news. Walburga surveyed James' image, going through his fancy robes and tamed hair. Surprisingly, the feeling is mutual. James blinked, trying not to react to the offhand comment. Mother, is everyone here already? Regulus asked. Almost. Salazar knows when Cassiopeia will arrive, and Sirius is remarkably absent. Her eyes grew colder. James felt a bout of dread hit him. Any news on his whereabouts? He should be here shortly, Regulus answered. You know how he is. He never goes to an event until not a hair is out of place. Walburga tooted. That vain boy. I should cut his hair short. See if he learns any modicum of respect out of it. I know a fair few people who would take issue with that. Mother, Sirius' voice rang from behind them. The whole room silenced. Sirius stepped forward, a devilish smirk glued to his face. He bowed dramatically, facing the occupants of the room, holding himself with that careless sense of security that could fool even the most shrewd of observers. James hated it sometimes. Hello, dear family. Missed me? Regulus sighed as Walburga's face grew stern. Sirius, behave yourself, she chastised. I wouldn't dare not behave, Mother. It's a very special occasion, after all, Sirius replied teasingly. James could read Sirius like a book. He could see the tension etched in his edges, the slightly manic gleam to his eyes. He was scared. His confidence was not an act, most of the time, but when something triggered him, it would double in a matter of seconds. He got why. He rebelled, and he paid little to no attention to the consequences his actions could bring. A sort of self-destroying tendency he'd mastered through the years. He never thought, when he got like this. He became erratic, and his filter stopped working. His worst decisions he'd made in this state. If he didn't get off it, he'd dig his own grave. James couldn't fathom how triggering this whole situation was for him. Guilt slayed him like a hammer. He shouldn't have left him alone before coming here. He had to help him. James put a hand on Sirius' shoulder, smile still in place, but eyes intent. "Sirius, it's good to see you." Their eyes met, and the effect was instantaneous. Sirius' face softened, and the manic gleam became slighter. James knew Sirius could read what was written in his eyes. "I'm here. You're not alone. I've got you always." "It's good to see you too, James," Sirius said softer. He turned to look at Regulus, who was standing right beside James. "Well, congratulations to the happy couple." "Congratulations indeed," a new voice said. "Though I must say, I'm not too sure about the happy couple part." James turned to the new people, his hand dropping from Sirius' arm. A man and a woman, both much older than him, who looked like they were smelling something unsavory at all times. The man, even through the distance, reeked of alcohol, and the woman was dressed in the most hideous gown James had ever seen. "Cygnus and Druella, then. Whatever does that mean, Aunt Druella?" Regulus asked, not impolite. "It is a rather suspicious timing, don't you think?" Druella drawled. She glanced briefly at James, full of derision. "And a rather surprising choice, too." "Indeed, Lord Black," Cygnus cut in sharply. "So rushed, too. One has to wonder what your motives were." "I assure you, it is not what you think," Regulus replied meekly. "You know not a lick of what I think, boy," Cygnus snarked. "You're not smart enough to." James stood taller, stepping forward to cover Regulus behind himself. He smiled tightly, bowing his head in acknowledgement. "Cygnus, is it? James Potter, a pleasure to meet you. Though I wish it was under better circumstances." Cygnus raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is your engagement ball not good enough?" "Oh, not at all." He looked back briefly to smile at Regulus. "I'm truly delighted by the occasion. I just wish I met you when you were a tad more lucid." Sirius tried to cover a snort and failed miserably. "What was that, boy?" Druella said pointedly. "Oh, did my senses fail me? The smell of fire whiskey is quite hard to miss, I believe. Perhaps if he was a tad more sober, he wouldn't be spewing such falsities about my fiancée." James kept his tone deceitfully polite. "And Druella, beautiful gown. Did your husband choose it?" Druella gasped, clutching her chest, and Cygnus looked so mad he was almost growling. Sirius was still trying to repress his laughter and still failing. From the corner of the room, a young woman with a wild hair of dark curls let out a cackle, not putting any effort to hide it. Beside her, a woman with silky blonde hair was doing a much better job at hiding her amusement. Druella turned to the dark-haired woman, outrage clear in her face. "Bellatrix." "Oh, that was Bellatrix Lestrange." James made Bellatrix Lestrange laugh. He didn't know what to make of that. James turned to Regulus, placing his hand in the small of his back. "Shall we move along, love? I believe I still have cousins of yours to meet." Regulus, who had been looking at him, completely still except for the rapid blinking of his eyes, got out of his trance with a small cough. "Yes, we do." They made way towards Bellatrix and the woman beside her, who James now guessed to be Narcissa Malfoy. Sirius trailed close behind them, slapping a hand in James' back. "Nice one, James," Sirius whispered. Bellatrix, who was caught in some kind of visual spat with her mother, turned to them with a wide grin once they were close. "The men of the hour," she exclaimed, trapping Regulus in a hug so tight that James feared she would strangle him. "My wee Reggie, look at you. So grown." She pulled back to pinch his cheeks. "Why didn't you tell me you have a lover?" "Huh?" Regulus pried Bellatrix's hands away from his face, full of apprehension. "It didn't come up." "That's because you never visit me anymore." Dramatics were definitely a Black family trait. While Regulus bickered with Bellatrix, Narcissa approached James. Behind her, Two men stood talking to each other, completely disregarding his presence. "Quite the scene you made back there," Narcissa commented idly. "I didn't quite like the way they talked about Regulus." "I trust I'm not going to cause another," he said, looking pointedly at her. "Of course not," Narcissa chuckled. She extended her hand to James, palm down. "Narcissa Malfoy, nay Black." James shook her hand firmly. He could have followed etiquette and kissed it, but something told him she would appreciate a shake more. By the intense look her husband was throwing him, so did he. Regulus' favorite cousin? Huh? James Potter, hopefully Black soon. Narcissa's grip on his hand tightened hard enough to bruise. For a woman so lithe, she sure had strength. "Then I hope you're treating Regulus right. It would be a shame if you didn't make it to your wedding. Accidents are prone to happen sometimes. All right, that woman was terrifying." James thanked the stars that her and Lily had never met, or else the risk of world domination would rise exponentially. "I assure you, if I ever hurt Regulus, I would cause the accident myself." Narcissa let go of his hand, and James almost sighed with relief. "I'll hold you to that." Lucius Malfoy approached them, wrapping a territorial arm around his wife. James sneaked a glance towards Regulus, who was still busy dealing with Bellatrix. Rodolphus, most likely thrown into the conversation against his will, was wearing one of the flattest expressions James had ever seen. A few steps behind them, Sirius was looking at his brother with equal parts of worry and amusement. They did make an interesting scene, he'll give them that. "Everything all right, darling?" Lucius asked his wife. "Of course," she smiled at him. It was far more genuine than James expected for a pure-blood marriage. "James here has been very charming." Lucius' eyes narrowed to James. "Not too much, I trust?" "Oh, shush," Narcissa said, palming Lucius' chest consolingly. "Don't mind him, James. He just worries when I'm with men he doesn't know. Not all of them are trustworthy around these circles." James' blood ran cold. He knew what she was implying. Narcissa was a beautiful woman. That was undeniable. Her features were delicate, almost elven, and she wore robes that, while modest, hugged her body in all the right places. She looked fragile, like a porcelain doll, and though James could see the typhoon hidden underneath, he knew many men couldn't. She was the sort of person who appealed to those seeking to take advantage. "If you're ever in the presence of one of those men, and I'm in the vicinity, don't hesitate to come to me," James said lowly, tone serious. "I can provide either protection or an alibi, whatever suits you most." Narcissa's eyes widened minutely. "Most men would think I speak of infidelity." James had been most men not long ago. He was tall, muscles toned through hours upon hours of Quidditch, and even though he knew some men went through that same experience, it had never been close enough to him to be relevant. Then his whole friend group had gone to a pub. A man had approached Marlene, trying to flirt with her, and she'd rejected him on the spot. The man didn't take no for an answer, though. He was relentless, asking her out again and again to see if she'd crack, and when she didn't, he tried to sneak something in her drink. Remus, who had been watching the man like a hawk, grabbed him by his hair and threw him to the ground. Marlene had been pissed. She screamed at the man and didn't hesitate to punch him. Nobody held her back. They got thrown out of the pub and never went back again. Later, when Lily and him were alone, she confessed that she wouldn't have known how to react if it had been her. James asked if she'd gone through something like that, and Lily smiled at him like it was the silliest question he'd ever asked. "Every woman has, James." He'd never been able to overlook the issue after that. "Most men are too worried about themselves to see the obvious," James answered. He knew. He had been. Merlin, had he been? Narcissa's lips quirked up, approval clear in her eyes. Lucius' face relaxed, and he extended a hand towards James. "Lucius Malfoy, I believe you will be a great addition to the family." James shook his hand with a smile. "James Potter, I think your fiancé needs a hand, James," Narcissa interjected, gazed fixed on Bellatrix, who was now hanging onto Regulus like a koala, Sirius hovering around them like he was debating on whether helping Regulus out was a good move. James let out a laugh. "Yeah, I think you're right. A pleasure to meet you both." Lucius and Narcissa nodded in agreement, and James turned on his heels, ready to go to Regulus and Sirius. A door slamming and the fast-paced click of heels was all the warning he got. Skinny arms snaked around his waist, long, pointed red nail scraping the fabric over his arm playfully. Well, who is this hunk of a man? Is he for me? A feminine voice purred against his ear, freezing James in the spot. Regulus was quick to disentangle Bellatrix from him, almost dropping her in the process. Aunt Cassie, please stop. That's my fiancé. He has a mouth, doesn't he? He can tell me himself, Cassiopeia said, still against James' ear. James pried her hands away from him very carefully, heartbeat going waywire. Once he was out of her grip, he got away from her quickly, coming to stand between Sirius and Regulus. A barrier of protection, because he definitely needed one. I am his fiancé. That is, James Potter, nice to meet you, James said awkwardly. Now that she wasn't glued to his back, James could see her instead of feeling her. Cassiopeia was old, wrinkled all over, her gray hair cascading in gentle waves over her shoulders and her back. She was wearing high heels, showing through the slit of her muggle wine-red dress. Her cleavage was scandalously low, her clavicles decorated by a necklace with a gemstone so big there was no way it wasn't charmed. She crossed her arms, deliberately accentuating her chest. Why are all the good ones already taken? She pouted, looking wistfully at James. Thankfully noticing James' discomfort, Sirius stepped in joyfully. Aunt Cassie, it's so good to see you. Cassiopeia turned to him with a wide grin. Sirius, my dear, look at that hair, so lustrous. She grabbed a strand of his hair, left out of his low ponytail, to frame his face. It's been so long, where have you been? Disinherited. Ah, it happens, Cassiopeia dismissed, waving a ring-clad hand. She turned to Regulus, pinching his cheek. And you, where did you find a man like that? Regulus' cheek looked red when Cassiopeia let it go. Come to think of it, it had been a very popular pinching spot today. Regulus did not look amused. At Hogwarts, Cassiopeia stopped in her tracks. Is he legal? Yes. Walburga's sudden clap stopped whatever Cassiopeia was going to say next, and James was relieved by the sound of it. Saved by Walburga Black, he never thought he'd see the day. The guests are in the ballroom. It's time to make our way, Walburga called out to the whole room. Then she turned to Regulus and James. James, Regulus, stay here. A house elf will inform you when it's time to make your entrance. The family members started to trickle out, but Cassiopeia stayed behind. She got close to James, running a hand through his hair. Then the hand tightened, and she brought his face close to hers. This time, her expression wasn't playful. It was dangerous. If you even think of hurting my nephew, I will cut your balls and feed them to you while your whole family watches, she hissed. James nodded frantically, eyes blown wide and mouth agape. Cassiopeia's features went back to their flirty facade as she let go of James, blowing him a kiss for good measure. Regulus, who wasn't close enough to hear what she said, but who had definitely seen James' reaction, quickly pulled James to him by his waist, fingers digging possessively into his skin. He didn't need to look at him to know he was glaring at her. James' flush was camouflaged by his tan skin. Thank Merlin for his mother's genes. Cassiopeia only smiled at him before exiting the room. Sirius hung in the door, worry etched into his expression. James nodded at him, and Sirius followed the rest of his family. What did she say to you? Regulus hissed once they were alone. She threatened me. She did that to Lucius and Rodolphus too, Regulus sighed, letting go of James' waist. She's had a hard life. There's a reason she didn't marry, you know? Her methods are unconventional, but she means well. She's just trying to protect us. Unconventional? James asked, bewildered. I thought she was going to murder me. Oh, that's still very much a possibility, Regulus commented idly. At James' terrified face, he added, I think she liked you if it helps. James deflated. Your family's terrifying. Oh, did anyone else threaten you? Narcissa did. Although she was far more subtle. James raised his hand, still feeling the phantom feeling of her tight grip. She was very nice after that, though. That's why she's my favorite, Regulus said with a coy smirk. This is so fucking stressful, James exhaled, running a hand through his hair nervously. Is it going to be like this all the time? Because I don't think I can do it. Regulus cupped his face between his hands, forcing James to look at him. He took his hand away from his hair, where it was still tugging at a strand. James hadn't realized he was doing it. You're doing fine, Regulus told him intently. My family liked you. All of them. A pause. Well, not Cygnus and Druella, but that's a given. Everyone else loved you. Do you know how hard that is for a family like mine? You can do this, James. James let out a long exhale, tilting his head into Regulus' hand. I can do this. That's more like it. James peered at him through half-lidded eyes, smiling. You're pretty good at pep talks. Again, no one would ever believe you. I bet Narcissa would, James teased. Regulus scowled at him, breaking the contact with his face. About Narcissa, Regulus drawled. She knows. What? We didn't fool her. She knows it's fake. Fuck, James hissed. Just what they needed. James might have liked her, but she still was the wife of a Death Eater. Hell, she was the sister of one, and probably friendly with many others. If she told anyone, they were fucked. She's not going to say anything, Regulus said. Had James said it out loud, or did he just read his mind? Are you sure? Absolutely. Out of everyone, she's the least concerning person to know. She won't tell, and she won't ask questions. I trust her. James nodded hesitantly. So we're not fucked? No, we're not fucked. James was so relieved that he almost jumped out of his skin when he heard a loud pop. He turned to see an old-looking house elf staring them down with a flat face. Mistress Walburga be telling Tilly that Lord Regulus and his mister are to make their entrance, the house elf said before disapparating promptly. Regulus offered him his arm. Ready? Not really. Too bad. Regulus smirked at him, and together they made their way out of the room. No sooner had Sirius stepped out of the room than Bellatrix attacked him. Well, not attacked him, exactly, but the sheer malice she exuded when she sneaked an arm around his shoulders made him believe it was very much a possibility. The rest of the family was out of earshot, since he had been the last one to come out. Considering the current situation, that might not have been his smartest decision. Walk with me, little cousin, Bellatrix said, honey sweet. If Sirius hadn't known it was a trap before that, he would know by that tone alone. Do I have a choice? No, Bellatrix answered cheerfully, pushing him to move forward. From the corner of his eye, he could spot the dark mark peeking under the sleeve of her dress from the arm, currently wrapped around him. The mere sight of it made him sick. Sirius sighed. What do you want? Straight to the point. Are we? She snarked, tightening her grip around him. Tell me, when was the last time we saw each other? Sirius stayed silent. He knew as well as she did that the last time they met was on the battlefield. The Death Eaters had raided a remote Muggle town, and the Order had been summoned to counter the attack and prevent them from causing further harm. Bellatrix, the Death Eater leading the raid, had seen him and engaged him in a duel. A quite vicious one, at that. Had the Aurors not arrived when they did, making the Death Eaters flee the scene, Sirius was pretty sure one of them would not be standing here today. You remember, don't you? She purred. You've certainly come a long way since we were children, Ciri. I bet the Order is so glad they have you. This is neither the time nor place to talk about this, Sirius snapped. Bellatrix pouted, sighing wistfully. Oh, I know. I'd be hexing you already if I didn't. But it's weird, isn't it? You coming back to the family. I never thought I'd see the day. Life works in mysterious ways. Does it, though? Sirius stopped walking, causing Bellatrix's arm to fall from his shoulders. She mirrored his movements, staring him down with a wicked grin. Just make your point, Bellatrix. You didn't come back out of your own volition. You're plotting something. She closed in on him like a hawk. You and your little order. What is it? I'm a foot soldier, not a spy. Infiltration is not in my job's description. Bellatrix's grin sharpened, sharp black nails tracing her waist. She'd always hidden her wand there. Your little friends, then? Should I ask him instead? Hot red fury overcame his chest. Leave James out of this. Oh. Bellatrix leaned in, a gleam of interest in her eyes. Did I touch a nerve? If you do anything to James, Sirius threatened darkly. Anything, I'll make you regret ever being born. I might be in the Order now, but I was the Black Heir once. Don't forget that. Bellatrix's features brightened with delight. So the little lion has claws. She leaned in, lowering her voice in a taunt. But can they win against a snake's fang, dull as they are? With that, she skidded ahead and into the ballroom, a pep in her step. Sirius was left behind, breathing heavily and utterly confused. What did she mean by that? Sirius was one of the best duelists the Order had to offer. Agile, vicious, always aware of his surroundings. He arrived to battle like a hurricane, turning the tides like a one-man army. He was a weapon, finely forged in the fires of his youth. Bellatrix knew that. She'd seen him in battle, faced him head-on like equals. She must remember the force of their clash, the way everyone around them had stayed away in fear of falling prey to their magic. And she still had called his claws dull. Whether she was mocking him or trying to convey a message in some fucked-up kind of code, Sirius had no time to ponder. Not now, not today. So he calmed himself down and went into the ballroom. The place was full to the brim and extravagant in its decorations. The guests, dressed in their finest robes for what was called the event of the year, fit the air of luxury like a glove. Sirius was thrown back in time, back when he was no more than a kid strutting around these events like he was the most important person in attendance. He used to be good at it, playing the part of a child prodigy, charming adults like it was in his nature. The pride of his family, the perfect black heir. Then he met his friends, and he discovered the freedom that came with stripping himself bare of pretenses. Finally, he was allowed to breathe. Sirius blinked, and he was back in the present. Immediately, he spotted Effie and Monty, talking between themselves to stay away from the swarm of people. Like a beacon of light, he trailed towards them and the warmth they provided in a place so cold. Upon sight of him, their faces lit up. That's what family was supposed to be. Sirius, Monty exclaimed, pulling him to a hug. Sirius melted in his arms. It's so good to see you. It's good to see you too, Sirius said, his throat inexplicably tight. Effie took Monty's place as soon as he let go of him, cupping his face with a tender hand. My darling boy, are you all right? Sirius nodded jerkily, a wavering smile in place. I am now. Oh, my dear, Effie murmured, pulling him close to press her forehead against his. What were you thinking? I wasn't, Sirius choked out. Effie chuckled, pulling back to tap his temple gently. That heart of yours, always ahead of your brain. It's my biggest strength, Sirius joked, laughing lightly. It is, Effie replied softly, tender fondness overcoming her expression. Sirius cleared his throat, stepping back to face both of them. He was not going to cry in a room full of stuffy purebloods. He'd leave that for later, under the safety of Mooney's blanket burrito. How are you two holding up? Have you talked to the guests? Monty laughed heartily. Oh, we have. You won't believe the amount of questions they've asked. Everyone's desperate to get a piece of the story, Effie commented conspiratorially. That journalist, Skeeter, is relentless, Monty added. It is quite the story, Sirius chuckled weakly. If only they knew. Indeed, Walburga said, coming out of nowhere as if summoned from the pits of hell. Sirius almost jumped out of his skin from her sudden appearance. She turned to Effie and Monty, gaze narrowing when Effie's hand clutched Sirius' wrist protectively. Lady Potter, Lord Potter, I don't believe we've met yet. Lady Black. Effie greeted, all traces of softness gone from her face in a blink. We haven't. Walburga pursed her lips. A wonder, considering you've housed my son for the past few years. Effie's hold on Sirius tightened at the words my son. Sensing his wife's murder intent, Monty wasted no time in stepping in. Lady Black, you've done an outstanding job with the preparation of the ball, he complimented. Even though his words were kind, Monty spoke with strict cordiality. Nothing less, nothing more. It was the first time Sirius saw him so guarded. Monty was the most genuine person he knew. Only the best for my Regulus engagement, Walburga replied dryly. Strangely, Effie's grip tightened at that too. I hope James has met the expectations then, Monty remarked. He looked composed, but he was ready to pounce at the slightest hint of an insult towards his son. He has been a surprisingly acceptable choice in partner. Sirius' brows flew to his hairline. That was high praise coming from Walburga. How the fuck had James managed that? It sure was a surprise, Effie commented dryly. I can't say I was expecting the two of them to get engaged. Walburga's eyebrows raised minutely, a flash of calculated interest breaking her stony expression. You didn't know? Not until recently, Monty answered. You did. I've known since the start, of course. My Regulus tells me everything, Walburga stated proudly, like she was relishing in the thought that she was the better parent. Sirius had to repress a laugh at the obvious lie. Since the start? Yeah, fat chance. Her precious little son was lying to her face. He must be a good son, Effie said. From the upwards quirk of her lips, she had also caught Walburga's bluff. A remarkable woman, that one. The very best, Walburga said. Have you met him yet? We haven't had the pleasure, Monty answered. Though I'm sure he'll be delightful. He will. The corners of Walburga's lips shot up. Of course she'd love being the only parent to meet the son-in-law. That egocentric bitch. I'm afraid I have to take my leave. Our sons will make their entrance soon, and I am to make the announcement. Effie and Monty nodded tensely, and once Walburga disappeared through the mass of people, Effie let go of her death grip on Sirius' wrist. For a woman so confident in herself, she sure is stupid, Effie snarked. Sirius barked out a laugh. The anxiety Walburga's presence sparked bubbling out of him in seconds. Monty, who would usually reprimand her when she badmouthed someone, stayed remarkably silent. Remarkable, too, was the trembling of his shoulders that betrayed his amusement. That she is, Mum. Sirius wrapped his arm around Effie. That she is. Chapter and notes. Hi, everyone. The engagement ball has began, and in we meet all sorts of interesting characters. Originally, the engagement ball was meant to be just one chapter, but it ended up as a 17K words monstrosity, so I decided to break it into two. I fully believe that, had this happened in a modern setting instead of 1979, the whole crash course on the Black family would have been a PowerPoint. The idea of Regulus and Sirius giving a PowerPoint presentation is so funny to me for some reason. We get some lore on the Black family, too, and we see that not all of it holds bad memories. Family is a complicated subject, and it's not always black and white. Talking about family, Narcissa knows, and Regulus says it's fine. Is he right, or just deluded by family loyalty? Stick around, and you'll find out. Bellatrix also shows up, and she does so with a heavy dose of foreshadowing. She does love her little mind games. I guess it runs in the family. Effie and Monty are back. Effie is so territorial with the people she considers her children, and I love her for that. You know the running joke about Marlene having the hots for her? Yeah, that's me. I would marry Euphemia Potter in a heartbeat. See you next week for the rest of the ball. Chapter 7. Chapter Summary. The Engagement Ball, Part 2. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Standing a few steps above the guests in a grand staircase, Walburga called the attention of the room with her voice amplified by a sonorous. As if her voice wasn't annoying enough in her normal volume. Esteemed guests of the purest breeding, I, Walburga Irma Black, welcome you today to the ancient and most noble house of Black's ancestral home. The crazy and most incestuous hose of Black, more like, Sirius whispered against Effie's ear, gaining a snicker from her. Unaware of her son's words, Walburga pushed on. We gather, as all of you are aware, to celebrate the engagement of our youngest scion, who has recently acquired the title of Lord Black. I present to you Lord Regulus Arcturus Black and his betrothed, James Fleamont Potter. Walburga stepped down as the doors above the staircase opened, showing the couple of the day. Is James using sleekeesies? Monty asked, bewildered. Not that it lasted him much, Effie commented, deeply amused. James' hair, though, admittedly more tame than usual, was in a state of disarray it hadn't been in the last time Sirius saw him. A victim of James' stress-induced habit of running his hand through his hair, no doubt. Against Regulus' pristine curls, the state of James' hair was all the more noticeable. The sudden awareness of what that must look like to other guests made Sirius want to gag. To further Sirius' disgust, a woman to his right commented, they must have made the most of their time alone, and had the gall to giggle. Effie, the traitor that she was, disguised a snicker beneath her hand. James and Regulus descended through the stairs, immediately getting swarmed by the guests once they reached the end of it. Monty whistled. That must be overwhelming. Should we save them? Sirius, feeling vengeful for the idea the random woman had put in his brain, said, let them suffer. Effie slapped his arm chastisingly. Sirius, don't be mean. Let's go. Sirius raised his hands in a sign of peace, smirking at Effie. She rolled her eyes, pulling him into motion. Getting to them was hard, as the new-it couple and the juiciest piece of gossip high society had seen lately. Everyone was desperate to get a hold of Regulus and James. They had to skim between people, holding hands to not lose each other in the way. It was weirdly reminiscent of moving through packed Muggle clubs, though the clothing they wore and the lack of the scent of sweat proved to be a distinctive difference. Sirius had to admit helping them was a good idea, because when they reached them, James was looking utterly lost. Regulus, for his part, just looked bored. "Mom, Dad," James exclaimed when he saw them, excusing himself from the conversation he was having and pulling Regulus with him. At the sight of the man of the hour's parents, the swarm of people reeled back, disappointed. "Looking good, son," Monty said jovially, slapping James back. "I'm using sleek Yeezys," James announced, smiling brightly and sounding so proud of himself. "Oh, that poor hair of yours," Effie chuckled, combing her fingers through James' hair in an attempt of getting it back to shape. Because Effie's fingers were magical, just like the rest of her, she succeeded in the task. James laughed, letting his mother have her way as he pulled a lost-looking Regulus to the front. It was probably the first time he'd seen genuine parental figures in action. Sirius knew the feeling. "Mom, Dad, this is Regulus. He's my, fiancé." Swiftly ignoring James' lack of confidence, Regulus bowed deeply towards them. "Lady Potter, Lord Potter, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Regulus." Effie breathed out, fondness taking over her expression. She cupped his face with tender hands, drinking in the sight of him. Despite the immediate tension in his body, Sirius didn't miss the way he leaned into her touch. "Look at you, my dear. You're shining." "I am named after a star," Regulus replied dumbly, his cheeks taking a slight rouge tint. He looked a bit dazed. Effie chuckled kindly, letting go of him. "Of course you are. I'm so glad to finally meet you." "And what a meeting!" Monty chimed in, patting Regulus' shoulders gently. "Are you using sleek Yeezys too? There's no way your hair is naturally that tame, if your brother's is anything to go by." "Hey!" Sirius protested. Not that he wasn't right, of course. There was a reason he spent all that time in his hair. His curls could get messy. Damn Regulus for getting the good hair genes. No," Regulus replied shyly, his blush deepening a shade. "But it is an amazing product." Monty brightened. "High praise, huh? I hear you're quite the potioneer yourself." "Dad, please don't talk about potions," James whined. "Well, since my dear son is asking so nicely," Monty winked at Regulus. "But you're not out of the hook, mister. You'll have to come by sometime to do a couple experiments. As long as you don't explode the room again." Effie threw a nasty look at Monty, getting a laugh in response. "But please do come by. We could have dinner, the five of us." "I'd be honored, Lady Potter," Regulus said, tilting down his chin in acquiescence. Effie huffed, her nose wrinkled. "Oh, none of that. Please call me Effie." "And me Monty," he added, firmly parting Regulus in the shoulder. Regulus blinked, taken aback from the familiarity. "Oh, Effie and Monty, then." It was weird seeing Regulus so timid. When he was a child, he would hide behind Sirius whenever he met someone new. He'd blush and stutter and keep his gaze down, never speaking until he was addressed directly. In turn, Sirius would be loud and forward, taking the attention away from his brother, so he wouldn't have to deal with the judgment his lack of confidence would surely bring. Then he grew up, and his shyness disappeared without a trace. Watching it come back under Effie and Monty's easy kindness made Sirius wonder. Was that a mask? Was he trying to get the Potter's favor? Or was it an honest reaction? To any onlooker, there would seem to be a degree of veracity in the interaction, but, well, Sirius hadn't seen Regulus be genuine in years. No matter how miraculous Monty and Effie were, he doubted Regulus would start now, of all times. Would it have been different? He wondered if Sirius brought him along when he ran away. No. Sirius couldn't allow himself to even entertain the idea, because not only was it false, but also impossible. Regulus wouldn't have gone along with it, not with the claws of their family digged as deep down as they were. Distracted as he was by the trail of thought, Sirius barely registered it when Effie and Monty bid their farewells, being replaced in an instant by other guests. He drifted through pleasantries, too lost in his own head to pay attention to the shark like people or the way. James and Regulus were always touching each other. It wasn't until Mulciber and Avery's ugly faces showed up that he snapped out of his mind and into the real world. James Potter and Sirius Black in a pure blood gathering. Mulciber drawled out with a nasty scowl. Never thought I'd see the day. Tired of playing mudblood, Black? None of your fucking business, Avery, Sirius bit back. Avery ignored his callous comment. And Potter, what a surprise, seeing you here. It's my engagement ball. My presence is hardly a surprise, James remarked dryly. Oh, but it is, Mulciber teased. What happened to your pet mudblood? You were so in love with her. I bet she dumped him. Avery snickered. How low, Potter? James' jaw tightened. We parted amicably. For the better. Mulciber waved a hand dismissively. This is quite the improvement, isn't it? Definitely. From a mudblood to the Black family. What an upgrade. Avery teased darkly. But it's so sudden, it makes one wonder about your motives. Has the Potter family gone bankrupt? James' posture was so rigid that Sirius wondered if he was going to pop an artery right there. If it happened, it would definitely be after Sirius gauged Mulciber and Avery's eyes out. James had always better at keeping his composure. Oh, whatever, Mulciber dismissed. At least he's come to his senses. His smile grew wider, the teasing tilt of his voice harsher. Hey, now that the mudblood is free, maybe Snape can have his toy back. Oh, that did it. How fucking dare they? Sirius was going to murder them right there. Tear them apart limb by limb. Wash their mouths with acid and rip out their tongues so they wouldn't say another fucking slur in the short time they had left to live. James would help him. He knew just from seeing him from the corner of his eye. He was gearing up for a fight, or a murder, or a torture session. He had the patience of a saint, and an outright brawl was the last thing they needed right now. But they had gone several steps too far. Ere Mulciber, ere Avery, Regulus stepped in, voice cold as ice. Sirius freezed in his tracks, thoughts of murder slipping from his mind. Mulciber and Avery straightened up, turning to Regulus as if they had forgotten he was there. The use of their titles, Sirius knew, was a very deliberate show of status. With such simple words, Regulus was reminding them of their place. Regulus was above them, one of the most powerful people in the room. Sirius was reluctantly impressed. He didn't know Regulus had it in him. Lord Black, Mulciber and Avery said in unison, suddenly far tamer than they were mere seconds ago. I advise you to think very carefully about what you say next, Regulus said slowly, dragging every syllable with purpose. James is under the protection of the Black family, and so is Sirius. You don't want to start a blood feud now, do you? Mulciber and Avery paled considerably. That was no idle threat. The Black family madness was infamous for a reason. I apologize, Lord Black, Mulciber said between his teeth. We meant no harm to your family. Regulus stared them down with a cold expression, making them squirm under the weight of his gaze. Slowly, making a show of it, he placed his hand in the small of James' back. Go! The two of them scampered off like headless chickens. That, James exhaled breathlessly, was so impressive. Where the fuck have you been hiding that spine all these years? Sirius asked, gaping at Regulus. Please, Regulus scoffed, as if it's an accomplishment. Those two wouldn't know intelligence if it slapped them in the face. Sirius barked out a disbelieving laugh, looking at James to confirm he heard that too. James, for his part, was looking at Regulus with a star-struck expression. Huh, weird. You might have a little of me yet, little brother, Sirius said, nudging him in the shoulder. As if. Regulus scoffed. James, someone said, slapping James' shoulder with enough force to send him tumbling forward. He turned to the newcomer with wide eyes, coming face to face with Frank Longbottom. Beside him, Alice was looking at him with an expression so scolding it was a miracle James wasn't engulfed in flames. Frank, James exclaimed, wide eyes a bit frantic. Alice too. I didn't know you'd be here. Clearly, Alice remarked dryly. What was up with her? Screw that, what was up with both of them? Regulus, whose expression had switched to something sweeter in the blink of an eye, latched himself to James' arm with the ease of someone who'd done that 1,000 times before. James, the Longbottoms are sacred 28. Of course they'd be here, he said with a chuckle. James looked at him, blinking rapidly. Oh, of course. Alice's death glare focused on Regulus for a mere second before dismissing him entirely. Congratulations on your engagement, James. Thank you. I can't say I'm surprised you're the next one to get married, Frank said conversationally, throwing his arm over Alice's shoulder. His wedding ring glinted under the candlelight. Though I have to say, I thought it would be with Lily. Oh, it made sense now. Frank's harsh treatment, Alice's downright hostility. Sirius had, admittedly, not put much thought in how the news would be taken by the members of the Order. James getting engaged out of nowhere with Regulus, a Death Eater, mere months after breaking up with the girl he'd been in love with since first year? Yeah, that was suspicious as fuck. No wonder they were pissed. Well, Lily and I were not meant to be, James said casually. Too casually, in fact, because Alice's eyes narrowed on the spot. No, you weren't, Alice said icily. But to move on that fast? Tell me, how long have you two been together? Oh shit, that made even more sense. Though Alice and Frank were a couple years older, they'd become friends with James and Lily over the years. They were similar, the four of them. Head boy and head girl, both Frank and James Quidditch captains. If Frank had been James' Quidditch mentor, Alice had been the one Lily looked up to. It was cute back then to see a 15-year-old Lily with a fresh prefect badge listen to the head girl like every word coming out of her mouth was gospel. For Alice, Lily was the little sister she never had. And here her ex-boyfriend was, engaged 3 months after they broke up. Of course, she was so hostile. Oh no! Regulus gasped, stricken as if the world's worst realization had passed through his head. Had Sirius not known better, he would have bought it in a second. He tugged James' arm, looking a bit like a lost puppy. Jamie, do you think Lily believes you cheated? Should I write her a letter? Explain everything? James threw Alice and Frank, who were looking at Regulus as if he had grown a second head, aside. I too mean to be James Potter's. He brushed a strand of Regulus' hair behind his ears tenderly, smiling as Regulus blinked owlishly at him. They made a pretty convincing image. It was nauseating. Don't worry, love. I've already talked to her. She didn't believe that for a second. He looked pointedly at Alice and Frank. She's happy for us. Oh, thank Merlin, Regulus exhaled, deflating like a balloon. James and Regulus have been back together for less than a month, Sirius commented in a covert attempt to stop his brother's act to get even more disgusting. Back together? Alice asked, looking between Regulus and James with confusion rather than contempt. We were together for a year, back in Hogwarts, James explained. They were disgustingly in love, believe me. I had to listen to James rant about Regulus' eyes every fucking day. Sirius snarked, shuddering in disgust. It wasn't difficult to manage because the idea of it was frankly rather gross. He's literally my brother. Really, James? Really? Hey, the heart wants what it wants, James rebutted playfully, pulling Regulus closer. He turned to Alice and Frank, tone more serious. I thought I moved on after we broke up, or else I wouldn't have gotten with Lily. I would never do that to her. Oh, Alice said weakly, looking away with shame. I'm sorry, I thought. I know, James interrupted. Not impolitely, but not kind either. Maybe next time, talk to her before assuming things. It doesn't bother you? Frank cut in, looking at Regulus with a furrow in his brow. While Alice's fury had muted, Frank's suspicions still lingered. Your fiancé talked to his ex-girlfriend behind your back. His muggle-born ex-girlfriend went unsaid, but it lingered in the air for everyone to see. I suspected he would. He's far too honorable to leave something like that hanging. Regulus smiled gingerly, looking up at James through his lashes. I'm just relieved she's happy for us. She really is a kind soul. Frank's suspicion vaporized, leaving behind a confused sort of bewilderment. A kind soul? Lily Evans? Regulus pursed his lips. Is she not? Did I get the wrong impression? No. Frank hurried out airily. No, she is. I just didn't expect you to say that. Regulus blinked at him with childish naivete. Why? It's the truth. Oh, that little shit. He backed Frank into a corner. Pureblood social gatherings were neutral grounds, so he couldn't very well say, because she's a muggle-born and you're a Death Eater, especially in a gathering thrown in Regulus' honor. Besides, with the way he was acting, it would be the etiquette equivalent of spitting in his mother's grave. And the thing was, Regulus' acting was convincing. Hell, even Sirius would have been fooled had he not known the truth. Regulus looked like a sweet, genuine person who truly didn't know why complimenting his fiance's muggle-born ex was so unbelievable. Frank, despite his actually quite understandable suspicions, was a good man, much better than Sirius himself, who took every opportunity to lash out and would no doubt have called Regulus out even if he did believe his facade. Frank wouldn't, especially if he believed Regulus. Somehow, in the span of a single conversation, Regulus had seen that and used it against him. It would be impressive if it wasn't so fucked up. Yeah, sorry, Frank cleared his throat awkwardly, evading Regulus' eyes. Never mind. Congratulations on your engagement. Regulus beamed at him. The fucker. Thank you. Frank and Alice said their goodbyes, going away in a hushed conversation. Periodically, they sneaked a look at Regulus. Sirius could guess what they were talking about. I can't believe they thought I cheated, James said, dejected like a kicked puppy. Mate, it is suspicious. I mean, it's only been 3 months, Sirius commented carefully. But I would never do that. James pressed, literally pouting. Actually, Regulus, who was back to his normal, snarky self now that Alice and Frank were out of sight, cut in, if I was Evans, I would already have cut your throat open. James threw him a betrayed look. You need to stop changing that quickly. You're giving me whiplash, Sirius said flatly. Regulus rolled his eyes. Grow up, Sirius. The rest of the evening went far smoother. Sure, the amount of people wanting to talk to them was overwhelming. And if James took a shot every time he heard the word unexpected, he'd be dead come tomorrow, but at least no one had been openly hostile. Most of the guests, with very minimal exceptions, were faking niceties to win the favor of the new Lord Black, though they towed a very fine line between being curious and trying to get gossip out of them like blood-thirsty sharks. Which, to be fair, was expected, and simply sticking to the backstory they concocted worked wonders. By the time they'd made their rounds around the room and talked to everyone who approached them, the story was so widespread that no one even questioned them anymore. Except for Rita Skeeter, of course, who had been relentless in her interrogation in search of a good story for Witch Weekly. James wasn't too excited about reading that. As the novelty of their presence settled down, James found himself sequestered in a corner with both Black brothers. The comparison between the effect the day had on them, with one perfectly poised and the other dead on his feet, was almost laughable. James was very quickly veering towards the latter. I need a smoke break, Sirius announced, shifting on his feet with nervous energy. I swear if I stay here one more second, I'll kill everyone and then myself. If you kill me, I'll thank you, Regulus said flatly. Stop that. Sirius flicked Regulus' forehead, earning a death glare from his brother. Anyways, will you two be good on your own? I think so, James said, surveying the room. It seems that everyone who wants to talk to us has already done it. Yeah, we'll be fine. Go off, you pest. Hey now. Sirius put his hands in his hips in an uncharacteristically motherly gesture. Is that any way to talk to your brother? You're not my brother. Sirius, you're my cousin, Regulus deadpanned. Sirius gasped dramatically, placing his hand on his chest in a scandalized motion. Reggie, was that an incest joke? It's my favorite breed of humor. Oh, you fucker, Sirius laughed. James didn't miss how surprised he was by Regulus being funny. Well, I'm off. Sirius brought 2 fingers to his forehead in a salute and skidded off, blending in with the mob. James turned to Regulus. What now? Regulus smirked. Now we sneak out. Huh? Wordlessly, Regulus dragged him out of the ballroom. They stepped out of a door James hadn't noticed before, walking into long-winded corridors. James eyed his surroundings wearily, but let himself be dragged along. Won't this look suspicious? Regulus rolled his eyes, turning the corner of a candlelit hall. We're young, hormonal, and recently engaged. Trust me, it's more suspicious if we don't. But we're in a social event. Exactly. I'm gonna need more than that. Regulus stopped them in a nondescript hall, the music and chatter of the ballroom only a faint murmur now. We're supposed to be on our honeymoon phase. We've been parading around for hours in a public space, and no matter how much effort we put into seeming believable, no one would buy it if we didn't try to get some time for ourselves. Oh, James exhaled. So it's a ruse? It's a ruse, Regulus confirmed. So we have to keep up the act, but we're alone. Not for much longer. We're not the only ones who sneak out of social events, you know? So, James trailed off awkwardly. What do we do? Regulus took a step back, and another, until his back was pressed against a wall. Peering at him through his lashes, he pulled James forward until he was trapped between the wall and James' body. Fuck. We act, Regulus whispered, his breath fanning James' face. Right, James said breathlessly. We act. Regulus' hands traveled to James' forearms, which hung uselessly by his sides, and guided them towards his waist. James was no stranger to the act. He'd done it with Lily countless times. He'd held her from the back, hands placed over her soft belly, roaming freely over the expanse of her freckled skin. He delighted in feeling the curve of her waist under his fingertips, loving every inch of her body and seeing art in her insecurities. The thought of Lily Evans being insecure was almost unthinkable, but James knew better. At first, she didn't want him to touch her like that, to expose herself to yet another person who would call her body undesirable. So he took his time, building a steady foundation of trust and showing her little by little that there was not a world in which he could see her and think anything other than beautiful. Then, when she finally allowed him to touch her, he'd made sure to do it with worship. He'd kissed the bulge of her stomach, traced her stretch marks with wonder, as if they'd been painted by the most skilled artist in history. To him, they had. James was used to having Lily between his arms. Regulus was different. His waist was small, skinny, and James was sure he would feel his ribs protruding against his skin if he only pressed higher. Where Lily had been soft, Regulus was angled, and the lack of fat under his fingers felt unfamiliar to James. There was a light curve to his waist, barely there, that marked the transition between narrow hips and a lithe torso. Idly, James wondered if the same kind of scars that scattered Sirius' skin would be hidden under Regulus' clothes. They were raised in the same hell, after all. The feeling of Regulus' body pressed against him, caged between his arms, wasn't better than Lily's. He hadn't expected it to be. He didn't expect it to be bad. Not at all, just unremarkable. Just there, nothing more. No more riveting than when he held Marlene. Or Remus, not a sign of a spark birthed in the contact. He should have known better. There was nothing unremarkable about Regulus Black, after all. Regulus' fingers ghosted upwards through James' arms, sending shivers to his skin. His hands settled on his nape, fingers circling strands of his hair almost thoughtlessly. When he felt the soft scrape of a nail, tingles rippled through James' scalp. Not unremarkable at all. I thought you said no snogging, James commented, mainly to break the trance-like state the revelation had left him in. Regulus tugged his hair lightly. We're not. Get your mind out of the gutter. So, what do we do? James asked, because as nice as this is, it's a bit awkward to stand here in silence. Regulus hummed. We talk. About what? No idea. Well, James bit his lip, deep in thought. The night we met, in the pub. What of it? You predicted the fight between the Muggle couple. You're very observant. Regulus rolled his eyes. Your point. Can you do the same with these people? Or is it only Muggles? Oh, these ones are far less subtle than those Muggles, Regulus scoffed. What do you have? A bit of everything, Regulus shrugged. What do you want? Family drama. Salacious rumors? I think I've had enough family drama for a lifetime, James huffed. Salacious rumors it is. He tilted his head, considering his options. You know, Alessia Zabini's already on her second marriage. She's divorced? I didn't know pure bloods did that. Oh, not at all. Usually, when you're not happy with your marriage, you have two options. First one is cheating, Regulus said noncommittally. Can't say I didn't expect that. It is quite common. A lot of people even reach agreements. They what? I think the correct term is polyamory, actually, Regulus mused. Most pure-blood marriages are arranged, which results in very unhappy marriages. So, they reach an arrangement where they have their heir, if they're first in line, and then they are free to have their affairs. So they're cheating on each other? Not really. Both parties are aware and consenting. Take Bellatrix and Rodolphius, for instance. Bella would rather die than to let him touch her. So they agreed that as long as he's not caught, and he doesn't take any member of our family as a partner, he's free to fuck whoever he wishes. Huh. That makes sense, actually. I don't think that's for me, though. It doesn't have to be. Just because it works for them, it doesn't have to work for everyone, Regulus said. It wouldn't for me either. We match then, James said, smiling. So, what's the second option? Mrs. Zabini's favorite, Regulus smirked, looking at James to preemptively gauge his reaction. Murder? Wait, what? James exclaimed. But that's illegal. It's not if you don't get caught. So Mrs. Zabini murdered her first husband? James asked, choosing to ignore Regulus' very concerning statement. I think so, Regulus confirmed. There's no proof, but her husband died in very suspicious circumstances, and I know for a fact she hated his guts. He was a very nasty person. Okay. James reeled back, looking at Regulus frantically. Okay, can we go for something less grim? Please. Fine, you baby, Regulus chuckled. Excuse me, but I'm not a baby just because I don't like murder. Debatable, Regulus teased. James pinched his waist. Hey, you were saying? James grinned. Regulus rolled his eyes. Fine. Do you remember Darius Greengrass? We met him earlier today. Yeah, he was a nice bloke, James paused. Please don't tell me he murdered someone. Not that I know of, Regulus smirked. He's getting married this summer. James' eyebrows raised. Really? Isn't he too old by pure blood standards? He wouldn't be if he was a second son. We usually have more freedom, since we don't have to sire a heir, Regulus explained. Look at Rabaston Lestrange, for instance. He's 25, and the only constant partner he has is his hand. James snickered. That's mean. Trust me, he wouldn't be offended. Everyone knows Lestranges are sluts, Regulus remarked. In fact, I bet you 10 galleons he's already either flirting with someone or fucking them. I'm not dumb enough to take that bet. You're no fun. So, Darius Greengrass, James said pointedly. Is he a second son? No, he's an only son, Regulus pursed his lips. Sort of. His sister died when she was almost 12, if you know what I mean. That's why he's pushed his wedding off for so long. He was waiting for her. James furrowed his brow in confusion. Didn't you just say she's dead? Oh, Regulus said quietly, eyes widening. You don't know? Know what? James, Regulus said carefully. When a pure-blood child dies at that age, it's because they didn't receive a Hogwarts letter. Darius' sister was a squib. So, Regulus bites his lip, hesitant. Squibs are considered a disgrace to the line. The family says they died because they were ill to cover it up. In reality, they're either killed or abandoned. Darius believes his sister's case was the latter. Oh, James whispers, heartbroken. Does that really happen? James, you've been living in the wizarding world all your life. How many squibs have you met? He thought about it, desperately trying to find something that proved Regulus wrong. He couldn't. Only one, he admitted. But there must be others, right? I mean, not every magical family's like that. I know mine isn't. Even if they were born in a good family that loved them, they still wouldn't have a place in the wizarding world. They usually end up in the muggle world either way. What about Filch? James said, his will to find a flaw to Regulus' logic renewed. He's a squib, and he has a job at Hogwarts. And how is that going for him? Regulus rebutted. Everyone treats him like filth. Even you and your friends. That's not because he's a squib. James was quick to deny. You have to admit he was a bit of an asshole. I mean, I would be too if I was a squib. They don't exactly have nice lives, Regulus admitted. James hadn't known that. He hadn't met any squibs, as Regulus said, and the one he didn't like much. He didn't think that was out of prejudice for him, but was that the case for everyone else? How many people disliked him not because of his personality, but because of a circumstance he had no hand in getting? James used to think he wasn't too prejudiced despite the privilege he'd been raised into. But here Regulus was more informed about the issues squibs faced than he was. In fact, he looked almost supportive. When he talked to them, there wasn't a trace of contempt in his voice. If Regulus, who was a Death Eater from a family far worse in their privilege than his, could hold less prejudice when it came to squibs than James, what did that make him? James thought he'd worked very hard at becoming a good person. But had he? Needing to shake off the uncomfortable feeling churning in his gut, James said, You know who's an asshole without a reason to be, though? Regulus raised an eyebrow. Who? Mrs. Norris. Regulus gasped, scandalized. Take Mrs. Norris' name out of your dirty mouth. James gaped at him. You're defending Mrs. Norris? She's a good cat. She's a snitch. Well, if you didn't prank her, maybe she wouldn't be. Regulus tilted up his chin, staring defiantly at James. I can't believe you like her. I can't believe you don't. She's a cat, James. The sudden sound of a low whistle made them snap out of their bickering. James' arms tightened on Regulus' waist out of shock, and Regulus tugged on his hair painfully. Ouch! James whined. Regulus patted his head absent-mindedly. Focus turned to the newcomer. Rabaston. Fancy seeing you here, Rabaston, whose arm was thrown carelessly over another man's waist, was swaying slightly on his feet and reeked of alcohol even from a distance. His partner was in a state of disarray, red love marks freshly painted on his neck. Though his partner looked a little lost, Rabaston was smiling with delight. Did I interrupt a couple's spat? Regulus huffed. James was being stupid. Listen, just because I don't like that demon of a cat. Shush, Regulus said, covering his mouth with his hand. James, as the mature adult he was, decided that licking his palm was the only plausible option. Regulus didn't even react. Careful there, mate, or you're sleeping on the couch tonight, Rabaston joked. Anyways, Regulus rolled his eyes, letting go of James' mouth to take his hand. We better leave. I wouldn't want to interrupt your fun, Rabaston. Rabaston's smirk widened. You could always join us. Two's fun, but four's a party. James' eyes narrowed dangerously, and he let go of Regulus' hand to wrap an arm tightly around his waist. Goodbye, Lestrange. He pushed forcefully through the couple, seamlessly ignoring Rabaston's cheerful goodbye. Once they were out of earshot, Regulus leaned in to whisper in James' ear. Quite an act you put up there. I don't like that guy, James stated heatedly. Seriously, a foursome? Was that a joke? Regulus smiled. Most likely not. The gall, James huffed. Lestranges are sluts, James. Regulus lowered his voice conspirationally. By the way, the other man? He's married. Oh my God. Sirius exhaled smoke slowly, eyes lost in the expanse of garden around him. This place used to be familiar, once upon a time, a safe haven in the pits of hell, ephemeral happiness fostered in the hands of his grandmother. He could still feel traces of her, lost between the roses and the gentle shine of the moon. Faint echoes of his childhood, hiding behind the bushes. The ash of his cigarette fell carelessly on the ground of the gazebo, and though he couldn't remember her face, her voice, he could almost feel her chiding him fondly for dirtying her garden. Sirius took another puff. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure approaching. For a second, he wondered if it was yet another impression of his childhood coming back to haunt him. The shape was too big, though. No longer a kid. Narcissa sat silently in the chair beside his, trailing her gaze through the garden. Nostalgic. This brings up memories, doesn't it? She commented quietly. Regulus hid behind those bushes all the time. He'd cry for hours if you were not the one to find him. He fell in the fountain once, Sirius answered, voice equally low. He looked like a drowned rat. Narcissa chuckled, and they fell back to silence. Sirius used to admire her when he was a kid. She was older, cooler, and there was something about her that screamed of strength. They were raised together, at first like they were siblings instead of cousins. They didn't live in the same house, nor have the same parents, but when they visited the manor, none of that mattered. Sirius would follow Andy like a duckling, play with Narcissa's dolls, and roughhouse with Bellatrix. There was a bond there, between the five of them, born out of the rod of the House of Black. Together, nothing else mattered. Then, grandmother Melania died. Can I have one? Narcissa asked, motioning to the pack of cigarettes lying on the glass table. You smoke? Sirius asked back, eyebrows raised. Sometimes. Then by all means, Narcissa grabbed the pack, taking one out to place it between her teeth. It was a weird motion coming from her, unrefined, like she was used to smoking in the absence of polite company. Instead of using her wand, as Sirius expected, Narcissa grabbed Sirius' lighter and lit the cigarette. She didn't cough. That's a muggle lighter, is it? Narcissa smiled at him, the embodiment of innocence. I didn't notice. Sirius huffed out a laugh. His family members and their fucking surprises. Regulus and James put up a convincing act, Narcissa commented absent-mindedly. Sirius looked at her from the corner of his eyes. What makes you think it's an act? I've known Regulus since he was a baby. He's not in love. Maybe he thinks he is. I wasn't born yesterday. Sirius. Don't lie to me. Narcissa huffed. Sirius deflated. Bellatrix could be fooled into thinking her suspicions were just that, suspicions. But when Narcissa knew, she knew. There was no point in going against her. If this is another threat, it isn't. Narcissa cut in. I'm not here to threaten you. nor question you. Then why are you here? Why, to catch up with you, of course. It's been awfully long since I last saw you. Narcissa, Sirius pressed, unwilling to fall into the once familiar banter. He was no longer a kid, and neither was she. She offered him an unrepentant smile that soon fell flat on her face. I'm here to warn you. Sirius straightened up, turning to Narcissa. Sirius' cigarette fell to the floor, forgotten. Narcissa took another puff. This is a dangerous game you're playing. Narcissa pushed on. I hope you're prepared. Just get on with it, will you? Sirius snapped. The Dark Lord is here. He seems interested in James and Regulus. Sirius stood up, almost knocking back his chair. He marched towards the manor, not deigning Narcissa with a response. He had more pressing matters to deal with. The Dark Lord is here. Siri, his childhood nickname, coming out of his cousin's mouth, hit him like an electric shock. He stopped in his tracks, back still turned to her. It's good to have you back. Sirius didn't answer. He didn't know how to. Instead, he kept walking, until he was in the ballroom running towards James and Regulus. They looked relaxed. They looked relaxed. He hadn't talked to them yet. What's up your arse? Regulus asked crassly, eyeing him up and down. I talked to Narcissa. Sirius got out between labored breaths. She knows. Obviously, Regulus replied simply. The fuck do you mean? Sirius asked, feeling quite close to pulling out his hair. She's smart, Sirius. She knew as soon as she saw us. Sirius inhaled deeply, running a hand through his hair. Fuck. All right, that's not important. She told me. Lord Black. He felt his presence before he saw him. Imposing, larger than life. Dangerous. A predator hiding in plain sight. The man himself was creepy. Handsome, if you only spared him a glance. Taller than James, body lean but toned under his perfectly pristine black robes. He looked like he was in his 30s, though he carried himself like he'd been alive much longer. He was deceptively charming, a pleased smile etched in his face, and posture perfectly polite, but you only had to look at him for longer than a second for him to feel wrong. Unnatural, like he was a twisted image of a man posing as a human being. Sirius had never seen him before. Through all the years of attending social events, the lessons on genealogy, and the people they resulted in, he hadn't seen the man once. But Regulus had. He'd spent the day masquerading, turning into the person the people he was talking to wanted to see most. It was impressive, yet deeply disturbing, to see him trade masks as if he was a one-man commedia dell'arte show. Through it all, though, he'd retained a certain level of naivety. He presented himself as unassuming, unthreatening, a pretty little doll with nothing on the inside. Sirius witnessed as everyone fell prey to it, underestimated him. He saw it in their eyes, how as much as he was a black and therefore someone not to mess with, they viewed Regulus himself as someone who didn't deserve to be taken into account. They tried to play Regulus while they danced to his tune. With this man, Regulus was different. He stood taller, face colder, so close to how he usually was that his parade of masks looked like they had stopped. They hadn't. When they were children, no one knew how to read Regulus better than Sirius. Somewhere along the way, he stopped paying attention and his brother became an enigma. He was paying attention now, though, and even if he couldn't see what was under the masks, he knew when one was there. This one didn't look like a mask, but just because the seams were invisible, it didn't mean they weren't there. My lord, Regulus greeted, tilting his head forward as a show of respect. I did not know you were in attendance. It was a last-minute decision, the man said, charming smile etched into place. Fake. Did you find the ball enjoyable? Certainly. Though I must admit I haven't been here for long. That must be why I haven't seen you, Regulus said, far too polite for Sirius liking. Indeed, the man replied amicably. I am about to take my leave. After our conversation earlier this week, I couldn't go without meeting your fiancé. Our conversation earlier this week. What the fuck did that mean? Let me introduce you then. Regulus took James' arm. This is James Potter, though I doubt you didn't know already. James, who was proving that his glasses were certainly not for show, smiled brightly at him and extended his hand towards the man. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. The pleasure is mine, the man said, shaking James' hand diplomatically. Forgive me for being forward, Mr. Potter, but you look exhausted. Has today not been to your liking? Oh, not at all. James was quick to say, "Today has been tiring, but I finally get to be with Regulus in the open. That's a win in my books." "It certainly is," the man replied, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I'm afraid I must take my leave. Regulus, I will be seeing you next Wednesday, 3 o'clock. Don't be late." "Merry part, Mr. Potter." "Merry part, James trailed off, smiling sheepishly. "I'm sorry, I don't think I caught your name." Sirius didn't need the man to answer. He feared he already knew. "That's because I didn't say it." The man's eyes flashed red, the air around them growing dangerous. "I am Lord Voldemort." James' smile fell. Regulus' stony expression remained. Voldemort nodded his head as farewell, leaving in his wake an asphyxiating silence. No one dared to move. Few people knew what Voldemort looked like. He didn't show up in battles, delegating the raids to his Death Eaters. If he did, he wore a mask and a black robe that covered every trail of the person behind them. Sirius had never been in one of those battles, but he had seen the devastation they led behind. More a monster than a man, Voldemort had always been a whisper behind closed doors and a lingering threat to Sirius. Neither Sirius nor James had ever seen him. Now they had. "James," Sirius said, voice flat. "It's time to go." James blinked out of his stupor, gaze snapping back and forth between Sirius and Regulus. "Shouldn't I stay until the end?" Regulus let go of James' arm. "Go. The ball is almost finished either way." "Right," James said slowly. I'll see you, I guess." Not much talking was done after that. The first thing Sirius did upon arriving at James' flat was going to his kitchen to hunt the bottle of fancy fire whiskey he had stashed for special occasions. This was, admittedly, not what James had in mind for the bottle, but he wasn't about to object when he himself desperately needed a shot or 5. Instead, he sat quietly on the sofa until Sirius came back, the bottle and 2 glasses in hand. Sirius threw himself on the other side of the sofa, unplugging the bottle and pouring each of them a drink. Without a word, Sirius downed his drink in a swallow and poured himself a second. James, who didn't think he'd survive the conversation they were about to have sloshed, took a measured sip. "I don't get him," Sirius stated heatedly. "Regulus? Who else?" Sirius huffed. "Every time I think I'm starting to understand him, he goes and throws a curveball the size of my head. I mean, he is very confusing. A walking fucking contradiction. That's what he is." Sirius took a big gulp of his fire whiskey. "He changes so quickly. One second, he's scaring Avery and Mulciber shitless, and the next he's acting all lovey-dovey in front of Frank and Alice." "Who even is he?" "I thought it was impressive," James commented carefully. "Sure, it was impressive," Sirius rolled his eyes. "But he's so fake he might as well be made of plastic." "Well, he did get our arses out of trouble both of those times." "That's another thing," Sirius exclaimed. "Did you see how he dealt with Frank and Alice? He was manipulating them. In fact, he was manipulating everyone, James. Everyone." James huffed out a humorless chuckle. "Well, I know one person he wasn't manipulating. And wasn't that a thought?" He still couldn't make the fact that he'd met Lord Voldemort and shaken his hand into his head. He still felt a bit numb. "Wasn't he, though?" Sirius said quietly. "Sirius," James said incredulously, "there's no way an 18-year-old is manipulating Lord Voldemort." "Maybe not manipulating," Sirius acquiesced. But that wasn't Reg either, Prongs." James didn't know how to answer that. The Regulus he had seen talking to Voldemort was different. Colder. A far stretch from the person he was when they were alone. When it was just the two of them, Regulus was wittier, snarkier, more open. Was that another act, or was any part of that version of Regulus real? "And then there's Voldemort," Sirius pushed on. "He wasn't suspicious. Regulus spent the whole evening with a member of the Order of the Phoenix and a known blood traitor, and he wasn't suspicious. He was amused." "Do you think that's what they talked about?" "Earlier this week." "Definitely," Sirius nodded. "But I don't know what Regulus told him. It looked a bit like the whole conversation was an inside joke between them, didn't it?" "I didn't know Voldemort had a sense of humor." Sirius laughed wryly. "Too right, Prongs. Too right." James took another sip of his fire whiskey. "I thought Regulus wasn't that important." "What do you mean?" "Voldemort told him he'll see him on Wednesday. I mean, it could be a Death Eater meeting, right? But why did it look like he was informing him? Why would Voldemort himself inform him of a meeting?" "Do you think," Sirius hesitated nervously, Do you think it's a one-on-one meeting? But why? I don't know, James sighed. But whatever it is, I don't think Regulus likes it very much. How would you know that? Regulus was a fucking statue, talking to Voldemort. James pursed his lips. On the outside, maybe, but he had my arm in a chokehold. He was gripping it so tight, he almost cut my circulation. Oh, Sirius looked to the ground, an ugly feeling compressing his chest. He was scared. I don't think so, James confessed. I think it was more like anger. Sirius snapped up. He was angry? Yeah. I think he was restraining himself. James rolled up his sleeve until a mark became visible in the exact place Regulus' hand had been. The mark was red, but not quite bruised. It had been a near thing, though. Sirius took James' arm, inspecting the dents on his skin carefully. There was still doubt in his eyes, like he didn't fully believe that Regulus' force was driven by anger instead of fear, but he didn't comment on it. Clearly, it wasn't what was bothering him. He hurt you. I don't think he realized. He's usually very gentle. Sirius let go of James' arm slowly, crossing his arms over his torso as if he was protecting himself. Is he really? Yeah, James said, his throat tight. He hated seeing Sirius like that. It's like he's scared I'm gonna break. He used to be like that when we were children, Sirius confessed. He wasn't looking at James. He was so soft. He treated everything like it was precious, even bugs. That isn't there anymore. It is. I've seen it, James said, oh so very softly. Sirius set the glass on the table with force, growing agitated. His eyes were crazed, almost vehement, yet filled with a determination that was oh so characteristic of him. No, James, it can't. Pads. I'm not sure. He's a bloody Death Eater, James. Sirius spat, forceful and wounded. How can he be good if he's a Death Eater, huh? You've seen what they're capable of. You've seen what they do. Open wounds, deep and infected. Eyes growing more lifeless by the second. A blanket thrown over the body of what used to be an ally, a friend. James might not be allowed in the field, but he'd seen the aftermath of it. No one ever prepares you for how gruesome it is to be a healer. But Regulus, bright gray eyes, mischievous and mirthful. A gentle touch like a caress coming from long, nimble fingers. Talks about squib discrimination, about muggle books, about being unable to hate what you can understand. A breath fanning his face, ever so tentative, and the promise that there was something there, hidden deep under the surface. Regulus was a Death Eater. There was no way around that. James wasn't blind to the fact that Regulus was manipulative and that being one of Voldemort's followers wasn't just a title. Sometimes, though, good people do bad things, just as bad people are capable of doing good things. James didn't yet know Regulus enough to know which one of those applied to him, or if whatever he'd done in the capacity of Death Eater rendered him undeserving of redemption. But James was a curious person, always had been, and he never could resist leaving a good mystery unsolved. Regulus was an enigma, one so contradictory that there was no way the outcome wouldn't be rewarding because anything that required that much effort always was. James wanted to pry him open, to scan his brain and look through its crevices until no secret remained. There was something about Regulus that was enthralling, pulling James forward like he'd been hooked. By all means, James should believe that Regulus was bad. There was more than enough evidence to support that. But James refused to ignore the possibility that Regulus had his own light hidden under all that armor. Not until the proof was undeniable. Because if he did, and it turned out he was redeemable, then Sirius could have his brother back. Sirius must have noticed James' hesitancy, because his whole body grew tighter, ready to implode. He's fooled you too, hasn't he? Sirius hissed, low and dangerous. I know you always see the best in people, but Regulus, he's bad news, Prongs. He isn't good. He can't be good. Why? James countered, hesitant, unsure himself of both the question and the answer. Why can't he be good? Because if he is, then that means my little brother's still in there. Sirius exploded. His voice was raw, a level of vulnerability to it that he only allowed a few people to witness. My kind, soft-hearted little brother. I thought he wasn't anymore, and he can't be. He can't because I left him, Prongs. I left him because that wasn't my Reggie anymore. That was a stranger. It can't be Reggie, because if he is, I abandoned him. He's my little brother, and I abandoned him." With those words, Sirius broke down. Desperate, heavy sobs traveling through his whole body. A mess of tears, snot, all of him stitched together by unsurmountable guilt. A wound ages old and still as fresh as the day he got it. James leaped to action, enveloping in a hug. Every tremble of his shoulders was like a dagger to his heart. "You had to go. They would have killed you," James whispered, trying to rein in the wetness of his eyes. "You would have died if you stayed." "Sirius, you had to go, but I left him alone." Sirius screamed, hoarse and ugly and so tortured. "Can you see it? He was mine, James, mine. Not Walburga's, not Orion's, mine. I had wealth, any material possession was right there for me to take, but none of that belonged to me. I didn't want it. He was the only thing in that house that was ever worth it, and for some time I had him. And then I didn't." James had to fight with his life not to cry. He couldn't right now. Sirius needed him to be strong. So he tightened his hold, held him while he cried, just so he could hold the shattering pieces of his best friend together. "I thought this part of him died," Sirius choked out weakly, voice stuttering between sobs. "I thought Walburga killed it. I mourned it. If it's still there, if he is still there, and I left him, I wouldn't survive at prongs. I need to know that he isn't." James was familiar with Sirius' guilt. It was there, in every insult he threw at his brother. It was in the bitter fondness of how he spoke of their childhood together, of the memory of him. Familiar, too, was the knowledge that Sirius' guilt was unwarranted. He was just a child back then. He was trying to survive in the only way he knew how to. James would never blame him for leaving an abusive household, not even if the price of his freedom was his brother. And as much as James wanted to beat some sense in a Sirius' head, steal his guilt and shoulder it so he wouldn't have to, he knew that wasn't what Sirius needed. Sirius didn't need reassurance. He needed a partner in crime. James pushed Sirius away, hands on his shoulders and hazel eyes locked with mercurial gray. "Then we figure it out." Sirius choked on a laugh. Every idea you've had, I've followed. What makes you think this is any different?" Sirius sniffed loudly, sobering himself. He pulled back, his features setting into stone-cold determination. "He's hiding something. Something big. I don't know what it is, but I think it's the answer." "Well," James smiled, nudging Sirius' shoulder, "us marauders always loved a good mystery." Chapter end notes. Hi. We finally finished the engagement ball. Sirius and Effie bad-mouthing Walburga behind her back. Iconic, honestly. There's such a mood. Avery and Mulciber? If they weren't characters and therefore not real, I would punch the shit out of them. I was very much agreeing with Sirius as I wrote that scene. Now, Alice and Frank. They're absolutely right in assuming what they did, and their suspicions are very much warranted. What James is doing is very much suspicious from an outsider's POV. James thinking of Lily when embracing Regulus, yeah, he's still not over her. As for the scene itself, I wanted to convey that neither Regulus nor Lily have idyllic bodies. Regulus is too thin, Lily not thin enough, but do so in a way that still portrayed them as beautiful. For the people with bodies who don't conform with the societal standards of beauty, you are absolutely, unequivocally gorgeous. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise. Now, about Sirius' guilt. I fully believe he has no reason to feel guilty, and literally no one else blames him for leaving. You'll see what I mean over time, but he himself is another story. He's going through something akin to survivor's guilt, and it's completely unreasonable because he was just a child trying to survive, but feelings are never logic. So, that's it. Bye-bye, everyone. Chapter 8. Chapter Summary. The aftermath of the ball, a visit to James' flat, and a very eventful order meeting. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The week after the ball settled into a new routine. James and Regulus, with the act they put up that evening, had managed to fool everyone into believing their love story. The gossip columns filled to the brim with their names, and Rita Skeeter had gone as far as to say that they were the newest couple of the wizarding world. Sirius said that their history was dramatic enough to make them want to believe it. Remus said that it was straight out of a shitty romance novel, and Regulus said he didn't really care. James, for his part, was relieved that it hadn't led to further trouble. The ball had been enough chaos for a lifetime. Sirius and James, always up for some mischief, had started to show up every day to Grimmauld Place. Wilburga had a surprisingly busy social life for someone with a personality like hers, and they took advantage of it to go when she was away. Sometimes they went together, and they teamed up to pester Regulus and annoy him into slipping up and telling them information. They weren't too successful. Regulus was locked under more protection than the Black Vault in Gringotts, and more often than not the only result they got was getting kicked out rather rudely. Sometimes, James showed up alone. The house still upset Sirius, and though he would never admit it, James knew it would mess him up to be there every day. But James had promised to help him uncover Regulus' secrets, so he picked up the pace on his own. Those times were interesting. When they were alone, something shifted in Regulus. Though he was by no means open, he did get less guarded. Maybe it was because there were no complicated feelings between them like there were for the brothers, or maybe it had to do with the fact that they were in on something as big as their facade together. Either way, James wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. If they got lucky, Regulus wouldn't be there either, and the house would be empty. It had only happened twice so far, so they took the opportunity to break into Regulus' room and search for clues. The first time it happened was on Wednesday. They arrived 5 minutes after 3, confident in the knowledge that Regulus wouldn't be there. They searched in the drawers, the bookshelves, under the beds, in the closet, everywhere they could think about. By the time Regulus got back, they'd already stripped the room of evidence of their search, and Regulus found them having tea in the kitchen. They hadn't found much. The second time was on Monday. This time, Regulus' absence was a surprise. Since they didn't know when Regulus was coming back, they delegated tasks in a way reminiscent of their pranking days. Sirius would search the room, while James stood in the doorway as a lookout. They got a solid 20 minutes before James spotted Regulus coming up the stairs. "Regulus," James said, far louder than necessary. A crush came from Regulus' room. "Damn it, Sirius. You're here." Regulus fixed him with an impressively dead stare. "Why is Sirius in my room?" "He's setting up a prank," James blurted out. "Prongs," Sirius yelled, popping his head through the door. "Don't spoil it, right?" Regulus drawled. "Should I expect to find a dung bomb hidden somewhere?" "Dung bomb? That's so juvenile." Sirius huffed. "I vividly remember you putting dung bombs under the beds of the Slytherin dorms." Sirius waved a hand. "That was a long time ago. It was last year, but we've graduated. We're men now, Reggie. We've long moved past dung bombs," Sirius said. "Don't call me that," Regulus huffed. "And don't go into my bedroom." "Why? Hiding something?" "My privacy." "Privacy's overrated. Just because you two like to hold hands while you shit doesn't mean privacy's overestimated." "How do you know that?" Sirius asked, affronted. "I didn't until right now," Regulus deadpanned. "You're disgusting." "Sirius, we don't hold hands while we shit." James thought it important to clarify. "Really? Not even?" "No. We have never done that." Sirius blinked, taken aback. "Then who have I done that with?" "For the sake of my sanity, I hope it's no one," Regulus interjected. "No, I've definitely done that." Sirius turned to James. "Marlene?" "Definitely not. She would have told me." Sirius lightened up, clapping his hands. "Oh, I know. It was a stranger in a Muggle club. We linked our feet under the wall of the stalls." "There's no way that's true," James gaped. "It is. It was a very intimate moment." "You're going to be very intimate with my wand if you don't stop talking," Regulus said, face contorted in disgust. "Hey, just because you don't like to talk to strangers. Please stop. I'm kind of jealous now," James cut in. Regulus looked at him in disbelief. "Are you naturally this dumb? Or were you dropped as a baby?" Sirius gasped, outraged. "Effie would never." "Dad did," James said. "I fell into a cauldron." "Is that why you hate sleekeasies?" "Not really. The cauldron was empty." As riveting as this conversation is, Regulus cut in dryly. "I have things to do." "Go away." "That's a record," James pointed out. "You usually kick us out sooner." "If I could, I would ban you from entering in the first place." "You can," Sirius chimed in cheerfully. In lieu of a response, Regulus pushed Sirius away from his bedroom and slammed the door in their faces. That went well. They left after that. As every time they'd visited Grimmauld, their next stop was Sirius Flat. They met Remus in the kitchen, plopping down in the chairs beside him. "Remus, who until now had been reading a book while nursing a steaming cup of tea, folded the corner of the page and sat the book down on the table. "You're a psychopath," Sirius said, looking at the book with narrowed eyes. "I don't care," Remus replied, taking a long sip of his tea. "So," James turned to Sirius with inquiring eyes, "did you find something? Please don't tell me you were stalking Regulus again." Sirius smiled, utterly unaffected by Remus' judgy tone. "We were stalking Regulus again." Remus groaned. "Why? You've been doing it for a week, and you have nothing." "I'm not giving up," Sirius rebutted. "There must be something, but is stalking the way?" Sirius hummed. "Good point. Maybe we could interview someone in his circle." "Who?" "Lord Voldemort," Remus asked, unimpressed. James straightened up, the flash of a memory coming to his mind. "We could ask Lily." Two pair of eyes turned to him, equally judgmental. "Why the hell would we ask Lily?" Sirius asked flatly. "Mate, you're engaged. It's time to let her go," Remus said, almost pitying. "It's not that," James exclaimed. "When I talked to her, she told me she did prefect rounds with Regulus." Sirius leaned in, much more interested now. "So what?" Remus asked. "I had prefect rounds with him too. He's not much of a talker." Sirius snapped his head towards Remus. "You did? Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't think it mattered," Remus shrugged. "The only words we've ever exchanged were hello and goodbye." "Maybe you talked to Lily, though," James mused. "James, she's a muggle-born," Remus reminded him, as if James didn't know that. "No, wait, maybe he's onto something," Sirius said, crossing his arms. "Regulus did compliment her at the ball." Remus' eyebrows flew to his hair. "Really? He called her a kind soul. Can you believe that?" Sirius said. But to be fair, he was trying to manipulate Frank and Alice. He also jumped in when Mulciber and Avery insulted her, James offered. "I hardly think that's manipulation too." "You know, that was weird," Sirius said thoughtfully. "Was that because of Lily, though? He might just hate misogyny." "That's a good point. Do you think he's a feminist?" "Maybe. A feminist Death Eater. Who would have thought?" "Okay, stop," Remus said, looking really lost. "I'm losing brain cells by the second." "You don't think he's a feminist, Mooney?" Sirius said. "I think we're getting off track," Remus stated. "James, why did you want to ask Lily? Was it only because of the rounds?" "No. We were talking about Regulus, and when I said his favorite book was Muggle." "His favorite book's Muggle?" Sirius asked, flabbergasted. "Yeah, keep up." "Anyways, Lily wasn't surprised," James paused. "Come to think of it, her reaction when I told her my fiancé is Regulus was weird, too." "How so?" "You'd expect her to react badly, right? I mean, he's a Death Eater. And after Mary," James trailed off, the air growing heavy. "She didn't, though. She only asked if Sirius knew." "That's a fair concern," Remus pointed out. "Yeah, but for that to be the first thing she thinks of?" James asked. "And then, when we were talking about him, she said he wasn't as bad as people think." "She said that?" Sirius asked, mouth agape. "Yeah, got all weird about it, too. I think she knows something." Sirius stood up. "All right, we're going to Lily's." "Sirius, sit," Remus said. Sirius sat down instantly. "You're not going to Lily's. That poor woman has enough on her plate already." "But Mooney—" "No," Remus stated. "No room for debate. Either way, you don't have concrete evidence." "Maybe we do," James said. "Sirius, did you find something today?" "Kinda," Sirius said, straightening up. He's been reading a lot of books about the dark arts, specifically soul magic. They keep changing too, like he goes through them really quickly. "Is that surprising, though?" Remus asked. "He's a Death Eater. Dark magic is kind of in the job description. But soul magic?" Sirius rebutted. "Not even Death Eaters mess with that. The consequences of misusing it are far too dangerous." James furrowed his brow. "You think he wants to use soul magic?" "Not really," Sirius denied. "That's another thing, though. He reads a lot about dark magic, but he doesn't use it." "How would you know?" "It's not like you're watching him constantly," Remus hesitated. "You're not, are you?" "I'm not," Sirius said. "But his room doesn't feel like dark magic. If he was using it, it would linger." "Maybe he's not using it in his room," Remus offered, always the voice of reason. "Wait," James interrupted. "Dark magic has a feeling?" Sirius stared at him like he was dumb. "How do you not know that?" "Not all of us were raised in highly dark houses, pads," Remus deadpanned. "And it's not like Prongs has felt it in battle, either." "Oh," Sirius said, blinking slowly. "Well, it's like this, chill. like you're walking through heavy fog. But Regulus' room does feel like that, James said, confused. Not everywhere, but sometimes while walking around, I would get this shiver going up my spine. I just thought I was cold, but now, up your spine? That's so weird, Sirius' eyebrows raised. Right? The saying is literally down the spine. Maybe the floor was attacking you, Remus said sarcastically. Sirius immediately puffed up, eyes wide. The floor! Mooney, you're a genius. I could kiss you right now. James was pretty sure Remus was fighting the urge to say do it, the poor sod. What's up with the floor? James asked, lost. He must be hiding something under the floorboards. Sirius exclaimed excitedly. It could be a clue. This isn't Cluedo pads, Remus deadpanned. James' smile widened. We're checking the floorboards next time. But when? We don't know the next time he'll be out of the house. James smirked. Don't you worry about that, Pads. I have an idea. Remus groaned. After a week and a half of his brother and fake fiancé invading his house with no regards for privacy, it was time for Regulus to pay back the favor. Since he didn't know where Sirius lived, Regulus decided that James' flat was his most viable option. He tried the polite option first, knocking on the door as soon as he apparat. When he didn't get a response, he used the lock-picking skills Sirius had taught him when he was 7 to get himself in. If James didn't want him breaking and entering, he shouldn't have keyed him in the wards. James wasn't home, which was, admittedly, not the best outcome for Regulus. He didn't mind being alone. He preferred it. Actually, people were more often than not annoying. And if Regulus had walked in only to see James and Sirius wreaking havoc in the flat, he would have walked right back out and vowed to never come back. Usually, he wouldn't have come in the first place. Today was different, though. While the company of peace and quiet was his favorite, Regulus didn't do well alone after stressful situations. He was an overthinker with an uncanny ability to turn every single thought into something grim. And the more time he had to ponder over something, the worse the outcome would be. So, after Death Eater's meetings, or particularly irritating family interactions, Regulus tried not to let himself be left alone with his thoughts. Normally, he would either throw himself into a research rabbit hole and occupy his mind with half-delirious obsession, or go to a muggle pub with the sole purpose of getting sloshed. He had the art of evasion so refined that 9 times out of 10, his methods would work seamlessly. This time was the one exception. Regulus had just gotten out of his second one-on-one lesson with Voldemort. For a psychopathic maniac hell-bent on performing the greatest genocide the wizarding world had ever seen, Voldemort was a surprisingly good professor. He was observant, meticulous in his explanations, and he was curiously adept at making his lessons suit his students' learning process. The first thing he did on their first lesson was asking Regulus how he used to study back at Hogwarts. He quickly determined what methods would work best for him, going as far as to give him a few pointers on how to evolve his studying time. The worst part was that they worked. As if that wasn't bewildering enough, Voldemort assigned him homework. The lessons would be strictly practical. Voldemort didn't fancy wasting time on theoretical work, so he gave Regulus a very long list of reading material. The contents were divided by the books he expected him to read before every lesson. It was very demanding because he was supposed to read at least 100 pages of complex magical theory between every meeting, but somehow Voldemort adapted to it too. When he gave him the list, he stated clearly that the first 15 minutes would be dedicated to clearing any doubts Regulus had. Regulus, who didn't trust that thoughtfulness as far as he could throw it, which was not far at all, considering it was an abstract concept instead of a physical object, vowed to never once go to a lesson without understanding everything they would work on, even if that meant staying awake until the late hours of the night to study. Had it been any other context, Regulus would have enjoyed the lessons. They were challenging, far above Hogwarts level, and the contents they covered were surprisingly widespread. Regulus expected the classes to be about dark magic, gray at most. In the secrecy of his mind, he wondered how much he could learn that wasn't available in the Black Library. As it turned out, it was a lot. There was dark magic, of course. Rare blood rituals, spells either thought long lost or so highly censored that the average wizard wouldn't have heard of them. But they were a surprisingly small portion of their syllabus. Voldemort had spent his whole life amassing a highly impressive depth of knowledge about everything magical under the sun, and he was willing to share his discoveries with Regulus. He would teach him about magic from all over the world, from the meticulous precision of the European technique to the unbridled prowess of African wandless magic. He covered the dark, the gray, the light, and he even planned to teach him about subjects such as healing, herbology, and magical creatures traditions and codes of conduct. It was a Ravenclaw's wet dream. But as much as the classes were a wonder, his teacher was Voldemort, the man he had vowed to kill. Regulus had to maintain a careful balance with him. He spent long periods of time holding up his occlumency walls, both to hide his treacherous ways and because Voldemort had required it of him. He argued that as a student, he would need to have immaculate mental barriers. Regulus might be far more skilled than the average person, courtesy of his dear mother, but the whole thing was still nerve-wracking. At least once every lesson, Voldemort would try to breach his mind randomly with the force of a tsunami. It could happen at any moment. In the middle of a task, as he answered a question, while he focused on getting a particularly tricky spell right. He had to be on guard every single second because the consequences of his failure were far too grave. It wasn't only his life at stake now. If he failed to keep Voldemort out of his mind, other people would be in danger. James, Lupin, Sirius. Then there was the matter of his proficiency. His whole life, he'd banked on being underestimated. He himself had carefully crafted the image of someone who would not pose a threat, just to have the upper hand. If they don't think you're dangerous, they'll never see you coming. That wasn't an option now. Voldemort had expectations, a certain standard he had to reach as his protege. Regulus had to adhere to them immaculately, or else this opportunity would disappear in the blink of an eye. He couldn't disappoint Voldemort, not with the advantage this closeness gave him. A lesser man would have crushed under the pressure, but he wasn't a stranger to pressure. The thing is, Regulus was never special. A common misconception, considering the lowest grade he'd ever gotten in his 6 years of schooling was an exceeds expectations. He was Slughorn's crown jewel. Prefect, Quidditch captain, stellar reviews from the professors. The main candidate for head boy, until he turned the position down. But Regulus was no prodigy. He had no natural talent for academics, like Barty had. His magical core, though definitely not small, wasn't as massive as Sirius. He didn't have Dorcas' vicious determination or Pandora's mesmerizing creativity. What Regulus had, though, was pure hard work. Everything he did, all that he'd achieved, he'd gotten through sleepless nights full of focus and frustration. He sacrificed his free time, his hobbies, even his friendships, just to get results. He spent so much time in the library that even Madame Pants, known for her unfriendly personality, had come to welcome his presence. Regulus knew pressure. It was an old friend, so engraved into his being that he'd be lost in its absence. He could handle Voldemort. He would fulfill his expectations, carefully standing in the line between a genius and a prodigy so that he would be satisfied, but he wouldn't see him as a threat. The perfect protege, hiding behind his walls a snake ready to strike. Needless to say, one-on-one lessons were far more unsettling than Death Eater meetings, which led Regulus to James' flat. He couldn't stand the thought of being alone in Grimmauld right now, and the Muggle world would only overstimulate him and leave him in an even worse state. Instead, he went to James, honest, good-natured James, who could provide him with something easy. But James wasn't home, so Regulus wandered through his flat, pointedly avoiding his room because at least he could respect personal space. Soon enough, Regulus got bored, so he took a book from the almost bare bookshelf in his living room and slumped into the sofa to pass the time. Just as he was getting restless and considering if he should leave, the fireplace roared to life and a person stumbled into the room, covered in soot. Regulus closed his book, ready to throw a snarky comment or two, only to freeze in his spot. That wasn't James. In front of the fireplace, rooted to his spot and equally as shocked as Regulus, was a man he hadn't seen in a long time. He was short, made even shorter by the sheepish way in which he carried himself. Plump, with rosy cheeks splattered by very light freckles, blue eyes wide in surprise with a strand of dirty blonde hair falling precariously close to them. He made no move to brush it away. He'd seen him before, following his brother's merry band of idiots like a lost dog. What was his name? Michael? No, it started with a P. Perseus, maybe? He didn't look like a Perseus. Not Perseus shook himself out of his stupor, offering Regulus a shaky smile. Hi, is James home? Not yet, he answered, slowly setting the book down on the coffee table. Oh, not Perseus' shoulders dropped. Well, I'm Peter. Ah, Peter then? That made much more sense than Perseus. Regulus, I know. Peter's eyes widened slightly, his voice fastening in his haste to explain himself. Not that I've been stalking you, or anything. I mean, your serious brother. And you've been a lot in the papers lately. He covered his mouth with a slap of his hand, letting out a quiet whine. Godric, I'm making it worse, aren't I? Regulus decided to do his one good act of the day and take the poor man out of his misery. It's all right. I know who you are too. Jamie's friend, right? Peter blinked rapidly, mouthing a bewildered Jamie. This time he was quicker to snap out of it. Oh, yeah, since we were kids. That's a very long time. You're very lucky to have him. Not so much recently. Peter murmured under his breath, avoiding Regulus' gaze. Regulus felt an unexpected flash of guilt. Out of the four marauders, Peter was the only one out of the loop, and it had been entirely Regulus' fault. Well, not entirely exactly, since the other three had agreed, but Regulus had been a big factor in making the decision. The others would have been lying to him for weeks, and Regulus had a hand in it. Are you all right, Peter? Yeah, Peter said, surprised. He must not have expected Regulus to be kind. Fair enough, actually. It's just, a lot has happened, right? And the guys haven't been answering my letters. I wanted to make sure they were okay. That's kind of you. It's what friends do, Peter said simply. Anyways, I can come back some other time. I wouldn't want to intrude. James should be here soon. You can wait for him with me if you want, Regulus offered. He wasn't sure what propelled him to do it. It could be the guilt, or maybe it was the sheer boredom of waiting alone. It was probably the boredom. Are you sure? Peter asked hesitantly. Yeah, James is your friend. He'll be happy to see you. And if he was shocked out of his mind by the double surprise, it would be a win for Regulus' amusement. Peter sat down slowly, as if waiting for Regulus to change his mind. The wait was awkward. Out of the four friends, Peter was the only one he had never interacted with. Had it been serious, they would have most likely spent the time bickering, and the possibility of an outright brawl wouldn't be too far-fetched. James would fill the silence with mindless chatter, and Lupin had refined the art of companionable silence through countless prefect rounds. With Peter, Regulus had no idea what to do. They made a valiant effort to get rid of the awkwardness. Every now and then, one of them would ask a question or make a comment, but the room inevitably fell back to silence again. Peter was starting to squirm in his seat out of uncomfort. Finally, James took mercy on them and decided to show up. As soon as he stepped into the room, he freezed on his spot, head snapping back and forth between his two unexpected guests. It must be a bizarre sight. Regulus, mindful of the audience, stood up and walked towards James, greeting him with a hand on his arm and a kiss on his cheek. Took you long enough, Regulus? James said, eyebrows fully raised and mouth agape. Regulus almost giggled at the sight of it, but he thankfully reined it back to an amused smile. Merlin, would that be embarrassing? What are you doing here? I couldn't let you be the only one to show up announced, could I? He said pleasantly. Anyways, what's that I hear about you neglecting your friends, Jamie? What? James asked slowly. Peter here tells me you haven't been answering his letters. That's not nice of you, Regulus chided him, inwardly delighting in fueling the fire. James' head snapped to Peter, who was switching between looking at James and looking at Regulus as if he was watching a tennis match. Pete, hi. Sorry about that. Someone. He threw Regulus a nasty side eye. Regulus didn't know he had it in him. Has been keeping me busy lately. It was only half a lie. Regulus rolled his eyes, slapping James' arm softly. Sure, blamed the fiancé. Anyways, James ignored him. It's nice to see you, Pete. It's been too long. Yeah, since the night at the pub. You didn't tell me you were engaged, Peter said. It was very offhand. Regulus was impressed. I wasn't. James rushed out, looking a bit like a kick puppy. James, the announcement came a week after that. I met Regulus again that night. That's why I stayed back, James explained. You didn't tell me you were with a friend, Regulus chimed in with a sly smile. Yes, I did, love, James said tightly. The day after, remember? Regulus' foe slapped his forehead. All right. Silly me. James glared at him. Merlin was this fun. Peter didn't look convinced, but he let it go. Have you seen the guys lately? They haven't been answering my letters either. I've seen Sirius, James said. He's got a lot going on with the reinstatement. Peter's brows furrowed, a clear look of worry in his face. Is he all right? James' face softened immediately. He's all right, Pete. Will you tell him to write? Mooney too. You know I worry. Sure, Wormy. We'll write. Thank you, Peter said. He pursed his lips as he looked intently at James, as if wanting to tell him something. Then his eyes traveled to Regulus for a single second, and a fake smile took its place in his lips. I'll be going, now that I know you're all okay. But Pete, I've taken enough of your alone time as it is. Don't you think? Peter interrupted. If you're sure, James said hesitantly. Come by soon, will you? I've missed you. Peter's smile softened, less fake now. I will. It was nice meeting you, Peter, Regulus chimed in with a sickly sweet smile. Ah, yeah, you too. Bye. As soon as Peter disappeared through the flue, James turned to Regulus like a whip. He was angry, a vein in his neck about to pop. What the fuck was that? What was what? Regulus blinked owlishly. Don't you dare play dumb with me, Regulus, James snapped. You were adding fuel to the fire. So what? So what? James threw his hand in the air, as if begging for patience. Peter was upset. You know he was. Why would you try to make it worse? I'm a black, Regulus shrugged. I was enjoying the drama. It's what we do. That wasn't drama. That could have caused a fight. Hell, I'm not sure it still won't. Regulus crossed his arms. Well, I didn't tell you to ignore him, did I? You're unbelievable. James exhaled, dismayed. Why do you think I was ignoring him, huh? Let me give you a hint. There's this big fucking secret I can't tell him, so I either ignore him or I lie to him. Whose fault is that? I wasn't the only one who made I vow, Regulus snarked. But you were the one who decided I couldn't tell him, James said, advancing menacingly towards Regulus. I wanted to. I still want to. He's my best friend. Oh, excuse me for trying to keep us alive, Regulus drawled sarcastically. James huffed. Peter would never put us in danger. Oh, really? Regulus said darkly. People might not suspect us right now, but who's to say they won't in the future? What if they catch us? What do you think will happen to every single person who knows? Peter's strong, James grumbled between his teeth. Peter's human, Regulus rebutted dryly. Would he hold up under torture? Would he survive it? I'll make sure it doesn't come to that, James said. Oh, that optimistic boy. So sure of himself, so confident in his ability to save. How naive. You can't, Regulus stated. James, I twitched. Enough people know already. I didn't want Sirius and Lupin to know because it's dangerous. I only did it because you said you couldn't lie to them. I can't lie to Peter either. You just did. Hasta le mate. Eyes locked to each other, intense, refusing to relent. James took a deep breath, composing himself. I'm going to tell him. Then I'll tell Evan and Barty. The reaction was immediate. James tensed, his whole body coiling tightly. Regulus smirked. What? You don't like it? They're my childhood friends too, you know? If Peter has a right to know, then so do they. It's different. Is it really? They're Death Eaters, James said lowly. So am I, Regulus said, mirroring James' tone. I have the mark to prove it. Barty doesn't, you know? He's still neutral. Why can't he know? I don't trust him. I don't trust Peter. James ran his hands through his hair, starting to pace out of clear frustration. A moment, too, and then he paused. Let's reach a compromise. Regulus raised an eyebrow. What do you propose? We don't tell them. But, he stared pointedly at Regulus, we don't deny it either if they find out themselves. Like with Narcissa, Regulus thought it over. On the one hand, he didn't want any of them to know. Even if he agreed, and he wasn't sure he would, he knew he would keep lying on the off chance that Evan and Barty found out. He'd convince them, tell them they're deluded or paranoid or whatever excuse that worked. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if something happened to them because of a secret he'd forced them to keep. But James was stubborn, and Regulus knew a lost battle when he saw one. Even if Regulus denied the offer, James would most likely do just that. If Peter found out, that was... Don't get him wrong, he didn't think Peter was dumb. But he'd met the guy, and he wasn't too smart either. If Regulus didn't agree, tensions would probably run high between James and him. In the midst of a war with a secret as risky as this one, that was the last thing they needed. And if he did agree, would Peter ever find out? Regulus doubted it. Fine, Regulus acquiesced. If they somehow catch us, we don't deny it. But that's it. James deflated with a big sigh, then looked reproachfully at Regulus. Was that so hard? Yes. At James' glare, Regulus sighed. Listen, it's nothing personal. I don't have anything against Peter, James. That's not why I refuse to tell him. It's just that this secret is dangerous, all right? I don't want to put unnecessary people at risk. Oh. James exhaled softly, much more muted now. Can we just stop arguing? Regulus pleaded, his crossed arms tightening to hug himself. It's been a long day. James eyed him carefully, his brown eyes alight with worry. Are you okay? Not really, Regulus confessed. His nerves were frayed, and his emotions bubbled under his skin. But I don't want to talk about it. Regulus was waiting for James to press, for his savior complex to act up. Or maybe he would kick him out, now that the conversation was over. He didn't do either. All right, he said instead. Do you want to play chess? I have a board in my room. The corners of Regulus' lips quirked up. Magical or muggle? Magical. I could do with some harmless violence right now. They played 5 games that day. Regulus won every single one. For a war front, the Order of the Phoenix was pretty laid back. Their meetings, which happened every second week in a nondescript safe house hidden by a Fidelius, resembled a hangout between friends with particularly heavy conversation topics, more than they did a military reunion from a secretive vigilante group. The members would chime in as they pleased, with Dumbledore directing the trail of the conversation from his place at the head of the table. And despite the weary atmosphere, there were sure to be some humorous interjections. Over time, the members had become very good at keeping their personal affairs out of the Order's business, keenly aware that the war was far more important than the petty interpersonal disagreements that could arise behind closed doors. Or at least, they were until today. Since the moment Dorcas arrived, hand in hand with Marlene and sitting in her usual spot between Marlene and Lily, she noticed the lingering tension in the room and the hushed conversations happening all around her. It was difficult to dismiss, but not so much to figure out. The reason behind the unusual atmosphere laid bare for everyone to see, crystal clear like the waters of a fast-paced river. It was the first meeting since the news of James and Regulus' engagement broke out. The Order wasn't too happy. It was in Caradoc Dearborn's roughness while talking to Benji Fenwick, in the nervous silence of Emmeline Vance, in the twin tight grips Gideon and Fabian Pruitt had on their wands. Every now and then, the word traitor ricocheted through the room, in a wide variety of hushed tones. Fear, suspicion, betrayal, surprise. Some people, though, didn't seem to follow the pattern. From the corner of her eye, Dorcas could see Frank and Alice, uncharacteristically silent, trade unsure looks with each other. They didn't look suspicious, though more confused. Like this was a particularly tricky puzzle, and they were missing a lot of pieces. Hesitant to go with the flow of the room, but unwilling to speak up against it. Dorcas wondered what that was about. Dumbledore, for his part, looked eerily calm. He stroked his large beard thoughtfully, his eyes twinkling under his half-moon spectacles. Dorcas didn't doubt he knew much more than anyone in the room, and by the lack of tension in his posture, she could guess that what everyone else saw as a concerning development was not only expected, but appreciated by the man. He didn't share, of course. Dumbledore never did. He operated on a strict need-to-know basis, his only confidant the man sitting to his right. While Dumbledore was the mastermind behind the Order, the indisputable leader, Alastair, Moody was more akin to a general than he was. He functioned as a link between Dumbledore and the rest of the Order, assigning missions and relaying the information Dumbledore fed him. He was ruthless and overly paranoid, but his efficiency was one of the reasons the Order was yet to be squashed under the sole of Voldemort's shoe. It was obvious he was privy to whatever knowledge Dumbledore had. While gruff and seemingly already done with the meeting, the man lacked his characteristic suspicion when it came to the matter of James and serious loyalty. He was silently giving everyone around him the stink eye, but he acknowledged Dorcas' presence with a nod the moment she stepped into the room. Dorcas was Moody's favorite. It was public knowledge. She was diligent, a heavy hitter, and she didn't object once even when faced with the worst missions. She was always prepared, and she approached everything with a strategic mind that a lot of the Order members lacked. At first, a lot of them had been hesitant to accept her presence, to trust a Slytherin to cover their backs and fight against her previous housemates. She got it. She was a snake in a lion's den. Instead of complaining, she had shown them she was reliable, building herself a foundation of trust with a steady hand. Moody didn't care about Hogwarts houses. He cared about results. Dorcas, though much younger than most of the others, never failed to provide them. Moody appreciated that. He'd approached her in countless occasions, trying to get her to join the Aurors, but Dorcas had always denied. He had yet to give up, and by that point, Moody's offer to allow her to fast-track the training process had become a parting tradition in Orders meetings. Not that it mattered to Dorcas. She had enough action as a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Another outlier were the people around her. Marlene and her friends might not have any more information on the new development than the rest of the Order did, but they had the advantage of knowing James and Sirius since they were children. It baffled Dorcas sometimes the amount of trust embedded in their friend group. Peter, though nervously biting his lips and shifting in his seat, looked around the room with a furrow in his brow. He didn't seem to appreciate the talk of betrayal much. Marlene sat nonchalantly on her seat, arms crossed and feet propped on the table, and she returned every look thrown at her with stubborn defiance. Even Lily, who had the most right to feel hurt out of everyone in the room, was chatting amicably with Marlene, not a single trace of negativity found in her. She was cheerful, even a stark contrast to the heavy air around the room. When Sirius and Remus arrived, the hushed murmurs slowed to a stop. Ignoring the heat of the stares directed at them, they took their place beside Peter, Remus stoic and Sirius sporting a look of nonchalant defiance that mirrored Marlene's perfectly. "What's up your arses?" Sirius asked, surveying the room carelessly. Marlene chuckled. If they had anything up their arses, they wouldn't be looking so sour. Sirius barked out a laugh, throwing himself over Peter to tackle Marlene in a hug. Peter, far too used to Sirius shenanigans not to expect inevitable doom, took hold of Sirius' waist to prevent him from falling. From behind him, Remus looked at the scene with equal parts of fondness and bone-deep exhaustion. "Oh, Marles, how I've missed you," Sirius said, squeezing Marlene like you would a stuffed animal. "You wouldn't if you answered my letters, you bastard," Marlene huffed, disentangling Sirius from herself before she was asphyxiated. "He hasn't been answering you either?" Peter asked, looking almost relieved. "Not a single one. I was starting to think he was dead," Marlene said. She narrowed her eyes at Remus, who was sliding down his chair as if trying to avoid being noticed. "That goes for you too, Lupin. Don't you think I haven't seen you?" Remus sighed wearily, making no move to straighten up in his seat. "There's been a lot going on." "You don't say," Marlene huffed. "Speaking of, where's James? Did you murder him, Sirius?" "I wish," Sirius said, sighing dramatically. "Alas, he's alive. He should be here any minute." "Good." Marlene nodded firmly. "I have a bone to pick with him." Lily stretched her arm over Dorcas to pat her arm placatingly. Now, let the poor boy breathe, will you? He has enough on his plate as it is." "But Lily," Marlene whined, throwing herself against Dorcas' side to bat her eyelashes at her. "He's getting married and he didn't tell me." "He's allowed to have his secrets," Lily said simply. "But a whole-ass fiancé?" Marlene asked. "He hasn't even introduced us. How can I give him a shovel talk if I haven't met him?" "I have," Peter interjected meekly. Sirius' head snapped to him, and he leaned forward so much that his face was almost pressed to Peter's. "You have?" "Yeah," Peter said nervously, reeling back a bit to gain some personal space. "I visited James yesterday. Regulus was there." "What? What was he doing there?" Sirius asked, eyes wide. "He probably wanted a shag." Marlene snorted, eyes alight with mischief. "Malena, Norge?" Sirius cried out, outraged. He slumped backwards to circle his arms around Remus, blinking his long eyelashes rapidly at him and pouting his lips. His puppy eyes were very effective, Dorcas had to admit. They even worked on her, and she was a lesbian. "Mooney, say something." Remus, who apparently had a stronger will than all his friends combined, only stared at him with a tired expression. His eyes traveled to Marlene, the image of exhaustion. Marlene, please stop making my life difficult. Marlene only smirked and raised her hands, winking at Sirius for effect. Sirius narrowed his eyes at her, still hanging onto Remus. I retract my statement. I didn't miss you at all? Tough luck, Black. You're stuck with me. Marlene snorted, crossing her toned arms once again. Anyways, Lily said pointedly, most likely trying to evade the bickering that was likely to follow. Where is James? He's usually very punctual. As if on cue, James strutted through the doorway, slowing to a stop when all the eyes turned to him. Dorcas had forgotten about the rest of the members, too caught up in the shenanigans going on around her, but their expressions of mistrust were evidently still in place. James seemed to cower under their gazes. Hi. Dumbledore clapped his hands, claiming the attention of everyone in the room. That would be everyone. Take a seat, my boy. We're about to start the meeting. James nodded, albeit a bit dazedly, and took his place beside Remus. Dumbledore began talking pleasantly, going over the latest war-related events and outright ignoring the lack of attention he was receiving. With the exception of Moody and the people sitting around Dorcas, everyone was too busy staring at James to acknowledge their leaders. Caradoc Dearborn, who wasn't known for his patience, must have had enough with not getting the answers to his questions and interrupted Dumbledore's speech. Rude, honestly. Are we seriously going to ignore it? He asked heatedly. James hunched his shoulders while Sirius only puffed up more, ready for an attack. Ignore what? Dumbledore asked calmly, not too fussed about the interruption. Him. Dearborn pointed at James harshly. Black, too. What the fuck is up with you two? Before either of them could form an answer, Dumbledore interjected. Personal affairs are not the Order's business, Caradoc. Personal affairs? Dearborn huffed disbelievingly. The Black family's full of Death Eaters. He stared Sirius down with disgust. Sirius met his gaze, unflinching. I knew we shouldn't have trusted you. It was a matter of time before you ran back behind your mother's skirts. In the blink of an eye, Remus had his wand pointing to Dearborn. Marlene's hand gripped Dorcas' thigh tightly, most likely in a desperate attempt of holding herself back before she joined Remus. Say that again, Remus threatened darkly. James' hand flew to Remus' jumper, trying to reel him back. Though, considering his expression, he might as well be trying to offer his support. Control your pet wolf, Black, Dearborn snarked. Dorcas struggled to keep a neutral face. Remus' monthly problem was no secret between the Order, but until then, no one seemed to have a problem with it. With Voldemort's alliance with the Pax, Remus' condition was a weapon they couldn't miss out on, and Remus himself was as honorable as they came. He'd had their backs countless times in the field, and Dorcas knew for a fact that Dearborn himself would be dead now if it wasn't for him. The rest of the room was deadly silent. Though some of them didn't seem to agree, no one dared to speak up in his defense. Dorcas couldn't believe it. Were they daft? Couldn't they see how valuable Remus was, if not as a person, as a member of the Order? Remus was the only werewolf with a Hogwarts education and a working wand. After Greyback's tirade of turning and kidnapping children, most of them had never had the chance to get a magical education. The only other werewolves with one had either been banished from the wizarding world, or they were far too old to engage in battle. Remus was an outlier. He had the inhuman strength, reflexes, and enhanced magical core of a werewolf, and stellar academic results that made him stand out even between his wizarding peers. He was powerful, one of a kind, and most importantly, he was a person. Sirius seemed to have the same thought process as her. Remus is my friend, he stated, voice dangerously low. And I seem to recall him saving your arse countless times. Wasn't he the only reason you got out of last month's raid? Marlene drawled, voice ice cold, loyal to a fault. That woman. Have some fucking respect, Dearborn. You could owe the pet werewolf a life debt right now. Dearborn's face burnt red, barely repressed anger showing itself in his tone. Calm down, girl. It's not me that's the traitor. It's not me either, Sirius said, lowering Remus' arm from where he was still pointing his wand at Dearborn. It was heartbreaking how little he reacted to the insult. Dorcas wondered how many times he had heard something along those lines. Black or not, I'm still a member of the Order. I would never trade sides. How do we know that? Benji Fenwick asked, far less hostile than his friend. You spent the last year saying you're not your last name, and now we hear you've gone back? I hate to say, mate, but it is suspicious. My reasons are my own, and I don't owe them to you, Sirius stated. But I can assure you I'm not betraying the order. If anything, this is good news, Remus said. Everyone looked at him as if he was crazy. He can report any news on Death Eater activity he hears, and they won't be able to touch him. Sirius has Lord Black's protection. The members traded unsure looks, but it was clear they could see Remus point. Like a spy. Fabian Pruitt asked hesitantly. He'd have to be marked to be a spy, Remus explained. But he can be an ear on the inside. We can certainly use the help. It worked wonders to quell the members' suspicions. Remus did make a good point. They were losing the war, and an ear from the inside could turn the tides in their favor. Especially one under the protection of the Black family. That doesn't explain Potter, though, Dearborn pointed out, clearly not taking the way the conversation was going well. He's engaged to a Death Eater. The room fell silent. He's right, Gideon Pruitt said quietly, sending an apologetic look James' way. As much as he clearly hated the thought of James being a traitor, he couldn't ignore the flashing red lights. Can we trust someone who's in love with a Death Eater? Frank and Alice shared a look, as if questioning whether speaking out was worth it. They seemed to reach a conclusion fairly quickly. Are we sure Regulus is a Death Eater? Alice said hesitantly. Dearborn threw her a disbelieving look. Are we sure the sun rises in the morning? Frank glared at him, not liking how his wife was addressed at all. Gideon, glad to take the possible olive branch, turned to her with keen eyes. What do you mean, Alice? She hesitated, looking at Frank to confirm they were on the same page. Frank nodded at her to go on. We met him at their engagement ball, Alice said finally. He didn't seem dangerous. We've all interacted with Death Eaters before, Frank helped her out. Even outside the field, they're always very hostile. They have this sort of vibe around them, like they'd like nothing more than to attack us, even in polite company. Regulus wasn't like that. We felt the same way as you at first. We were quite rude to him. She looked at James, apologetic. Whatever way she acted towards Regulus, she clearly felt ashamed. Even after that, he was kind to us. He looked so innocent. Honestly, even if he's a Death Eater, I don't think he's much of a threat. Dorcas had to hold in the urge to laugh. Regulus Black? Innocent? She looked so sure, too, as if she truly believed Regulus didn't have it in him to harm anyone. If Dorcas didn't know better, if she hadn't known him as well as she did, she probably would have taken her word. She could see it, even now, how Regulus had made Alice and Frank believe it. She could almost hear his voice, going on with that naive cadence he used when he tried to look unassuming. She could see the aftermath of it, when Regulus snapped back to his usual self like he hadn't just fooled someone as if it was a child's play. He probably had thrown in a snarky comment, just for good measure, or even insulted their intelligence once their backs were turned. She still remembered the efficiency the method had with people like Slughorn, the poor man. It used to be amusing to watch, knowing that as much as Regulus used his masks, they would never be directed at her. Unthreatening, my arse. Regulus could be one of the most dangerous people Dorcas knew, if only he wanted to be. We can't go off of assumptions, Dearborn said. Threatening or not, Black's a Death Eater. We can't let that slide. Even if Potter's not a traitor, who's to say he won't let something slip? What's that supposed to mean? Sirius snarked. It means that Black could fuck information out of him. Dearborn spat. I say we don't let him into meetings. If he doesn't know, he can't tell. Is that really necessary? Gideon asked, a furrow on his brow. He's just a healer, isn't he? Dearborn said, it's not like he needs to come either way. He doesn't need intel to heal us. While not all of them agreed, Dorcas could see the gears turning in everyone's heads. Even Gideon and Fabian, who were not convinced at first, seemed to be considering it. If James is out, so am I, Marlene stated, lowering her feet from the table to the ground. It was the most serious Dorcas had ever seen her. Me too, Sirius was quick to say. I'm usually on board with bullshit, but this one's taking it too far. Me as well, Remus said, ing his eyebrow defiantly. And me, Peter said, squaring his shoulders. Dorcas looked at Dearborn straight in the eyes. I'm out too. You can't be okay with this, Dearborn told Lily, eyebrows flying to his hair. Your friends are taking your cheater of an ex's side instead of yours. Lily smiled, crossing her arms nonchalantly. Oh, by no means. I'm taking his side too. After all, Evans, I trust him. Lily interrupted him. He's with us. If I have to bet my life on it, I will. Her kind features roughened. And by the way, he's not a cheater. Dorcas didn't miss the pointed look James threw at Alice, nor the way she hunched on herself in shame. He's engaged to a Death Eater, Dearborn yelled, fist colliding with the table. His fiancée wants to murder you, and you're okay with it? Dorcas tensed. What did he know about Regulus to spew that shit? They might not be friends anymore, but she was sure Regulus didn't want to murder anyone. I am, Lily said calmly. This is unbelievable. Deadhorn exhaled, his eyes wide and crazed. He looked at the rest of the room. Are you hearing this? They're defending Black, a psychopathic, murder-happy Death Eater. Oh, no, he didn't. You might want to shut up, mate, Sirius said, voice dangerously low. Dorcas agreed with him. Why? Because I'm telling the truth. Dearborn taunted. Voldemort's little bitch is your brother, isn't he? Is that why you're defending him? Or does he have you under the Imperius? We all know how much you purebloods like you're unforgivables. Sirius reeled back in shock, as if slapped by his words. Marlene's hand tightened on her thigh. Lily, right beside her, tensed with barely concealed fury. From the corner of her eye, she could see James holding Remus by the shoulder, more to anchor himself than to hold Remus back. Dorcas couldn't take it anymore. Every word, every insult, triggered a memory for her. Regulus, 11 years old, and crying in a hidden alcove, freshly sorted and hurt by his brother's derision. 12, the two of them, alone in the changing rooms after Quidditch practice. Dorcas the only witness to the faint scars on his back. 13, hiding in his dorm after a letter from his father, the pressure of duty pulling him apart by the seams. 14, having a panic attack after a lesson on the unforgivables, screaming not again, please not again until his throat was raw. 15, on the Hogwarts Express, flinching when Barty asked about his summer. 16, Evan and Barty by his side, and an ugly mark on his forearm. The fear in his eyes, the exhaustion betrayed in the depth of his eye bags. I had to Cassie. I'm sorry. Regulus wasn't her friend anymore. Her stupid, withered heart had never understood that. Dorcas snapped to her feet, wilder than a hurricane. Marlene's hand fell from her thigh, her chair colliding to the floor with a loud bang. With a flick of her wand, Dearborn's mouth disappeared from his face. If I ever hear another word about Regulus out of you, Dorcas hissed, dark and heavy, and all the things she hadn't allowed herself to be after them, I will make sure it's the last thing you say. With the weight of everyone's shocked eyes on her back, Dorcas left the room. She needed air. She needed to breathe, to calm herself. This wasn't her anymore. She'd made sure it would never be again, worked on it until it was sealed deep. She hadn't succeeded, not entirely. Her old self was always bubbling under her skin, threatening to get out and ruin every good thing she'd gotten after that happened. Usually Dorcas could hold it back, make it go away, or at least conceal it until she fooled herself into thinking it wasn't there. Dorcas had more control than that. But God, did she want to strangle Dearborn? She didn't stop until she was out of the safe house, the midnight wind fanning her face. She took a moment to breath. In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold 1, 2, 3. Out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It was a long moment until she felt someone come out of the safe house. For a second, she thought it would be serious. They'd never talked much, every interaction feeling like a betrayal towards Regulus. But Dorcas had just defended his brother in front of him, made it clear they were far closer than anyone thought. Sirius would want answers. Or maybe it was Marlene. She'd never seen Dorcas like that. Dark, ugly, emotions emanating out of her like a typhoon. Dorcas had made sure she wouldn't, too scared of what her reaction would be. Now she had. Would she hate her now? Would she know Dorcas had been lying to her? Would she feel betrayed? Break up with her? Dorcas would have cared in any other moment. She didn't have enough energy left for that now. She turned, ready to face whatever fate was left for her, only to see Lily's gentle eyes looking at her, full of compassion. Lily didn't say anything. She just closed her arms around Dorcas' shoulders, pulling her in until her head was nestled in her red hair. Lily was small, soft, but her hugs felt greater than life itself. So very comforting, as if they had the ability to put her pieces back together out of sheer force of will alone. It reminded her of Pandora, and the way she would comfort first and ask questions later. Dorcas still traded letters with Pandora, but they were scarce. She couldn't see her in person, the similarities between her and her twin far too stark, not to cause a pang of hurt in Dorcas' chest. "You were friends," Lily said softly, not a trace of judgment in her voice. Even now, after the scene she just made, she didn't have the strength to tell the truth. "We weren't close." Lily pulled her back, her hands lowering to rub comforting circles in Dorcas' arms. "You wouldn't defend him like that if you weren't," she said tactfully. She was always too smart for her own good. "Dorcas sighed. What do you want me to say, Lily?" "The truth," Lily answered. "It's not good to bottle things up the way you do." "Sometimes the truth hurts too much," Dorcas whispered, emotion choking out her throat against her will. "Because you're not letting it out." "How can I?" Dorcas snapped. "Regulus is a Death Eater, Lily. I saw the mark myself. How can I admit that I miss him? Miss them when I feel so fucking guilty all the time?" Lily stayed quiet after that. Dorcas knew how this went. The judgment, the betrayal. She had heard all of it in the privacy of her head. "I know how it feels," Lily confessed, and the quiet admission was a shock to the system. She didn't look at Dorcas, her eyes fixed on the ground. "I miss Severus sometimes. He's not the nicest person. Even before we fell out, he was controlling, always trying to get me to stop being friends with the girls. He couldn't stand the fact that he wasn't the only person in my life. He's a Death Eater too. He was long before he took the mark. I think I existed in a liminal space in his head, the only Muggle-born who deserved rights. An exception. I guess I wasn't, in the end." Lily toed the overgrown, dry grass under their feet, her eyes raising back to Dorcas shyly. "But he was my first friend, you know? Every time I look back at my childhood, he's there. In the quiet afternoons, under the summer sun, in Ollivanders, getting our wands together, holding my hand before the sorting because he knew I was nervous about fitting into a new world. Every time I look around, it feels like he left imprints of himself in every crevice of the world." "It wasn't like that for me," Dorcas said quietly. She wouldn't normally, but there was something about Lily that pushed the truth out of her. A matching mourning over long-lost friendships. Regulus, Barty, Evan, they were the best friends I ever had. Even now, after everything, she breathed deeply, trying to keep the rawness of her voice in line. "They were always there, even when the rest of the house shunned me out, because I have a Muggle father. They didn't care. They never judged me. I could be whoever I wanted around them, and they'd never think badly of me." "What happened then?" "Regulus took the mark," Dorcas whispered. "He doesn't believe in it, I know he doesn't. He used to, once upon a time, but he—" "Merlin, Lily, I've never seen anyone so devoted to." Shaking off his prejudice, Dorcas chuckled, lost in the memories. "I can't count the number of books on Muggle studies I've lent him. He read every one of them within hours." Lily furrowed her brow. Confusion painted all over her face. "Then why did he become a Death Eater?" "He was forced to," Dorcas confessed. She hadn't noticed how much the knowledge was weighing her down until it was out in the open. "He was the Black Heir, and after Sirius, his father wouldn't have let him get away. It was his duty." Dorcas sighed, aged ache spreading through her body. "We had a huge fight about it. That wasn't him, I knew it. But staying friends with a Death Eater felt like betraying myself. I couldn't." Evan and Barty took his side, and we stopped speaking. "Then I met Marlene. You know the rest. Why didn't you tell us?" Lily asked quietly. "It wasn't an attack." She didn't seem to blame her. "It hurt too much at first," Dorcas trailed off, playing with the rings on her fingers. She didn't touch the one on her right hand's index finger. "A snake. Evans." Then the lies piled up, and everyone already thought we were never close. "You should tell Marlene," Lily said, looking intently at her. "She'll understand." Dorcas laughed humorlessly. "I'm not a Gryffindor, Lily. I'm not brave enough to." Lily took her hand, squeezing gently. "That's not the Dorcas Meadows I know. It's the Dorcas Meadows I don't let you see." Dorcas wasn't able to say. Suddenly, The door to the safe house rattled open, the two of them turning to see the cause of the interruption. Sirius was storming out of the house, hair disheveled and hands motioning widely. James followed behind him, arms raised in a placating manner. Lily and Dorcas traded a look. They were away from them, hidden under the shadows of the forest that surrounded the Order's headquarters. James and Sirius couldn't see them, and the conversation seemed private. They really shouldn't be eavesdropping. Neither of them moved, and I can't stand it anymore, Sirius was yelling. He stopped a few steps away from the safe house, his whole body vibrating with anxious energy. We're already on it, Pads, James replied. It's not enough. Sirius snapped, growing even more agitated. I need to know now, Padfoot, if we just stick to the plan. No, James. Don't you get it? He's a fucking enigma. Every time I think that I'm starting to figure him out, that I'm closer to solving the puzzle, something happens that shows me I'm not. We already knew he was friends with Dorcas, James said placatingly. Oh, so they were talking about Regulus. We didn't know they were that close, Sirius rebutted. Have you ever seen Dorcas like that? Because I haven't. She's always so cool. Getting a reaction out of her is like pulling out her fucking teeth. That back there? She wouldn't do that for an acquaintance. They were in the same house, and what Dearborn said was very triggering. I would react like that too, even if I wasn't close to the person. You wouldn't, Sirius stated firmly. Sure, you'd say something, but to wipe out his mouth? You'd only do that if he said that about me. James had nothing to say to that. She knows him, Prongs, Sirius continued, his voice growing quieter. She knows him, and I don't. Hell, even Lily knows more about him than I do. At the mention of her, Dorcas sneaked a look at Lily. She was observing the scene avidly, her whole face struck with heartbreak. It must be hard for her to see someone so worried about their younger sibling. Dorcas wondered if it made her think of Petunia. He's my brother, Sirius said, his voice breaking. I should know him best. I thought I did. We grew up together, didn't we? I knew him before I even knew myself. Now I don't, and everything I learn about him is a fucking curveball. One he's not even throwing himself, because he won't fucking let me in. And is it my fault? What if he's like this because of me? James' whole body fell, a myriad of emotions portrayed in a single second. Sirius, it's driving me crazy, Prongs. I can't not know, Sirius whispered. Right now, we're just going in circles, and I can't stand another fucking second of it. Dorcas wished Regulus was here to see this, to see how much Sirius cared. James tangled his fingers in the roots of Sirius' hair, bringing their foreheads together with startling gentleness. We'll get to the bottom of this, Padfoot. I promise. Sirius took a moment to breathe, to calm himself. Then, he pulled back to look at James with fiery determination. It was a stark contrast to how he'd been mere minutes ago, broken into pieces and so unlike the Sirius she knew. We are, he stated. We're doing it tomorrow. Whatever he's hiding, I'm not waiting a single day more to find out. They locked gazes, a silent conversation passing between them as if they were using a highly advanced kind of legitimacy. They weren't. It was a special kind of magic reserved only to Sirius and James. All right, James broke the silence. I'm sending the letter as soon as I get home. Sirius deflated out of pure relief. Thank you. James smiled at him and threw his arm over his shoulders, squeezing a bit before leading Sirius back into the safe house. Dorcas and Lily stood in silence until their figures disappeared behind the closed door. Lily was looking at her. Dorcas was aware, but she couldn't look back. She was too busy going over the conversation she just heard. Regulus was always hiding something. That wasn't the issue. Even Pandora, the person who without a doubt knew him best, wasn't privy to all the secrets he guarded. But all of them knew at least some of those. Dorcas had protected the secrets she knew for years. And now, Sirius was aware of it. He'd probably come after her sooner or later, hunting whatever information she'd withheld from him, and she didn't know what to do with that. She had an idea of what Regulus could be hiding. If only she talked, she might even be able to solve Sirius' dilemma. With only 4 words, she could shift the ground under his feet until his whole world was in shambles. But there was a reason why she'd never outed him as a Death Eater to the Order. They had an idea, since Regulus was an obvious choice on Voldemort's part, but as of now, they were working mainly on assumptions. Dorcas had concrete evidence. If she gave Moody, the head Auror, a vial with the memory of Regulus' mark, he'd be in Azkaban before the dawn of a new day. Thing is, Dorcas was loyal. Like a dog, abandoned by its owner and still waiting for them to come back. Come cold, heat, snow, or rain, the dog would wait, uncaring of whether its owner deserved its loyalty. Dorcas would never betray her friends like that, even if their friendship had gone stale from a year of misuse. And maybe he didn't deserve it. Maybe Regulus had changed, worsened by a war he was far too young to join, and he'd become a monster in the time she hadn't seen him. He could have become colder, more twisted, rotten from the inside out. Dorcas doubted it. Regulus has something in him, a sort of quiet, subtle resilience that most people were unable to see. He wasn't strong, he wasn't brave, but he survived. He surrounded himself in walls of ice, tightly guarding every part of himself that was good, and he survived. No matter how many times he got beaten to the ground, Regulus always stood back up and went on despite the bruises. You could kill him, and you still wouldn't be able to erase his core. Regulus himself didn't know that. He'd never had a chance to discover it, too trapped in the darkness surrounding him to look at the light he exuded. Dorcas had, so she wouldn't tell Sirius anything. She'd keep his secrets, or at least the ones she knew. And if the secret Sirius was looking for wasn't the one she thought it was, well, it was no longer her business. Was it? Chapter and notes. Hi. This chapter wasn't too plot-heavy, but there's still a lot to unpack here. Shout out to Remus, Sit Down Lupin, and Sirius, I'm Sat Black. The boy is whipped, and he's not doing anything about it. Peter, double frowny face, he's feeling so left out. You know that this action will have consequences, meme? It would be so sad if it applied here. The girlies are fighting. Would it be a Regulus fanfic if they didn't? Evidence says no, and I do too. About Caradoc Dearborn and the suspicions amongst the Order, from their point of view, they're completely justified. Maybe Caradoc was a bit too rough, but later on we'll see a little about why he's so extreme in his reaction. It might look like I'm painting him as the villain, but he's really not. He's just traumatized and lacking a lot of context clues. Lily and Dorcas, double frowny face. I love them like an unhealthy amount. One of the only things we know about Lily in canon is that she was the kindest, most loving person ever, and while I do like to ignore a lot of things about canon, this is not one of them. That's all. See you soon, everyone. Chapter 9. Chapter Summary. Sirius and James put their plan in motion, and Sirius finds more than he bargained for. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The plan was simple. James would pick Regulus up for a fake date. Now that almost 2 weeks had passed from the ball, it was time for them to show up in public spaces to keep up the facade of Hogwarts sweethearts enjoying their long-awaited freedom. This, at first, was the riskiest part of the plan. James wasn't sure Regulus would accept, considering the short notice, and him being out of the house was crucial for their plan to work. To his surprise, Regulus hadn't put up much of a fight, agreeing that it was probably a wise move. Walburga, who had the most meticulously scheduled social life in history, would be out of the house by the time Regulus and James left for their date. James doubted that would be a problem, because her social itinerary hadn't changed even a minute in the 2 weeks he'd spent visiting Grimmauld. With both of them out of the house and otherwise entertained, Sirius would have ample range to sneak in, find whatever was hiding beneath the floorboards, and sneak out in triumph. This part James was a bit worried about. It was the first time Sirius would be alone in Grimmauld Place ever since running away, the few minutes before the ball notwithstanding. James counted on Sirius' single-minded determination to find any and all of Regulus' secrets to evade the potential triggers the empty house would offer. It was a simple plan, too simple in fact. As marauders, James and Sirius should have known better. When James stepped out of the flue, he was expecting to find either an empty room or an impatient Regulus. What he found instead was Walburga Black's frigid presence. Shit. James, Walburga greeted with a nod of her head. James tried to rein in his panic surprise. Regulus is still getting ready. Lady Black, a pleasure to see you. James greeted with what he hoped was a charming smile. Will he be long? He shouldn't be. You're early. I couldn't hold back my excitement. I hope it's not too much of a bother. It is to be expected. It is your first public date, after all. Enough with the pleasantries. It was time for James to get to business. It is, James said agreeably. I can't help but notice you aren't in your usual social gatherings. Will you be chaperoning us? Please say no. Please say no. Please say no. I will not, Walburga said primly, and James almost exhaled in relief. Walburga coming along to their date would mean she was out of the house, but the less time he spent with her, the better. I have other engagements later today. A shame, James said, lying out of his ass. I would have loved to get to know my soon-to-be mother-in-law. Walburga's lips twitched. She clearly appreciated the obvious flattery. We can arrange that. Perhaps a dinner? I'm sure the rest of the family will want to get to know you better, too. A dinner with the Blacks. Curse that big mouth of his. Where was his brain when he needed it? Alas, he dug his own grave, and it was time to lay in it. That would be lovely. I trust you'll send a letter once you know the date. Of course, James, Walburga replied in her own grim version of friendliness. May I ask if you'll be back before Regulus and I get back? James asked. I'd hate for you to be home and not bid my farewells when I drop him off. I doubt so. Dinner with the Follies tends to run late. Perfect. I'll see you at the family dinner then. Yes, that you will. As if sensing the slow in conversation, Regulus strutted into the room. He was dressed in a neat black button-up and form-fitting black slacks. Although not the most informal of attires, it was far from the dress robes he'd sported the last time they'd been under public eye. James kind of missed the comfortable clothes he wore when they were alone in his flat. James, he asked, slowing to a stop just a few steps away from him. You're early. James smiled brightly. I got excited. Regulus chuckled, tucking a stray curl behind his ear. Already putting on the act, it seemed. Let's go then. Of course. James offered him his arm. He turned his smile to Walburga. Have fun with the Follies, Lady Black. As if that bitch knew how to have fun. Goodbye, mother, Regulus said. He traded a look with James, his lips quirking up. It seemed like he was thinking along the same lines as he was. Walburga nodded at them as a farewell, and with a flash of green, they were gone. They stepped out in the 3 broomsticks, the smell of butterbeer greeting him like an old friend. It wasn't a Hogsmeade weekend for Hogwarts students, so the place wasn't as packed as it was the last time he was here. The sight was familiar, though, after all the sneaking out they'd done in their last years. James waved at Madame Rosmerta, who was busy dealing with a drunk patron despite the early hour of the day. She winked at him across the room, like she always did, and she wiggled her eyebrows once she spotted Regulus beside him. James laughed. Oh, how he'd missed Madame Rosmerta. Hogsmeade? Wouldn't Diagon Alley make more sense? Regulus asked, snapping James' attention back to him. We didn't get to have Hogsmeade dates, didn't we? James said teasingly. Regulus trailed his eyes across the room. The patrons, although subtle, were sneaking glances at them. James forgot they were the couple of the year sometimes. I guess we didn't, Regulus acquiesced. I've never been on one at all. Actually, outrageous. James gasped, bringing a hand to his chest. I have to correct that immediately. A pause. Well, not immediately. I have to go to the loo first. Regulus gave him a flat stare, though it was tame in comparison to the ones he shot him when they were alone. Really, it'll be just a second, love. Wait for me. Fine Regulus. With a final smile, James almost ran to the bathroom. Thankfully, it was empty, so James turned on the tap and got his mirror out of his pocket. Padfoot. James hissed into the mirror. Merlin, Padfoot, pick up. Serious image appeared in the mirror. He looked exhausted, skin pale, and prominent bags under his eyes. From the distance, James could hear Remus humming to a David Bowie song. What is it, Prongs? Sirius huffed. I was about to go out. You can't. James hurried out. Walburga is still there. What do you mean Walburga is still there? Sirius shrieked. She should be out of the house already. She's going out later. Apparently, she has dinner with the Follies. Sirius' mouth dropped. How the hell do you know that? I asked. And she told you? Sirius gaped. What the hell did you do to get her to like you? Compliment inbreeding. What? No. James denied. That's not important either way. You can't go there yet. I know, Sirius grumbled. Dinner with the Follies is a nice way of saying getting sloshed and shit-talking everyone they know. She usually leaves by 7:30, so Wahlberg didn't know how to have fun. Who would have thought? But that only leaves us with 30 minutes, Sirius completed solemnly. Will that be enough? I'll make it be enough, Sirius stated. He squinted his eyes, looking behind James. Are you in a bathroom? The three broomsticks, yeah. You left Regulus alone in a public space to go to the bathroom? Sirius cried out. Yes? So what? Prongs, my dear, he's Lord Black. They're going to swarm him, Sirius said slowly, as if speaking to a child. I bet someone's trying to flirt with him already, Remus chimed in, his face appearing on top of Sirius' shoulder. Mooney, he's engaged, James said, scandalized. And he's hot, alone, and his fiancée isn't around, Remus stated. Sirius whipped to Remus so fast that it was a wonder his neck didn't snap. What do you mean my brother's hot? Remus shrugged. He looks like you. Sirius' eyes widened, and it was time for James to go. Honestly, those two. James was tempted to lock them in a room until they shagged their tension out of their systems. It was getting out of hand. Had been for years, really. All right, I'm off. James cut in, trying to ignore the heated look his idiot friends were exchanging. Just don't go to Grimald yet, will you? Sirius snapped out of it, smirking devilishly. Don't worry. I know how I'm going to pass the time. They hung up, and James wasted no time in turning off the tap and going out of the bathroom. As it turned out, Remus was right. Regulus was surrounded by three women, all of them batting their eyelashes at him in an attempt at flirting, and one of them even had the gall to touch his arm. Regulus looked uncomfortable. Not obviously so, but James knew what. Regulus looked when he was comfortable, and that definitely wasn't it. Regulus, once spotting James, shot him a look that was equal parts a plea of help and a death glare. You got me into this one. You're getting me out of it, it seemed to say. I'm back, love, James said as soon as he approached them, snaking an arm around his waist with a firm grip. He winked to the women, who were looking fairly annoyed by his interruption. Thank you for entertaining him, ladies, but I'll take it from here. Without waiting for a reply, he pulled Regulus away from the women and out of the three broomsticks. What took you so long? Regulus hissed, throwing him a nasty glare. Ah, that one was more like him. On a bathroom? Do you really want an answer? James replied, smirking knowingly. Regulus' face scrunched. No, thank you. It's not like I left you alone either, James commented casually. You had such lovely company, Regulus huffed. One more minute, and I would have hexed them, but they look so sweet, James teased. Are you blind? Regulus drawled. James laughed, tapping the rim of his glasses. As a bat. Actually, it can't be that bad, Regulus retorted. I've seen you play Quidditch without them. Want to test it? James smirked, raising an eyebrow. How? You can't transfer eyesight. Oh, but I can, James said, stopping in the middle of the street. Hogsmeade's inhabitants walked past them, taking advantage of the lack of students to enjoy the afternoon out. Regulus eyed him warily as James took off his glasses. The world around him became a blur, and even through his blob-like vision, James could sense Regulus' weariness. Carefully, because mistakenly stabbing Regulus in the eye was not the safest outcome, James placed his glasses on his face, sliding them until they sat securely over the bridge of Regulus' nose. He didn't last more than 2 seconds with the glasses on before handing them back to James. His vision became sharp again, and he almost laughed at the sheer horror in Regulus' expression. Merlin Sagatitz, you weren't kidding, he said. How the hell did you play without your glasses? What can I say? I'm talented. You're a safety hazard. That's what you are. Regulus rebutted dryly, starting to walk once. Again, James followed his example, throwing an arm over his shoulders to silently guide him to their destination. It's not fun if it's safe. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey wouldn't agree. That's because she's not fun, James said. Remind me to never have fun with you, Regulus drawled. You're not having fun? James pouted. Then I'm failing my duty. Regulus rolled his eyes. Just shut up and walk. James mimed zipping his mouth, locking it, and eating the key. Regulus didn't look amused. If you can open your mouth to eat the key, then you didn't zip it correctly. James pressed his lips tightly, raising an eyebrow at him. Really, Potter? James narrowed his eyes, pointing a reprimanding finger at Regulus. For fuck's sake, James, Regulus huffed. Will you stop that already? James mimicked opening the lock on his mouth, then gasped with his lips still shut. He looked at his hand, wiggling his fingers to notify the absence of a fake key, and slapped his forehead as if remembering what happened to it. Looking directly at Regulus' eyes, he knocked twice on his stomach. "You're not even talking, and you're still so loud," Regulus groaned. James only smiled in response. With a sigh, Regulus made a show of digging inside his pockets. James stared in disbelief as he pulled out his hand, acting as if he was holding something small, and brought it to James' lips to turn the made-up key on the made-up lock and unzip his mouth. "There," Regulus deadpanned, throwing the non-existent key over his shoulder. "You can speak now. How do you have a copy?" James said nonsensically, still not over the fact that Regulus had just done that. "I stole it," Regulus deadpanned. "Now, can we just go wherever you're taking me?" James laughed out loud, slowing to a stop once again. "Actually, we're here already. I present to you Honeydukes." Regulus fixed him with a flat stare. "I've been a Honeydukes before, James, but not on a date," James replied easily. He tugged Regulus by the arm on his shoulder. "Come on, I'm going to spoil you. Hate to break it to you, but I have more money than you do." "Irrelevant," James said. "I'm taking you on a date. I'm paying for it." Regulus sighed, but let himself be pulled along to an exhaustive search of the store. Regulus had a sweet tooth, but he was very specific about it. He didn't like anything too sweet because it tired him out after a few bites, but he wasn't opposed to the strongest flavors. In fact, he seemed to favor any candy that had an acidic tang to it, amassing a small pile of them through the course of their visit. James, who was far too partial to the sweetest of sweets to enjoy anything of Regulus' choosing, eyed every package Regulus took with mistrust. "What about ice cream?" James asked, somewhere between the second and fourth time Regulus put candy in his basket. "I don't think there's any acidic flavors. I like vanilla." James had to stop him right there. "Vanilla?" James gaped. "But that's so plain. Not everything has to be exciting," he rebutted. "What about you? Oh, great ice cream connoisseur. I'm a strawberry kind of guy." Regulus looked at him in disbelief. "And you were calling me plain?" "Strawberry is definitely better than vanilla," James stated. By the widening of Regulus' eyes, James knew he was in for a detailed rant on why vanilla was the superior flavor. They bickered about ice cream until it was time to pay. James liked it, the bickering. He liked the way Regulus got incensed, how passionate he got when trying to prove him wrong. James could go on for hours, trading taunts and teases with him, annoying him until he opened up and relaxed. Most of the time, it was difficult to tell when Regulus was pretending for the sake of their facade. James wondered which parts of him were true, and which ones belonged to the image he was trying to portray. When they bickered, James didn't have to guess. There was something so real, so genuine, in the way Regulus relaxed while arguing about anything under the sun. It was like watching a flower blossom. For a person so complex, Regulus was surprisingly easy to talk to. "Do you mind if I go pick some chocolate for Mooney?" James asked when they were putting their items on the counter. "He'll murder me if he finds out I've been here, and I haven't gotten him anything." "Go ahead," Regulus agreed easily. James was only gone for a couple of minutes, seeking out Remus' favorite brands. When he got back, he found Regulus chatting amicably with the clerk. They traded secretive looks once they spotted him, and the man didn't stop smiling as James paid for their purchase. He found out why as soon as they stepped out of the store, when Regulus handed him a small bag with the Honeydukes logo. "You didn't get anything for yourself," Regulus explained after seeing James' confused expression. James opened the bag, finding a collection of sweets he'd pointed out as his favorites. Astonished, he looked back up at Regulus. "When did you even get this?" "When you were getting Lupin's chocolate." James was at a loss. "I was supposed to be the one spoiling you," James said weakly. "You have," Regulus said, motioning towards the other Honeydukes bag James was holding, full of Regulus pickings. "Oh," James exhaled, closing the bag with reverence. "Thank you. Don't mention it." He could see why Sirius was so desperate to find answers now. If this was the Regulus he had grown up with. It was such a thoughtful gesture, so uncharacteristically considerate, posed as if it was no big deal when to James, it was. He felt so seen. He understood now how someone as cold as Regulus left imprints so heated on the people around him. This was the little brother Sirius had mourned. This was the person Dorcas had defended so vehemently. Regulus shifted on his feet, clearing his throat awkwardly. James hadn't realized he was staring. So, what's our next stop? James had a very detailed route for today. They would go to Zonko's next, and James would show him the joy of pranking items. He'd make him laugh with dumb jokes and even dumber objects, and they'd try to get each other with nose-biting teacups when the other didn't expect it. After that, James didn't feel like Zonko's was enough. Instead, he brought him to tomes and scrolls. When Regulus' face brightened up like a child watching Christmas lights for the first time, James knew he made the right decision. 30 minutes. Instead of the hours he'd been counting on, Sirius only had 30 minutes. In the span of half an hour, Sirius would have to locate the sensation of dark magic James had described and get past the defenses Shirley put in place. If Regulus really had something important laying under the floorboards of his room, Sirius didn't doubt it would be protected by a complex warding system that, if not disassembled carefully, would immediately alert his brother of the intrusion. From anyone else, the warding wouldn't be much of a problem. Sirius didn't take runes in Hogwarts, which was a clear disadvantage since all wards were rooted on a long list of possible runic sequences, and to understand the magic behind the code of runes that propelled a specific ward was the first step to disarming them. A deep knowledge on ancient runes and the theory behind them was the ground base of any ward master or curse breaker worth their salt. Sirius might not know jack shit about runes, but he was no stranger to wards. Orion, despite having the consistency of a particularly rabid hamster as a father, was a renowned wards master. Though he hadn't forced his job on Sirius, like he did his status as the heir, he'd shared some of his knowledge through one-on-one lessons to prepare him for the role of Lord Black. There were many tricks to both forming and getting through wards, even without knowing the runic sequence they relied on. By the tender age of 10, Orion had made sure Sirius knew them all. It also helped that Sirius was surrounded by wildly talented people. Everyone in their friend group had a special talent, a subject they excelled at. It just so happened that the best at runes out of all of them lived with Sirius, and was probably the love of his life, though that wasn't concerning now. Remus, upon graduating Hogwarts, had applied to study a double mastery on defense and ancient runes. With his outstanding NEWTS results, he'd had no issue in getting accepted. Then he was entrusted with dealing with the damned packs and had to drop out of the course. That didn't mean he stopped studying, though. Sirius was used to seeing books on both subjects littered all over the flat, and he'd even read some of them when he was particularly bored and missing his Mooney. Remus could break through any ward in a quarter of the time it took Sirius. But Remus wasn't there, so it was up to Sirius to do the job and do it well. It stood to reason that Sirius wasn't much worried about breaking through wards, despite being the furthest thing from an expert. Sirius wasn't bothered by the wards themselves. As far as he knew, Orion had never imparted his warding wisdom on Regulus, so all of his knowledge would be based on a purely theoretical standpoint. It was easy to disarm wards made by people with little to no practical experience. That wasn't the issue. The problem was that those were Regulus wards. When they were children, no older than 5 and 4, they'd spent a week at their grandparents' French state. Their parents, busy with some sketchy business Sirius didn't care enough to remember, had stayed in London. Naturally, the first thing the brothers did when faced by a lack of abusive parental supervision was start a prank war. Sirius, who was still new to the art of pranking, had devised a fairly straightforward strategy. Later, when he surrounded himself with like-minded friends willing to put their schemes together in the name of comedy, Sirius had stuck with an evolved method of his 5-year-old system. Regulus was different. His pranks, even as a 4-year-old, were clever. Sneaky. They had layers. And if Sirius didn't fall for the first one, Regulus made sure he wouldn't expect the next. He'd hold down the fort, never alerting Sirius of the imminent surprises, and then dissolved into giggles once he was successful. Sirius lost the war with a resounding defeat. If Regulus had stuck to that very same methodology, his wards were sure to come with surprises. There would be tricks hidden in plain sight but so subtle that only laser focus would be able to spot them. If Sirius fell to even one of them, he was fucked. Dismantling Regulus wards would be a battle of wits, and this time, he refused to lose. And now, he only had 30 minutes to do it. But Sirius wasn't about to waste time. On the off chance that he wasn't quick enough, Sirius would still get answers. Which led him to where he was now, mere minutes after hanging up with James and sitting in Lily's kitchen with a steaming cup of tea. It was thrusted into his hands as soon as he sat down, as if Lily had somehow expected his visit and prepared it in advance. "How did you know I was coming?" Sirius asked, eyeing her mistrustfully. "My sixth sense alerted me." Lily smiled, taking a sip of her own tea. "You don't believe in divination." "It's not that I don't believe in it," Lily denied. "I just think it's an unreliable subject." "In any case, you're no prophet," Sirius huffed. "I'm not." Lily sat her cup down on the table with a guilty expression. "I overheard your conversation with James yesterday. I figured you'd come by." Sirius almost spat the sip of tea he'd just taken. Lily's lips twitched. Had she just timed her answer to when Sirius was drinking? Oh, that devious woman. Whoever said she was too stuck up to have a sense of humor was dead wrong. "Wait," Sirius said, "that exam's week of his 4th year." "Oh, how the turntables. How much did you hear?" Sirius asked when he'd successfully evaded a coughing fit. "All of it," Lily admitted. "I followed Dorcas out when she ran away. We were already there by the time you two came out." "So you know why I'm here," Sirius stated. "It wasn't a question. You want to ask about Regulus." "It wasn't a question either. You know something." "I know you do," Sirius said. Lily evaded his eyes, gaze fixed on her teacup. "Tell me what it is." Lily sighed. "I can't, Sirius. I'm sorry." Sirius traced the top of the teacup with his thumb, putting on those puppy eyes he knew worked miracles. "He's my brother, Lils. Or at least he used to be. If you know something, anything I have to know, if there's still good in him." "I understand," Lily said quietly. "If it was me and Petunia, I can't say I wouldn't do the same." Sirius hadn't always liked Lily. They were too different at first. While Lily seeked structure as a way to make sense of the world around her, Sirius longed for chaos to escape the rigidity of his upbringing. The first 5 years they knew each other, they clashed on everything. They fought in the common room, so often that it became a running joke in the Gryffindor Tower. A cat fight, they called it. Sirius had no grounds to object, since he'd thought about clawing her face more than once over the years. Then, Sirius ran away. To celebrate his new freedom, James and him decided to host a party and invite every Gryffindor in their year. It was a bad idea. He got sloshed, going far past the fun part of being drunk and into the ugly, convoluted mess of emotions. Everything was too much, his wounds too fresh, and he ended up throwing up in the garden all over Monty's flowers. Lily, who had a rule of never letting anyone emotionally unstable alone because it was always better to break with a safety net, followed him out despite the bad blood between them. She held his hair while he vomited, gave him a napkin to clean the mess around his lips, and exchanged the bottle of fire whiskey on his hand for a glass of water. Sirius, raw and vulnerable in his intoxication, opened up to her about his mother and his father and the horrendous trauma they left in their wake. About his little brother, the one he left behind and wasn't brave enough to go back for. In turn, Lily told her about her family, about her parents, who were never home because they worked long hours to keep the family from ruin, but always tried their best to make her feel loved. About her sister, Petunia, and how much it hurt to have the person closest to you reject you for who you are. They talked until sunrise, mourning the siblings they had and what had become of them. After that, something shifted. They became fast friends, their previous differences irrelevant in the face of their similarities. It was difficult to hate someone once you understood them. "Will you tell me then?" "No," Lily said. Serious hope squashed under that single syllable. I really do, but it's not my secret to tell." "It isn't Regulus either." Sirius straightened up. He could work with that. If he had to follow the trail to the end, he would. "Then whose is it?" he asked. "Mary's. A dead end." Sirius couldn't find her. No one had seen Mary since last year. They didn't know where she was, how she was, what she was doing. Overnight, she vanished out of thin air. Not that it mattered. Even if Sirius could find her, she wouldn't remember. "Oh." Sirius looked down, dejected. "I guess I'll never know." Lily stretched out her hand to take Sirius, squeezing it softly to get his attention. "I might not be able to tell you that," Lily said kindly, "but I can tell you something else." Sirius squeezed Lily's hand tightly, raking his eyes through her face. What is it? You wanted to know if there's still good in him, Lily said. There is. I've seen it. Despite the ugly flutter of something foreign in Sirius' chest, Lily's words weren't enough to calm his doubts. So he dared Marlene to go to Minnie's quarters and convince her that there were lizard people living in Hogwarts sewers and plotting to take over the school. James was saying, gesticulating wildly with his hands as he regaled Regulus with the story of one of Gryffindor's disaster parties. You have to know it's never a good idea to dare Marlene to do something. I swear that woman never backs up from a challenge. After tomes and scrolls, James and Regulus had gone to Spintwitch's Quidditch supplies and spent far too long in Zonkos. Regulus, who had enough exposure to activity for the day, proposed that they got back to the 3 broomsticks and let his poor feet rest. For shoes so expensive, they sure were uncomfortable. James had agreed readily, on board with whatever Regulus suggested, and he'd insisted on paying for their drinks and bringing them to the table. He left the choice on where to sit to him, which was a mercy because he was able to pick the one furthest from the rest of the patrons. James, who was a social creature even on his worst days, didn't complain. Hanging out with James was surprisingly fun. The conversation flowed naturally, never straying to the awkward silence that was the norm between people who knew each other as little as they did. That was certainly not because of Regulus, though. He was so dry conversationalist he could rival a dessert and win. Barty's words, not his. He wasn't wrong. James didn't seem to share his opinion. He laughed at every dry remark, matching Regulus' flat energy with boundless enthusiasm. He didn't have a problem with filling the silence with mindless chatter and dumb stories. Somewhere along the way, Regulus got unexpectedly invested in them. She really did it? Regulus asked, almost gaping. Oh, she did, James laughed. Minnie didn't buy it, though. When Marlene does something, she goes all in, so it's not surprising she wasn't happy with the result. She decided that since she couldn't convince Minnie, she had to convince everyone else. She started a rumor and everything. That was her? Regulus groaned. Pandora didn't stop talking about lizard people conspiracies for weeks. We had to do an intervention. There's no way she believed it, James said, astonished. That's the thing, she didn't. But she loves getting a reaction out of people. So she's always sprouting the most random shit you'll ever hear, Regulus huffed fondly. Evan always joins her, and where Evan goes, Barty follows. They're mad. Honestly, they sound like a riot, James commented. Until it's 3 a.m. and you can't sleep because Evan and Barty are having a debate on whether pixies plotting to enslave humanity would be detrimental to society or just the help we needed to evolve. Did they at least make good points? They always do. There's no way to win a debate against Barty, Regulus grumbled. James zoned in on Regulus like a hawk would its prey. Oh, has the great Regulus Black lost a battle of wits before? You would too if it was again Barty. He has an uncanny ability to make the craziest things seem plausible. Are you sure? James teased. I'm very good at pulling off bullshit. Regulus huffed out a laugh. James, you wouldn't even win against me, let alone Barty. That's a challenge if I've ever seen one. James leaned in, propping his elbows on the table and morphing his face to a businesslike expression. Minister Mitchum got his position due to the influence of a secret Niffler organization that seeks to strip anything shiny off the old family's vaults. Go! Did you just come up that? Did I? James raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's real. Regulus crossed his arms, feigning thinking it over. Perhaps it is. Minister Mitchum has had a penchant for the economic side of the government since his early career in the ministry. An ulterior motive to that wouldn't be out of the question. With Regulus taking a side of the argument, James fell easily into the role of opposition. It might just be a field of interest for him. He worked as a financial advisor before he started working for the ministry. All the more reason, Regulus replied. He's already familiar with the finances of the old families. As a financial advisor, he had special access to a list of the contents of their vaults. Maybe that's why the Nifflers contacted him. They knew he had inside information. Let's say that's true. Mitchum still wouldn't have access to Gringotts' vaults, neither as a financial advisor nor as the Minister of Magic, James argued. Gringotts operates separately from the ministry. If the Niffler organization wanted to access the vault, a wizard wouldn't be able to help them. Magical creatures also operate separately from the wizarding world. Who's to say the goblins and the Nifflers haven't struck a deal. Regulus remarked. The Nifflers get the jewels and shiny objects. The goblins get the goblin-made artifacts that are rightfully theirs by goblin laws. It's a win-win for everyone involved. Then why involve a wizard in the transaction? James pressed. I can't see why Minchum, as a wizard, would get involved. The only reason the goblins haven't gotten to the contents of the vaults already is the deal between the wizarding world and the Goblin Nation after the last Goblin War. As long as it's still in place, the Nifflers can't get into the vaults. Tell me, which wizarding position grants the power to revoke the deal? The minister, James breathed out. Exactly, Regulus smirked, leaning forward to look at James intently. Minchum's had a very particular career, you know? He worked his way up to minister by working in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. That's quite the strange turn of pace for a financial advisor, don't you think? James was starting to look hesitant. Then what's the strategy? Even if Minchum wanted to revoke the deal in the favor of the goblins so that the Nifflers could get their paws in the vaults, he'd still need the approval of the YEA I to get it to work. Which, by the way, is mainly formed by people from the old families. You don't get to be the minister without making powerful allies in the way. He's in a particularly good place to amass favors from the YEA members. Say one of them needs a certain knowledge to be kept in the down low. Minchum can help them. I know for a fact my father used to owe him a few favors himself. Regulus delighted in the slow widening of James' eyes. What do you think he's going to use those favors for? I hate that I'm starting to see your point, James grumbled, looking very much like his whole worldview had just been rearranged. See? You wouldn't last 5 minutes against Barty, Regulus said satisfied, leaning back into the back of his chair. You're telling me Barty's better than that? James said disbelievingly. Bloody hell, you almost convinced me that my made-up conspiracy was real. Regulus smirked. But is it made up? Please stop, James mumbled, burying his face in his hands. You're giving me an existential crisis. It's not my fault you're so gullible. I'm not. James paused, looking into the distance in a daze. Am I? Regulus patted James' hand over the table. There. Everyone has their faults. James glared at him. You're enjoying this way too much. Getting grown men to question their existence is my favorite hobby. You've done it before? Not as much as I'd like, Regulus admitted. You can't share that and then not elaborate, James said. What do I get if I tell you? What do you want? James replied. A favor. Whatever I want, whenever I want, no questions asked. Done. Regulus sent him an incredulous look. Just like that. It's not the worst thing I've agreed to, James said, looking pointedly at the golden lines on his wrist. At least you were drunk that day. What's your excuse this time? I really want to know. James shrugged. Regulus huffed out a laugh. You're unbelievable. James winked at him, a playful smile on his lips. So? Where's my story? Regulus waited until James was taking a sip from his butterbeer to answer. I made a muggle man believe he was in a simulation once. James spewed out the drink. On second thought, it wasn't that great an idea. The butterbeer splattered on the table, almost reaching Regulus. Yuck! Regulus vanished the liquid from the table as James got a hold of himself. What the fuck? James stressed out, mouth agape. How did that even happen? Evan dared me, Regulus said simply. Remind me not to introduce you to Marlene, James huffed, leaning back on his seat and throwing an arm over the backrest. I was 15, Regulus grumbles. I wouldn't be caught dead doing dares now. You must be fun at parties. The only parties I go to these days are social events. Really? What about your friends? They aren't doing a good job at it if they're not getting you slosh once in a while. They're at Hogwarts, Regulus shrugged. Besides, I don't have time for that lately. I distinctly remember seeing you drunk at a pub once. That was a special occasion, Regulus huffed. I don't make a habit of doing it. There must be something you do for fun, though, James said. Hunting dark lords for sport. Not really. That's downright offensive, James said, scandalized. You know what? I'm taking that as a challenge. Please don't. Too late, James smiled. I'm getting you to have fun if it's the last thing I do. I don't think your definition of fun is the same as mine, Regulus said. Then we take turns, James replied easily. We do something I believe is fun, and then we do something you do. Regulus sighed. If we end up dead, the blame's not on me. Fine with me. Serious. Marlene said as soon as she opened the door to her flat. A playful smirk blossomed on her face. though the confusion lying underneath was not lost on him. He could see her, sliding her wand back inside the sleeve of her hoodie. "What? Missed me already?" Sirius put on his best gentleman act, bowing to her with a flourish. "I always miss my favorite lady." "Then you're in the wrong place." Marlene laughed, stepping back to let him in. "Nothing ladylike about me. But you do love the ladies," Sirius said with a wink. "That I do," Marlene laughed. "So? What's the occasion?" "I'm afraid I'm not here for you today," Sirius said with a dramatic sigh. "I'm actually looking for Dorcas." "Is she home?" Marlene's smile flickered for less than a second. "Sure is." "Is this about an order mission?" "No," Sirius denied. "It's personal. I figured." Marlene sighed, plopping herself on her sofa. Sirius stayed standing, cupping her mouth with her hands and using a far too loud voice. She called out, "Cass, get your beautiful ass in here, will you?" The sound of steps came from their bedroom, along with Dorcas' teasingly exhausted voice. "Babe, we live in a flat. I could hear you without needing to alert the first-floor neighbors. I have a get-out-of-jail card for screaming once a day. I have to use it." Marlene shrugged, nonchalant. Dorcas appeared, in all her reprimanding glory. She narrowed her eyes at her girlfriend, putting her hands on her hips. "I don't remember agreeing to that." "You did when you agreed to date me." Marlene offered her an unrepentant, bright smile. "It was in the fine print." "You're lucky I love you," Dorcas huffed, flicking her temple softly. Marlene hid a snicker behind her hand when Dorcas turned to their guest. "Hi, Sirius. E. Can we talk?" he said straight to the point. "Of course." Dorcas crossed her arms, her body language contradicting her agreeable words. Sirius looked at Marlene from the corner of his eyes. "In private, preferably." Dorcas raised an eyebrow. "Why? You and I aren't exactly close." "You know why," Sirius said, looking at her intently. Dorcas surveyed him for a while, her dark eyes suddenly much more serious. Sirius stood his ground, refusing to squirm under the weight of her gaze. Though charged with icy appraisal, her stare had nothing on Wahlberg's. "Fine." Dorcas finally relented. She gave a quick kiss to Marlene's temple with a muttered, "I'll see you later," before leading Sirius back out of the flat. Sirius followed her silently down the stairs and out of the building, keeping up with her pace as they walked along the streets. Dorcas was stoic beside him, the playfulness she had with Marlene left behind the moment she was no longer on site. Dorcas brought them to a park, couples and groups of friends sitting on blankets laid over the green grass, dogs playing with each other as their owners chatted amicably, children running around cheerfully as they played with their friends. Sirius stared a beat too long at a crying child, his mother gently putting a Band-Aid on a scraped knee. He quickly averted his gaze, settling beside Dorcas in a bench far away from everyone else. "You talked to Lily," Dorcas stated, her eyes trailing around the carefree image surrounding them, untouched by the war. "I did," Sirius replied, watching her face avidly. She kept her expression carefully blank. "I figured you'd come by. Look for answers. Do you have them?" "No." Dorcas sighed. "Regulus has always had secrets. It's nothing new. He's a master at keeping his cards close to his chest. Pulling an answer out of him is harder than fighting a fully grown hippogriff with your bare hands." "Don't I fucking know it?" Sirius grumbled. Dorcas' mouth twitched upwards. "The only person who has the answers to your questions is Regulus himself. You might as well quit while you're ahead." "Too late for that," Sirius huffed. "I'm far too invested now. I'm not giving up anytime soon. You Gryffindors and your stubborn streak. You never know how to let sleeping dogs lie." Dorcas chuckled, turning to look at him. "Have you considered that maybe it's better if you don't know? Regulus isn't stupid. If he's not telling you, he's doing it for a reason." "No reason's good enough at this point," Sirius snarked. "He's messing with things he shouldn't be messing with." That got a reaction out of Dorcas. "What do you mean?" she asked carefully. "He's studying dangerous magic. I found an obscene amount of books on soul magic in his room this week alone," Sirius explained. "He likes studying," Dorcas rebutted weakly. She didn't look like she believed in her own words much. "Of course he does, that swat," Sirius mumbled. "But there's more to it. Voldemort came to his engagement ball personally. They seem close." Dorcas turned her body to him fully, pulling a leg on top of the bench. She looked worried, now, frowning and biting her bottom lip nervously. How close exactly? Enough to talk one-on-one? I think they arranged a private meeting in front of James and I, but I could be wrong. Sirius crossed his arms. Either way, he's caught Voldemort's eye. Dorcas studied him for a moment. You're worried he's taking a turn for the worse. Amongst other things, he admitted. But I expected that of him. It was clear as soon as I heard he took the mark. For a long time, I thought he wanted it. I'm still not sure he doesn't. Then what are you worried about? Dorcas asked Kinder now. I'm worried that he's still good deep down, Sirius confessed quietly. It wasn't the truth, not exactly, but he couldn't just say I'm worried that my little brother is the person I abandoned, and I need to know he isn't. After what she did to Dearborn, he didn't think that would go over well with Dorcas. I'm worried that he's starting not to be. I can't do anything about it if I don't know. You can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped, Dorcas mumbled somberly, avoiding Sirius' eyes. She must have fought that battle before. It didn't look like she won it. I don't care, Sirius stated. I will force my help on him whether he wants it or not. I just have to know if he needs it. Dorcas sighed, lowering her leg to the ground once again. I wouldn't know. We haven't talked in a long time. Another dead end, it seemed. Sirius was getting tired of those. I guess I should have expected that, Sirius conceded. I'm off then. Thank you for hearing me out. He stood up, stretching his back to get rid of the tension he'd accumulated throughout the conversation. Around them, the park was eerily silent. Somewhere along the course, the mass of people had dissolved with only a few stragglers left behind. It felt fittingly empty. Sirius? Dorcas asked hesitantly. Sirius turned to look at her. If Regulus ends up needing help, will you let me know? Despite watching Dorcas chew Dearborn out yesterday, Sirius hadn't registered just how close she had been with his brother. He figured they were friends once, or else she wouldn't have reacted like she did. Losing a friend was hard, no matter how tight-knit the bond. Though he'd gotten his friends back, Sirius would never forget what it felt like to suddenly have no one after fifth year. He remembered vividly the void in his chest, swallowing viciously every good memory like a black hole. He felt the ghost of their absence, the mix of guilt and yearning, like he was still trapped in the jail of darkness that took him as its prisoner back then. He might have broken out of it, the world rightening under his feet, but the echo of its harshness visited him consistently. Sometimes he wondered where he'd be if his friends had been a little less forgiving, a little less understanding. To this day, the fear that he would fuck up again and they'd decide that the cons of having him around outweighed the pros still haunted him. Sirius was nothing without the people he loved. He didn't know how losing them again would leave him. Looking at Dorcas, at the protective worry she couldn't quite get out of her voice, he found the answer. Lost, stuck in the past, knowing that all of the bridges had been burnt, but still willing to build another one by herself. Wondering if it was even worth it, yet hoping there was still a chance for them. Sirius didn't doubt she'd drop anything just for the sake of getting them back. It was clear, now, that Regulus wasn't a mere acquaintance for her. It was far, far deeper than that. Seeing her now, opening herself to Sirius just to extend an olive branch, he couldn't believe he ever thought otherwise. Of course, Sirius agreed softly. I'm glad he had you, Cass. Dorcas' smile, watery and wavering, hit Sirius like a punch in the gut. I'm glad I had him too. Unable to handle the wave of emotions that attacked him, Sirius gave her a nod and walked away. It was time to go to Grimmauld. When James tried to warn Sirius that Regulus and him were coming back, Sirius didn't answer the mirror. It wasn't necessarily a bad omen. Sirius got way into his head sometimes, the world around him dissolving in favor of the object of his focus. It was possible that whatever he discovered was interesting enough to make him forget about the call they scheduled to have, and he was already in his flat going over his findings with Remus. Maybe he hadn't found anything, and he was wallowing on his disappointment and being comforted on a blanket burrito. He could have ignored the call, taking it as the warning it was, and fleeing out of the scene without answering. Or maybe he simply hadn't heard it, his mind on the task, and he was still in Regulus' room, and they'd have to come up with a plausible excuse for him to be digging around unattended. It didn't have to mean anything. The feeling of dread James couldn't shake off didn't seem to agree. I don't get why you had to drop me off, Regulus said as they walked into the house, taking his coat off and hanging it in a gloomy-looking coat rack. For an inanimate object, it looked too much like it could bite someone's hands off. James didn't go near it. I hardly doubt I would get lost on my way back, and Mother isn't home. I figured we could hang out for a bit, James commented casually, straining his ears to see if there was any sound coming from upstairs. I want to have a rematch in chess. I'm still not sure you didn't cheat. Regulus rolled his eyes. You're so bad at chess, it's laughable. I don't need to cheat to win against you. I won't believe that until I see it. I'm going to keep my eyes wide open this time, so you can see your resounding defeat better, so I can make sure it's a clean match. Fine, you heathen, Regulus huffed with amusement. I have a board in my room. I'll go get it. Shit. Bad idea. If Sirius was still up there, he'd be caught in the act. Are there any other boards around here? I don't feel like walking upstairs right now. You can wait downstairs while I get it, Regulus offered. I won't be long. Even worse, actually. No. I'll go with you. James hurried out. I don't want to be alone in this house. It's creepy. Aren't Gryffindors supposed to be brave? Regulus remarked, walking towards the staircase. James followed him, his heart almost beating out of his chest. It's a house, James. It won't eat you. Are you sure? James asked. I feel like it could actually. Yes, James. I'm sure my own house won't eat you, Regulus snorted. Merlin, you're so overdramatic. You almost threatened to hex a bloke today just because he was chewing too loudly, James pointed out. If anyone's dramatic, it's you. That man had it coming, Regulus huffed. Honestly, how can anyone eat food so loudly? Did he have a sonorous charm on or something? He was only enjoying his food, James defended. Hardly any grounds to send him to St. Mungo's. It wouldn't be necessary if he had manners. Regulus fell to a stop just outside his room, his whole body locking with tension. Slowly, carefully, he opened the door. The first thing James registered was the feeling of dark magic. What was a light chill before, when he had been walking around Regulus' room, suddenly felt bigger, all-encompassing, an onslaught of cold, like mist sticking to the bones under his flesh and skin. The world around him tilted, spinning upside down until everything felt wrong. Though he knew for a fact his vision hadn't been altered, everything he saw turned more muted, filtered with a kind of somberness James had never in his life felt before. Regulus got in the room, his pale face almost translucent. Almost on autopilot, James followed after him. Regulus' room was tidy, everything neatly in its place. The bed looked freshly made, not a wrinkle to be found in the green sheets. The desk, though full to the brim with books, was organized methodically. The closet was closed, not a single piece of clothing out of it. It was just like it had been the last time James was here. Everything was in order. Everything except for three things. The first one was the floor. Right in the middle of the room, a single floorboard laid carelessly thrown away. In the place it should have been there was a gap. Empty. Unassuming. If it wasn't for the runes neatly carved on the bottom. James didn't know what they meant, but he recognized what they were used for. Wards. It didn't feel like they were working anymore. Not far from the gap on the floor was the second one. A box, small and simple, made out of dark wood, almost black. Unremarkable. It looked cheap, unlike the rest of Grimmauld Place, perhaps bought by Regulus himself instead of any of his ancestors. The box, too, was covered in runes. James didn't need to be an expert to know that the wards guarding it were stronger than the ones under the floorboards. It was in the lingering of the magic, sticking around even after the wards were dismantled. The box was empty, too, and it didn't take a genius to figure out what was inside it until not long ago. A locket. Green, garish, maybe even ugly, though James wasn't able to discern if it was so because of how it looked or because of the energy it emanated. It was pungent, like breathing through heavy smoke, and the mere sight of it made James feel dirty. It sucked every bit of goodness around it, feasting on everything light and leaving behind an unshakable amount of wrongness in its place. A ground zero, shattering whatever was in its vicinity to bring instead a soulful misery. The source of the dark magic, the object James had felt while walking around the room. It was foul, and Sirius was holding it. His whole body was trembling, almost spasming, as if facing the consequences of a cataclysmic event not even the greatest prophets could foresee. His face, pale and distraught and full to the brim with horror, was turned down in the direction of the locket. He looked detached from reality, his eyes unseeing, trying to make sense of the object laying innocently in his hands. James didn't know what it was, but Sirius clearly did. Painstakingly slow, Sirius' eyes trailed upwards until they met his brother's. He looked at Regulus as if he didn't recognize him, the sight of him both unfamiliar and the greatest betrayal known to man. He stared at him in complete silence, watching as Regulus' expression slowly morphed into unbridled horror. They stood at an impasse for what felt like hours, gray eyes locked to gray eyes. A big brother and his little brother. A long time ago, Lily told James about Cain and Abel. It didn't make sense to him how family could fall to such abhorrent lengths so quickly. He couldn't get why Cain would do such a crime, punishing his brother for things out of his control. Now, though he could imagine how Abel looked with his brother, his own blood, advancing upon him, ready to take death's roll and reap his soul. He held the very same expression Sirius did, while looking at the brother he once vowed to protect. Blood was thicker than water, until the blood started to rot. Regulus, Sirius breathed out, voice barely even a whisper. What did you do? Chapter and notes. I call this one the emotional ping-pong chapter. We find out what James' plan is, and it's a disaster. I absolutely did not plan for James and Walburga agreeing to a family dinner, but it was surprisingly helpful to the plot. Thank you, James Potter, and that big mouth of yours. The little Woolstar moments, loudly crying face, just kiss already. The candy scene was like Regulus, doing the bare minimum. James, he's so lovely, smiling face with hard eyes. Lily and Sirius friendship. I repeat, Lily and Sirius friendship. They're so important to me. You have no idea. Another Mary mention? In this fanfic? More likely than you think. Yes, I did create multiple magical conspiracies and develop a whole debate about one just for this chapter. It was really difficult, but surprisingly fun. The parallel between Regulus and Lily timing what they say to make someone spit their drink. They're besties, they just don't know it yet. Did you catch Marlene opening the door with her wand at the ready? Canon James should learn from her skull. Dorcas, sad face. That whole friend group pains me so much. Talking about pain, that last scene? There's Black Brothers angst coming in the near future, I'm afraid. See you soon, everyone. Thank you for reading Red Heart. Chapter 10, Chapter Summary. Sirius, James, and a couple others unveil Regulus' secret. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Sirius, Regulus said slowly, carefully, put that down. In the time they'd spent together, James had never seen Regulus afraid. He'd seen him nervous, tense, even angry, but he'd never been scared. He faced every situation, no matter how stressful, with a sort of detachment that turned him almost doll-like. Maybe he had been scared, but James had no way of knowing that. Regulus was very skilled at concealing his emotions most of the time, and very little could break the stoicness lying under the surface of his every interaction. Now, the fear in his voice was unmistakable. He was completely still, not a muscle moving out of place, but panic exuded in waves out of him. Even if James wasn't able to feel the threat of the object in Sirius' hands, Regulus' reaction would immediately alert him of its danger. Sirius dropped the locket like it burned. It fell to the ground with a clang, the sound of it almost startling in the tense silence. Sirius didn't stop looking at Regulus, but his voice had pulled him out of his daze. Like a snake baring its fangs, Sirius became venomous. Why? He taunted lowly. You don't want me holding a piece of your soul? A piece of his what now? A piece of my... Regulus looked stricken, almost hurt. His voice was shaky, unstable, and Regulus didn't seem to know how to get it back to normal. No, that messes with your emotions. Holding it for too long is dangerous. Not more than making it is, Sirius snarked viciously. Regulus reared back as if slapped. What exactly is that? James interrupted breathlessly. He was almost scared to ask, but if he wanted to keep up with the conversation, he at least needed to know what it was about. Both brothers snapped their heads to him in unison. Sirius' darkness grew, and Regulus' panic became more prominent. James got the feeling that they'd forgotten he was there. That Sirius started to get up from where he was kneeling on the floor is a Horcrux, one of the most fucked up pieces of magic out there. It's a tether to the living, Regulus explained, as academically detached as he would be reading it out of a book. Through a very rare ritual, a wizard fractures their soul and implants it in an object. That way, if something happens to their body, a piece of their soul is still linked to the mortal realm, rendering them immortal. You forgot the part about murder being the first step. And it's not even the worst, Sirius snapped. Regulus looked at him in surprise, causing Sirius to huff derisively. Don't look at me like that. Secrets of the Darkest Art is in the Black Library. Of course I've read it, he turned back to James. The ritual is an atrocity. One of the most horrifying things I've ever seen. How horrifying, exactly? James asked weakly, sneaking a glance towards Regulus. You don't want to know, Sirius stated resolutely. Sirius was desensitized to most things under the sun after his upbringing. If the ritual was so bad that it made an impact on him, James would probably throw up on the spot if he ever heard it. For his own sake, he decided to leave it alone. Are you sure it's Regulus, though? Because it didn't make sense. Yes, Regulus was fucked up. With a childhood like his, it would be more worrying if he wasn't. But to do something like that? James couldn't reconcile it with the Regulus he knew. It was possible, of course, that the person he'd gotten to know was nothing more than an act. Regulus might have catered himself to fit James' expectations, like he did with everyone at the ball. It would be fitting for him. Maybe James was naive, too busy seeing the best in people to recognize the red flags waving right in front of his face. But he refused to believe it. Not now, when Sirius was so close to getting his brother back. Not when James had started to like hanging out with Regulus. Who's else? Sirius asked heatedly. People don't exactly have someone else's Horcrux lying around, do they? Do you really think so little of me? Regulus interjected weakly. He looked so sad. His whole face was struck with pain, a betrayal reminiscent of the one in Sirius' face. With that shared expression, it wasn't difficult to see that the both of them were related. I didn't, Sirius said, dry and dark. I thought you were redeemable. Isn't that ridiculous? Here I was hoping that my little brother, the person I raised, was still hiding somewhere in there. I didn't want to believe it, you know? But it makes sense. Regulus' hurt spiked to anger. How the fuck does it make sense? It's a Horcrux, Sirius. You've been studying soul magic, Sirius stated firmly. Secrets of the Darkest Art has been a permanent feature in your desk for at least a week. And then I find a fucking Horcrux, warded to hell and back under your floorboards. Just put two and two together. Regulus, that's enough evidence for you? Regulus asked in disbelief. There are other signs, Sirius replied. Like your whole fucking charade. You change masks in the blink of an eye. I thought it was an eccentricity, a coping mechanism maybe, but it fits so nicely. You can't have a consistent personality with just half of your soul. Can you? You're unbelievable. Regulus breathed out, shaking his head repeatedly. Am I? Sirius inquired sarcastically. I think I'm right, actually. Voldemort has his eyes on you. An 18-year-old who didn't even finish Hogwarts. That's so weird. Did he discover your little secret? Was he impressed, Regulus? It's not mine, Sirius. Regulus exclaimed, the tension slowly building in his body, threatening to snap. Then whose is it? Sirius yelled back. Regulus didn't answer. Whose is it, Regulus? Sirius repeated darkly. There was a madness in his eyes, his voice, that James had only seen a few times over the years. It was better, all of their friends knew, to leave Sirius alone when he got like that. The Black family madness, some called it, a part of their brain malfunctioning, stripping them of every filter and awareness of social norms. James knew better. For Sirius, it was a surviving mechanism. When everything got too much, when he was drowning on the depths of his mind, Sirius barked himself to animalistic notions. Fight or flight. Sirius never, ever chose flight. Instead, he bared his claws, destroying everything in his path because life had taught him that it was either hurt or be hurt. James hated it with all his might. Apparently, Regulus knew the look too. It's Voldemort's, the world tilted in its axis by the sheer force of the confession. Sirius took a step back, unstable in his feet. James, void of all his energy, couldn't find it in himself to move. You're guarding it for him? Sirius asked quietly. Confusion replaced his crazed expression. I stole it from him. He doesn't know it's here, and neither should you, Regulus replied icily. Why? Sirius asked weakly, his voice full to the brim with barely repressed emotion. Regulus took a shaky breath, avoiding Sirius' eyes. Grimald is not a safe place to talk about that. If the portraits hear us, they'll report back to Walburga, Sirius completed. I'm guessing she doesn't know. She doesn't, Regulus conceded. Sirius nodded, squaring his shoulders resolutely. Come on, we're going to my place. Will Lupin be there? Regulus asked, full of mistrusting hesitation. I'm not keeping this from Mooney, Sirius stated firmly. He was the best at defense in our year, James commented. He can help. Regulus buried his face in his hands, emitting a long-winded groan. You know what? Fine. It's fine. Let's pull even more people into this mess. What's the worst that could happen? Regulus mumbled, voice muffled against his hands. He let his arms fall back to his sides and motioned to the locket. Just let me put that back. Don't bother. Sirius quickly took hold of the locket, stuffing it back into the box and closing it. Immediately, the dark energy covering the room dialed back and almost disappeared. James hadn't noticed how stifling it was until it was gone. We're bringing it with us. Regulus looked absolutely done with the whole situation. All right, so Sirius might have miscalculated. In hindsight, the clear signs he thought were undeniable were a bit weak. He wasn't sure yet that Regulus was telling the full truth, what with his penchant for withholding crucial information until he was backed into a corner. But there was a very firm line between omission of truth and performing the most heinous ritual in wizarding history, and Sirius should have realized Regulus stood firmly in the former side. That very same day, he had been told twice that Regulus wasn't bad. Maybe he should have put more weight into Lily and Dorcas' words. Sirius suspected the locket had something to do with it. Even before finding it, he hadn't been working with a clear mind. His hope and his fear clashed in anticipation, leaving his thoughts an unreadable mess in the face of his contradicting emotions. He waited for a climax with bated breath as he disarmed the wards, so sure that he'd find a resolution to his endless